Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101, Secret Realm Mechanism. When there were only 5 of them left outside the venue, Yu Ran's aura suddenly changed, like an unsheathed sword. Hong Yaojian appeared in his hand. To deal with these smelly and hard stone men, the weapon was indispensable. Yu Ran held the Hong Yao sword, blocked the stone lion's blow, and instantly cut the stone lion in half with just one sword stroke. Then he showed off his power and smashed the stone lions on Liu Zitong, Cao Bing, and Su Wang's side one by one. It has to be said that Earth-level spiritual weapons and mysterious-level spiritual weapons are much stronger in every aspect, and their sharpness alone is enough to make them look proud of the world. On Bai Yuan's side, although the mountain-cutting dagger has not recovered the power of an Earth-level spiritual weapon, it is still a powerful spiritual weapon. Bai Yuan also successfully chopped the stone lion into pieces. With the mountain-cutting dagger, Bai Yuan has a tendency to become the second combat force in Yu Ran's team. This gave Su Huang and Cao Bing a sense of urgency to escalate. Hey, what is this? Bai Yuan curiously looked at a key inside the stone lion after it was separated. The shape was a bit strange. Some looked like long-handled keys, and there were dragons and tigers printed on the outer pattern. It's so lifelike that it doesn't look like an ordinary thing. With Bai Yuan's exclamation, the other 3 people also found the keys to the corresponding stone lions, and everyone looked at Yu Ran. Yu Ran smiled slightly. That's why I said to stay. Although I don't know what the key is used for, it is definitely a good thing. Cao Bing and others looked at Yu Ran with respect. They didn't expect that the young master was so powerful that he could sense the cave inside. Yu Ran didn't explain how he sensed it, but sometimes not saying it would make people feel even more awestruck. Host, you are becoming more and more shameless. The system is also speechless and complains. It is obviously what I learned from the book, but it still pretends to be an expert. This system feels awkward. Yu Ran ignored the system's crazy words. It was normal for a system that was not as intelligent as Xiao Ai's classmate to understand. Let's go, we can't fall too far behind. It had been more than 10 minutes since the first group of people entered, and the 5 of them had just set off to enter the 4th road. The 4th road seemed to be in a cave, narrow and crowded. The 5 people followed Yu Ran's command and quickly jumped inside. Young master, there is a corpse. The Cao soldiers at the front stopped, and several scattered corpses blocked their way. Not even 2 minutes into the journey, a dead person appeared. The secret realm really coexisted with danger and opportunity. Cao Bing carefully checked the condition of the corpse in front of him. An arrow piercing the heart should have been shot from the right side. Cao Bing raised his head and looked to the right. Sure enough, there was a hole in the cave, which should be a mechanism device. Yu Ran glanced at it, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was why he was not in a hurry. Why not have someone help him explore the way and eliminate hidden dangers? It's a one-time mechanism, otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to die in the past, and there would be no other traces of sword rain. Cao Bing admired Yu Ran's judgment very much. The 5 people passed this trap carefully. Although it was a one-time event, everyone was very vigilant. Along the way, Yu Ran and the 5 of them encountered at least 10 such mechanisms, either smashed through by huge rocks or huge pits and traps. But basically all of them have been triggered, and some traps have left some corpses and blood stains. The 5 of them had a relaxing journey, but they didn't expect that the mechanisms in this cave were all disposable. It seems that the faster you come in, the more unlucky you will be. Liu Zitong couldn't help but sigh when he saw the tragic situation along the way. As far as they could see, no less than 15 people had died. At this time, everyone admired Yu Ran's decision. If they had come in first, they would have been tortured by the agency. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the narrow cave suddenly opened up, and a large river crossed in front of them. And Yu Ran and the others finally saw the crowd in front of them, and there were actually 3 teams circling around the river, scratching their heads. But Cao Bing's sharp eyes saw several corpses floating in the river at a glance. Young master, there may be a cave in the river. Cao Bing looked at the river warily. It was impossible for a normal engine warrior to be drowned. Even if he couldn't swim, he could cross the river using his vitality and his own strength. If you have strong body skills, you can even walk on the river. Moreover, although the river is extremely wide, it is not far away, with only 100 meters between the two banks. Fellow Taoist, there is something strange in this river. Once people come into contact with it, it will sink. You can't swim across it. You can only rely on your vitality to rush over quickly. When one team saw you ran, they just poured the beans and told them everything they knew. They were grateful to you ran for blocking the stone lion, and his ability to get in smoothly must be extremely terrifying, so sincerely, they wanted to be friends with him. Why? You ran sighed, it was really boring. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely be ridiculed, and then he would show off his power and slap everyone in the face. But the villain is different, even passers-by are so friendly. As expected, he is not the fate of the protagonist. Cao Bing and Su Huang nodded to Yu Ran after many experiments with stones on the shore and in shallow water. Confirmed what they said was fine. Let's go. Yu Ran stepped directly across the river and reached the other side in less than 3 seconds. In the middle, he felt a force pulling him towards the river. However, this kind of power is very little to him, but if he is weak, he may not be able to do anything. Almost all those staying by the river are in the early stages of Jin, and they are still the kind of extremely weak and unstable Jin. Although Liu Zitong was also in the early stage of dark strength, he didn't put much effort into it. Yu Ran knew in his heart that this was to exclude some weak people for the sake of inheritance. Those who cannot cross the river can only search around along the river to see if they can find some rare things to make their trip worthwhile. Yu Ran and the 5 people rushed forward quickly, and nothing could stop them along the way. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Yu Ran and the others saw a group of people again. To be precise, Yu Ran and the others finally caught up with them. What's this? Liu Zitong was amazed. It was completely different from the previous scene in the river. The cave here was like a road to the stars, with all kinds of stars surrounding their heads. It looked extremely dreamy and beautiful, and everyone was staring at the starry sky above their heads. Suddenly, a star fell straight towards the ground. The team waiting next to them was already ready, and they jumped up and took a star into their arms. It is said to be a star, but it looks like a model when it falls in a person's arms, but almost everyone on the field is grabbing these stars, there is no doubt. These stars have a great effect. Boy, hand over the stars. A powerful team of 5 people directly blocked the person who had just received the star, and the 5 people showed their fierce looks. Chapter 102, Robbery of the Stars. Cao Bing and Su Huang hurriedly went to figure out the situation here, while Yu Ran looked at the conflict in the distance. The man who was robbed was just a lone wolf. It seemed that all his teammates were stopped at Dehe Pass, and a complete team surrounded him. The 5 people were fierce and looked very difficult to deal with. The lone wolf is not very strong, otherwise none of his teammates would be able to join. He is just in the middle stage of dark strength. And the strength of any one person in the team surrounding him exceeds his. It can be said that it is a certain death situation. Young master, I have inquired clearly. If you want to pass from here, everyone needs to be baptized by the stars. The more stars, the greater the reward, but no one knows what the reward is. Cao Bing quickly understood the situation on the field. The most important thing was that there was a stone tablet clearly engraved with the content of this level. Yu Ran naturally knows what the reward is. These stars are concentrated essence of vitality. After passing the level, you will be baptized by the essence. The more the better. The conflict in the distance was over. There was no doubt that the stars were snatched away by that team, but they did not kill them. Let's go, let's collect some too. Yu Ran didn't say much. The law of the jungle was clearly reflected here. Stars fall extremely slowly, 1 or 2 will fall every 5 minutes, and their position is uncertain. An hour later, Yu Ran's team collected 6 stars. It didn't look like many, but it was already one of the frontline star teams. And the team that carried out the most crazy robbery was the team that robbed almost all the weak teams, and they swore that they were called protection money. The weak team could only break their teeth and swallow them. Yu Ran was indifferent, just calculating something silently in his heart. This was a tug-of-war of time. 5 hours later, Yu Ran's team collected 35, which was fairly efficient. But compared to the robbery team, it was much worse. They had almost 70 stars, and all 5 of them were smiling crookedly. They specialize in robbing weak teams and do not kill anyone. Those teams have no choice but to continue to obtain stars. They can only leave here if they have at least 1 star. According to the instructions on the stone tablet, 99 stars can obtain the maximum baptism. If this time continues, they will be able to obtain the maximum baptism in up to 2 hours. The time has come. How did they calculate the 70 stars? Of course Yu Ran did it for them. Let's go and do something. Yu Ran and his group walked towards the robbery team, and for a moment everyone looked over. The strength of Yu Ran's team is among the best here, and every move attracts attention. The 5 people saw Yu Ran and a group of people surrounding them, and secretly felt that the situation was not good. They can't afford to offend this team. The 5 of them are actually very smart. There are 2 or 3 teams on the field that they can't afford to offend, so they don't act recklessly in front of them. What I didn't expect was that someone would take the initiative. Hand over the stars. Yu Ran's voice was very light and seemed to have no emotion. The leader of the man was Wang Zhe, who was not a good person to begin with, but when he saw Yu Ran and a group of people came over to ask for the stars so arrogantly, he was also extremely annoyed inside, but the only reason he could survive until now was because he had self-awareness. If the elder brother wants it, just take it. Then these 10 stars will be given to the elder brother as a gift. Wang Zhe accompanied him and took out 10 stars. This was the result of a team of 1.5 hours. He thought he was sincere enough. I mean, everything. Yu Ran's voice was indifferent, as if he was talking about something trivial. Bai Yuan next to her could see love in her eyes. The master is so handsome, he is so handsome even when he robs. The other teams also watched on their own, with some pointing and others sneering. Some of the people who were robbed screamed angrily. Kill these bastards! Wang Zhe looked sharply towards the source of the sound, but did not find who made the sound. The person was obviously well hidden. Wang Zhe's face suddenly darkened, his tone no longer respected as before, and he spoke coldly. Brother, I respect you, so I am willing to give you 10 stars to help you. There are so many teams on the field, do you want to fight us to the death? Do you want their team to pick up the slack? Wang Zhe's tone was vaguely threatening, while Yu Ran had a look of surprise on his face. Why do you think the net will break if the fish dies? Yu Ran's tone made Wang Zhe feel extremely humiliated. The person in front of him didn't take them seriously at all. The 5 people quickly drew their weapons and wanted to fight Yu Ran to the death. Boring! Yu Ran directly pointed out, and the power of Yi Yang Finger and Iron Mountain Finger attacked Wang Zhe in an instant. Wang Zhe looked at the fingerprints that were attacking at such a fast speed. The strong sense of oppression frightened his whole body. His eyes were full of panic. He couldn't take this move. The 2 stronger teams that were originally waiting and watching also had solemn expressions on their faces for a moment, thinking about how much this move would cost them. But forced by the situation, Wang Zhe yelled. Zanmadeo! A handful of yellow-level intermediate spiritual weapons were directed towards Yu Ran's fingerprints. Almost as soon as the fingerprint hit the spiritual weapon was directly exploded by Yu Ran's Yi Yang pointer, and then it attacked Wang Zhe's eyebrows with undiminished power. Wang Zhe couldn't resist and died instantly. His body fell straight backwards and he died with his eyes open. Su Huang, Cao Bing, and others also swarmed forward. Facing several people of lower rank than them, they were like tigers rushing into a herd of sheep. Even Liu Zitong had a back-and-forth fight with an Anjin mid-level player, and the effect of the medicinal bath was fully demonstrated at this moment. There was only one word in Yu Ran's mind. Cool. Damn it, he can finally beat someone at will. His previous opponents have always been geniuses like Lin Fan, and Suandi, and Huang Lingmeng. Every battle was not easy. He even felt that Yi Yangji, who was at the peak of Xian level, seemed to be stretched. Now he finally showed his due strength. Are you referring to the difficulty of not getting even dust on your body? Are you denying the excellence of this system? The system felt that there was something wrong with Yu Ran. It was not easy to say that he had not even touched the corner of his clothes, not to mention being injured in several battles. Then it's inevitable that an opponent who can't kill you with one move is really too dangerous. Yu Ran raised his head and said, if you can fight with him for a long time, you will know that he is a very dangerous person. It is better for Wang Zhe to lie down for a second. Yu Ran stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the situation on the field. Except for Liu Zitong who was still fighting hard, the other three people ended the battle early and stood aside to protect Liu Zitong. After all, Liu Zitong's level was a bit lower, so it would be more difficult for him to fight beyond the level, but it was also difficult for the enemy to kill him. Originally, Yu Ran thought it might take half an hour to decide the winner, but he didn't expect that the situation on the court affected that person's mentality. The tragic death of all his teammates made him unable to continue fighting and wanted to run away. It was this flaw that made Liu Zitong punch him in the back. Then 2 punches killed him on the spot. At this point, all battles are over. Chapter 103, Mountain Blocking the Road. Everyone looked at this group of people as if they were monsters. Even the 2 powerful teams couldn't help frowning and whispering something. Yu Ran's facial features were strong and he heard the whispers of one of the teams. The finger he just pointed seemed to be a skill at the peak of the Xian level. It was a bit strong. I feel that the power is slightly higher than that of the peak Xian level. Can the martial arts skills of the peak Xian level destroy the yellow level spiritual weapon so easily? This person is difficult to deal with. We have to be careful. If there is no conflict, then there will be no conflict. Yu Ran listened to the whispers in the distance and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He had been pretending to be an expert for so long, oh no, he was an expert just to prevent others from becoming enemies with him. After all, he had to concentrate on dealing with Lin Fan and had no time to deal with other people. Cao Bing has collected all the stars. They have a total of 102 stars. They have reached the final goal of 99 and can go to participate in the baptism. Let's go. Yu Ran led Cao Bing and his party towards the next level, and envious looks came from all around. Thank you, boss, for eliminating harm to the people. When Yu Ran was leaving, someone shouted, which made Yu Ran almost lose his power. This was so funny. Even though I robbed myself, I was still doing harm to the people. I have to say it was really cool. Walking through the Cave of Stars, there is a separate room, and at the door is a machine for placing stars, and Yu Ran puts the stars into it. The room opened, Yu Ran put all the stars in it, and then the 5 of them entered the room together. The originally dark room suddenly became brighter, but it was not the light of the electric light, but the light of vitality that made the room bright, making it seem a bit mysterious. Absorb with all your strength. Yu Ran gave an order, and everyone sat cross-legged to enjoy the hard-earned benefits. The vast vitality formed in the room, and the smoke was like a fairyland. Let alone absorbing it, just taking a breath in it made people feel 100 times more energetic and refreshed. Cao Bing, who was inside, was even more excited. This absorption of vitality could actually expand the vitality cave in their bodies. You must know that the Yuankai cave is the upper limit of the Yuankai reserve. The larger the Yuankai cave, the stronger the strength will naturally be. And the absorption of vitality at this moment can actually expand their vitality caves, which is worthy of the secret realm. This kind of heaven-defying opportunity can only be seen in the secret realm. How do you feel? Yu Ran asked with a deep expression, and Cao Bing immediately answered excitedly. This kind of breath can help us expand the vitality cave in our body. It's an incredible opportunity. The other three people are also in line and are very satisfied with such an opportunity, especially Bai Yuan. She absorbed it quickly and the vitality cave was inherently deficient. There is almost no room for improvement, but the vitality cave continues to expand, giving her the opportunity to turn the cave into a pulse and become a power. Huajin is to generate Yuan veins in the Yuan Qi cave in the body. If the Yuan Qi cave is too small, it cannot be generated. This is one of the reasons why many people stop using dark Jin. After hearing the other people's answers, Yu Ran just nodded slightly. Then absorb like crazy and improve as much as you can. The four people nodded repeatedly, and then entered a state of swallowing, frantically absorbing vitality. Yu Ran looked at the opportunities for the four of them and shook his head helplessly. Apart from replenishing some of his exhausted energy, he had no opportunities. I told you a long time ago that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products and require external help? Do you look down on your brother Tongzi? The system said proudly, but Yu Ran ignored it and gave it a blank look. Then this opportunity is of no use to me. Yes. FK. Yu Ran was speechless. Lin Fan also received huge benefits here in the book, but he didn't expect that he would be useless. Angry, he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. The energy was attached to the food, making the barbecue ingredients look a little fairy-like. In about an hour, the four people opened their eyes one after another, and it could be seen from their faces how much benefit they had received. Come on, let's eat. Yu Ran handed over some baked ingredients, and everyone started eating them without any courtesy. Wow, delicious! Bai Yuan's eyes were shining, she was really not flattering, the food with this kind of vitality was extremely delicious. The four of them ate crazily like starving ghosts reincarnated, while Yu Ran, who had already been full, looked at them like a master. Young master, I feel like you started grilling very early. Why don't you absorb this vitality? Cao Bing asked while eating. He had smelled the aroma an hour ago. This kind of thing is of no use to me. My energy cave does not need to be expanded. Yu Ran's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. But the mouths of the four of them were all open, and even the chicken wings in Cao Bing's mouth fell to the ground. He reluctantly picked them up, blew them and continued to eat. He doesn't like to waste food, even if it's every grain of rice, he has to eat it. The four of them didn't know what to say for a moment, but there was a huge wave of panic in their hearts. The young master meant that his energy cave had reached its limit and there was no need to expand at all. No wonder the young master is so powerful. The four people's admiration for Yu Ran reached a new level. After eating and drinking, the few people continued to move forward. Judging from the time, it was already evening, but for the dark strength warriors, their energy was still strong. Coming out. The four people were a little surprised, looking at the road to the end, and the exits of the other three roads were not too far away from them. I didn't expect that the first level was so easy, and I didn't even feel a trace of danger. Let's go, the team that can get here first is not an ordinary team. Yu Ran knew in his heart that this secret realm had just begun. What a high mountain! After walking for a while, Su Huang couldn't help but sigh. Lying in front of them was a high mountain, filled with smoke, with no end in sight. The mountain peaks tower into the clouds, looking even more mysterious under the night light, and even a few stars can be seen surrounding them with the naked eye. This is not the star model just now, it is the real star of nature. You can sigh at the towering height of this mountain, which makes people look like it is on the horizon. At the foot of the mountain, there are stairs leading all the way to the top. The stairs are also extremely wide, seemingly thousands of meters wide, and can accommodate countless people climbing. This kind of ingenious mountain peak is a man-made trial place, which makes even Yu Ran a little stunned. How powerful is it to set up a trial site on such a mountain? According to him, it is simply beyond human power. Sure enough, it should be heaven that is paving the way for Lin Fan. There are already a few people on the mountain peak, their faces are red, and they are working hard to climb up. Do we have to climb this mountain to get to the next place? Liu Zitong's face looked like he had seen a ghost. How long would it take to climb such a high mountain? Moreover, the faces of the people on top were obviously not ordinary mountain peaks. It should be, let's go. Yu Ran and the 5 people walked directly to the first step, and unexpectedly triggered a mechanical sound. The 100th person has entered the foot of the mountain, and the number of steps will start counting within 1 day. Chapter 104 Lin Fan's Experience. I don't know where the sound came from, but the entire secret realm heard such a sound. Some of those who were left behind to collect stars or other paths were preparing to end early. You have to rush towards this mountain quickly. According to the number of steps in a day, the higher you wait, the better the rewards you will get. There is no doubt about this. This staircase has an inexplicable gravity. Cao Bing felt something was wrong. He felt like he was burdened by just the first step. It should be a gravity ladder. It tests your physical strength and will. Try your best to move up. The higher you go, the better the rewards will be. Yu Ran, who was familiar with reading, naturally understood the principle of this ladder, so the 5 of them began to stride forward. They were extremely fast on the first 200 steps without stopping. Although there was gravity pressure, it was better than nothing for a team like them. When they reached the 300th level, everyone felt a little bit of difficulty. This kind of gravity felt like there were thousands of kilograms of weight pressing on their bodies. Except for Yu Ran, the other 4 people's faces were a little red, especially Bai Yuan. The gravity of this ladder is based on different strengths. Bai Yuan is at the peak of Jin and is the most oppressed, but her talent and body are not strong. So at the 400th level, Bai Yuan stopped for the first time. Master, I may not be able to survive. I need to take a rest. Please leave me alone and go up first. Bai Yuan stopped on the stairs. The pressure of gravity increased every 100 floors. When Bai Yuan stepped on the 400 floors, her body was a little overwhelmed. Well, you rest first and then walk up if you can. Yu Ran didn't force it. After all, he couldn't help Bai Yuan. This completely tested personal ability. Bai Yuan's ability to reach the 400th floor was actually quite good. When they came up, they saw at least more than 50 people resting. It would be difficult for half of the people to reach the 400th floor in one go, but Bai Yuan was doing quite well. When they entered the 500th floor, Su Huang and Cao Bing were obviously a little powerless, but they could endure it. When they reached the 550th floor, they stopped in unison. Young master, we also need to take a rest, please come on. Yu Ran said a few words of encouragement and then moved on. He didn't feel a lot of pressure yet. To Yu Ran's surprise, Liu Zitong didn't start resting until the 600th floor. His talent turned out to be quite good. After passing the 600th floor, Yu Ran began to dominate, and everyone stopped on the steps to rest. I didn't expect Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet. Yu Ran murmured to himself. He was a little surprised that Lin Fan hadn't appeared yet. In the book, he had reached the top. Lin Fan suddenly sneezed and glanced behind him, as if he was avoiding someone. Is it Han Li and the others who are chasing us? Lin Fan thought to himself, and his steps became faster. He also heard the call to climb the mountain, and he had to hurry up. After entering the road, what Lin Fan and the others encountered was almost the same as what Yu Ran and the others encountered before. They were all unnecessary traps. Han Li and his team were quite powerful, so they naturally encountered no problems. After passing the cave, the scene in front of them was completely different from that of Yu Ran. What's this? Han Li and others stopped. Almost all the team were looking at the cliff in front of them, looking down at the endless horizon. If they fell, they would die or not. The cliff is 100 meters wide, with only some iron chains connected to it, as if it requires people to walk on a tightrope. One of the team members walked curiously to the edge of the cliff. Unexpectedly, he suddenly bumped and was about to fall towards the cliff. The companion next to him quickly pulled him up with quick eyesight and hands. He was still frightened after he came up, and he patted his chest frantically to relieve his pounding heart. It's so scary, I feel like something is pulling me down. The man gasped heavily and said words that made everyone uneasy. All the teams looked unhappy, and the cliff in front of them didn't seem to be an easy place to deal with. But this is a secret realm, and wasting time is equivalent to wasting opportunity. Finally, a team couldn't hold back and started walking towards the other side from an iron lock. Phew! A sudden bird call made everyone tremble. 3 large birds that covered the sky flew out from the bottom of the cliff and attacked the team that passed the border fiercely. Careful! The captain of the team shouted, but one of the team members was still directly hit by the big bird, and his feet slipped and fell directly into the abyss. What a scary bird! Everyone behind them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The bird's body was so hard. Just now, several people used spiritual weapons, but they only left a shallow mark on the bird's body, not even a wound. Moreover, these birds are extremely fast and difficult to hit with normal attacks. They do not dare to use too much force on the edge of the cliff. Being cautious in their actions also limits the abilities of warriors. Let's go, let's get over there while they are being attacked. Although the distance of 100 meters is not long, with this kind of steel wire, even a warrior will spend 10 or 20 seconds. At this moment, the 3 birds are surrounding one of the teams, which is a good opportunity for them to cross quickly. Not only one team thought this way, but 3 teams also set off at the same time. There were 10 chains on this cliff, and it was impossible to disturb each other 20 meters apart, so they didn't have to worry about the big bird over there threatening them. Phew! Unexpectedly, just after the 3 teams had taken a few small steps, the chirping of birds sounded again, and 9 birds once again attacked from below, attacking the 3 teams respectively. The people in the back looked even more serious. Depending on the situation, they would have to face the harassment of 3 big birds no matter what. These 3 big birds don't have any martial arts skills. They just rely on their own attacks to make them lose their balance and fall. However, their bodies are very hard and it is difficult to break through their defenses with their dark strength. But not all teams were afraid. One of the powerful teams crossed directly. As soon as the 3 big birds came into contact, they took out their spiritual weapons and chopped them into pieces on the spot, successfully passing the level. What a luxurious lineup! I don't know which family they are from. Han Li saw that the 5 people in front of him all took out Xian-level weapons, and he was a little envious for a moment. It's not that the Han family didn't have them, but it was obviously impossible to just let them bring them out casually. Obviously, the team in front has a lot of background. They may be some top families from strong provinces, or they may be some hidden martial arts families or sects. Young master, those birds seem to attack the first person first. Han Li's men carefully observed the situation on the field and came to the conclusion that the attack focus of the several big birds seemed to be on the first person. Han Li also nodded and prepared to cross the cliff. Boy, you go first. The 3 big men spoke ill-intentionedly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 105 Internal Strife. Why? Lin Fan had a bad temper and always got angry when he got up. In his opinion, although dealing with these people would be a little troublesome, it was not impossible. Not everyone is as perverted as you Ran. The young master has brought an outsider like you, Shouldn't you protect the young master? The three big men did not say that Lin Fan should be used as cannon fodder, but used a very euphemistic way of saying it. But who is Lin Fan? How could he not hear the disdain and criticism in their mouths? In their eyes, the Han family is not without dark strength in the late stage. It is a waste of quota to bring Lin Fan's dark strength in the middle stage. Lin Fan, please go ahead. We are very strong and nothing will happen. Han Li also spoke. He was the one who invited Lin Fan to ensure his safety. The other three were all his own. He had helped Lin Fan block so many things before, so he felt that his request was reasonable. But Lin Fan's face darkened. He killed the Bai family, and the benefits the Han family got were enough to help him avoid disasters, not to mention that he also got the disasters from the Han family. He felt that he had paid the price for coming here, especially because there was already a ball of anger burning in his heart against Bai Yuan for making him become like this. Good. Lin Fan responded coldly and stepped onto the stairs first. The situation was stronger than the others, but he had endured it for so long that he would not fall out with Han Li here. Han Li and his group were attacked by big birds as soon as they set foot. The attacks of these big birds were very chaotic and they did not target Lin Fan at first. But until Lin Fan and the others reached the middle, the attack target of these birds became Lin Fan. At least two big birds attacked Lin Fan at the same time. Although Lin Fan was powerful, he still had some trouble dodging the attacks of the two big birds. Do you really think that I, Lin Fan, am easy to bully? Lin Fan was so furious that the holy doctor slapped the big bird that attacked him hard with his wave hand. The big bird screamed, and a few hairs flew in the air, but it fell downwards. Lin Fan tempered the poison in his hand, and the big bird would never have the strength to attack him again unless it died. Just when he was about to attack another big bird, he suddenly received a violent impact from behind. The third big bird actually hit his back. He suddenly lost his balance, and the big bird in front of him was so fierce that he was about to knock him off the cliff. At the critical moment, Lin Fan directly grabbed the iron wire with his hand, then kicked the big bird back, and used his arm to return to the iron rope. Soon Lin Fan and the others quickly crossed the cliff and there was no more danger. But just after crossing the cliff, Lin Fan punched one of them directly, and the wind of the punch was filled with strong killing intent. Han Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to attack him directly. He quickly raised his hand to block, but Lin Fan's punch was so powerful that it cracked all the bones in his hands. Behind him was an abyss, and he was about to fall into it. At the critical moment, Han Feng on the side pulled him directly, and he survived. Lin Fan, are you going to rebel? Han Kuang next to him was so furious that Lin Fan actually wanted to kill them. Hey, wasn't that the big bird that hit me behind on the cliff just because of you? Lin Fan was not afraid at all. In the worst case, he would fall out with Han Li. It was Han Yu who deliberately hit the bird on his back, causing him to almost fall off the cliff. You are so rude. I just wanted to help the young master drive the big bird away. I bumped into your back unintentionally. You are the one who wants to kill someone maliciously. Han Yu was naturally unable to admit such a thing, and instead began to scold Lin Fan. Lin Fan was furious and was about to start a fight. Enough! Han Li shouted angrily, and everyone stopped. No matter what, we are a team in the secret realm. What's the benefit of fighting each other? I won't say who is right or wrong about what happened just now. Let this matter be over. When Han Yu heard what Han Li said, he could only snort and took the healing medicine. Although the bones were broken, it was not a fatal injury to the engine warrior. He would recover quickly after taking the healing medicine. Lin Fan did not continue to pursue the case. Although he had the means, it was obviously not wise to fall out with Han Li here. But he still felt unhappy. Crossing the cliff, they saw a spectacular sight again. It turned out to be a row of terracotta warriors and horse puppets, and the swarm of puppets stood in front of them. The stone tablet explained the mystery here, and Lin Fan gently read out the content of the stone tablet. Invoke the puppet to attack. After defeating it, you can obtain the puppet iron skin, which can be exchanged for rewards in the puppet stone cabinet. Not far from the stone monument is a stone cabinet. When everyone went to look at it, their eyes turned red. There were all kinds of elixirs, spiritual weapons, and martial arts in it, and there were even many rare elixirs that we could no longer see. The spiritual weapons and martial arts are even more envy-inducing, and there are even earth-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. However, the redemption amount is also extremely amazing, and only 99 iron sheets can be redeemed. Han Li was also extremely excited. Earth-level spiritual weapons and martial arts were the Han family's treasures, and they were not something he could spy on at his level. If you can bring something like this back, there is no doubt that you will be the next head of the Han family. Let's go and challenge. There were 20 battle platforms not far away, and people were already fighting these puppets. Lin Fan and the others were not in a hurry and were observing the puppets' fighting methods. Pure physical power, the puppet realm corresponds to different realms. The first battle stage was the first to determine the winner. A wise and martial man punched the puppet into pieces, and a piece of the puppet's iron sheet came into his hands. Then a loud voice came out, "Should we continue to fight?" "Yes." The man answered without any doubt, and soon 2 puppets from the late Anjin stage rushed onto the battlefield again and fought with the man. It turns out there are still multiple levels of entry. Lin Fan thought to himself, it seemed that the stronger the player at the same level, the more puppet iron skins he would get. Let's go. Han Li couldn't help it anymore and stepped onto one of the battle platforms. Lin Fan was no exception. These puppets have no skills and no life. They just rely on fighting instinct to attack. Their bodies are so hard that even spiritual weapons cannot cut them off. Lin Fan had extraordinary strength and reached the 5th level in an instant. He had already harvested 10 iron sheets, but his goal was at least the 10th level. The thing he wanted to exchange for was worth 50 iron sheets. At this moment, the Korean Han Kuang and Han Feng of the Han family have been swept off the battlefield, and the 3 of them each gained 10 pieces of iron sheet. When the 5 puppets besieged them, they were already beyond their capabilities and were directly defeated and stepped down. Seeing Lin Fan still fighting on the field, the eyes of the 3 of them were filled with jealousy. In the 7th game, Han Li was defeated and received 21 iron sheets, which was considered a pretty good result and was enough to prove his talent. When he came down, he looked at Lin Fan on the field thoughtfully. The number of puppets on his side has reached 8. Chapter 106 Falling Out. Lin Fan was very aggressive and smashed the cauldron wildly, successfully passing the 10th level. He already had 55 pieces of iron in his hands. He sat cross-legged and began to recover his physical strength. After a battle, he would have time to recover his physical strength. Otherwise, no one can stand fighting for so many consecutive rounds. Hand over the iron sheet. Just as Lin Fan was resting, a vicious voice came from the distance. In the world of warriors, preying on the weak is inevitable. The Lone Ranger put down his 3 iron sheets and almost shed tears. His teammates were wiped out. He finally passed 2 levels, but was robbed as soon as he came down. The captain who robbed was very satisfied and picked up 3 pieces of iron sheet on the ground, which was still a little short of his goal. Unexpectedly, the sudden change occurred, and the mechanical voice sounded again. It is forbidden to rob Ironhide from other teams. A burst of electricity suddenly came from nowhere and directly attacked the robber's body. Zitsizi, a burst of electricity flowed through his body, his whole body became charred black, his hair stood up, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was so frightened that he quickly threw away the iron sheet on his hand. Unexpectedly, robbing was prohibited here, so he could only go to the cabinet to redeem the reward in despair. The Lone Ranger also breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 iron sheets could be exchanged for a yellow level skill, so it didn't count as a trip. Lin Fan also noticed the following situation: and he was relieved. It would be fine if he couldn't snatch it. They had a strong team here, and he was afraid of being besieged. After all, the only ones who have passed the 10th level are him and the captain of the other team, and that captain is at the pinnacle of Anjin. After Lin Fan rested, he stood up and continued to accept the challenge. To his surprise, the 11th level was not the 11 puppets of the middle stage of Anjin. Instead, 5 puppets from the late Anjin stage appeared, which made Lin Fan feel condensed. 5 dark powers in the late stage are much stronger than 10 dark powers in the mid-term. The most obvious one is that Anjin's defensive power is much higher in the later stage, and his invincible cauldron cannot smash them to pieces. After all, his level was still too low, and the siege of 5 Anjin made him feel very strenuous, but Lin Fan was an outstanding person after all. In the end, it took half an hour to finally consume the 5 puppets to death. He sat on the ground in a state of collapse and did not want to get up. Sure enough, the skills and weapons of the earth level are not easy to obtain. Lin Fan thought about it and quit the battle. He was not very sure about the next 6. He might have to use some trump cards. These trump cards were left to Yuran and he could not use them easily for the time being. Congratulations, Brother Lin, you have passed 11 levels in a row. You are indeed a hero. Han Li clapped his hands and came over to celebrate Lin Fan, but Lin Fan's expression was very indifferent. It's just luck. The expressions of the other 3 big men were not very good. They said before that Lin Fan was not good at fighting, but judging from Lin Fan's performance just now, he was even stronger than them. Brother Lin, I have something to discuss with you. We have 51 pieces of iron sheets here. Brother Lin, how about you pay 48 pieces and we can exchange them for an earth-level technique or spiritual weapon? Lin Fan looked at Han Li's tone of discussing things on the surface but actually giving orders, and felt a little bit uncomfortable in his heart, but it would be fine if he could learn the different exercises. Let's change the technique, but I need to understand it first. Nature. Han Li was overjoyed. It didn't matter if Lin Fan understood it first. If he could bring the technique back, his position as heir would be secure. The 5 people came to the counter and began to choose the earth-level exercises. Lin Fan also had 18 more iron sheets, which he exchanged for some rare herbs. Originally, he was interested in the dark yuan pill, which cost 50 pieces of iron sheets. Coupled with his holy medicine codex, his strength can reach a higher level, and he should be able to reach the late stage of Anjin. However, he thought it would be okay to change to another earth-level skill. After all, he didn't have many earth-level skills in his body, and this kind of skill was too rare. That's it. Fiery Sun Soaring Fist. Han Li was very satisfied with this martial arts introduction. He could burn the enemy with one punch after accumulating the power of the blazing sun. Xiang's Hegang was a very powerful martial skill. Han Li didn't ask Lin Fan how he felt, and directly chose to redeem it. After all, he felt that his vision was quite good. But when they redeemed it, they were dumbfounded. It turned out to be a rubbing version. What? Han Li was furious. This cabinet did not indicate that it was a rubbing version. They suffered a huge loss. The so-called rubbing version is actually a disposable product, and the imprint will disappear in the mind after being opened. Lin Fan's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't expect to be slapped by the counter, but when he thought about it, how could the earth-level Kung Fu be so good? Brother Lin, this skill will belong to our Han family, and I will compensate you when the time comes. Since there is only one chance to learn, Han Li must learn by himself. As for Lin Fan, Han Li thinks there is no problem in giving him some compensation. That won't work. I told you that I would comprehend it first. Lin Fan's face darkened. What kind of compensation could the Dark Yuan Dan have? He had contributed half of the iron sheet, so how could he go to waste? What's wrong with you? The opportunity for you to come in was given to you by the young master. You've already said that you'll be compensated. What else do you want to say? Han Feng couldn't help but scold Lin Fan. They all supported Han Li, so naturally they wouldn't care about their own gains and losses. What do you mean? Lin Fan's face became darker and darker, and his hands were clenched into fists. What do you mean? If the young master wants you to hand it over, you will be compensated. What else can you say? Han Yu was almost killed by Lin Fan on the cliff just now, and he didn't look good at all. Are you trying to steal my reward? Lin Fan raised his eyes with a hint of anger. This ferocious aura made Han Yu take 2 steps back. Okay. I already said I would compensate you, and it's not for nothing. Han Li was also a little dissatisfied with Lin Fan. After coming in, Lin Fan repeatedly disobeyed him, which made him feel very unhappy. What kind of compensation? I wanted to exchange for the dark yuan pill before. Can you compensate me for the dark yuan pill? Lin Fan's voice towards Han Li also became sharp, and his temper was already explosive. Dark yuan pill? You really dare to ask for the price? Han Yu couldn't help but continue to taunt, even the Han family couldn't possibly compensate him for this kind of elixir. We'll talk about compensation later. The secret realm is so big, why are you so anxious? Han Li originally wanted to talk about it after exposing it, but in Lin Fan's eyes, this was a reward for openly trying to slander him. In anger, he punched Han Li directly. Han Li was so shocked that he didn't take precautions, and a mouthful of blood spurted out and he flew backwards. Lin Fan grabbed the scroll and ran away. Korean was the first to react. You little BD, how dare you! Unfortunately, Lin Fan was extremely fast. He rushed into the passage in a few seconds and soon disappeared. Stop chasing, save the young master first. Han Kuang shouted loudly. Han Li was hit by Lin Fan's punch and was on the verge of death. He was already out of breath. Lin Fan felt a little regretful after smashing it, but he didn't turn back. Since he became neither a man nor a woman, he has become too irritable and irritable. Hey, now that I have obtained the earth-level Kung Fu, we can go our separate ways. But when he was about to see what the technique was, he suddenly roared. No. Chapter 107, Encounter on the Stairs. The most yang and strong technique. But there is nothing about Lin Fan's current appearance that could be related to Xiang's Hegang. There is no doubt that he cannot learn this technique at all. Even after studying, he would have physical problems. Lin Fan was so angry that he even wanted to tear up the rubbing scroll. Han Li didn't tell him what technique he chose just now. He didn't expect it to be such a technique. His hatred for Han Li now is no less than that of Yu Ran. He feels that Han Li is deliberately mocking him. If it weren't for rubbings, he wouldn't be able to learn either. Lin Fan finally put the scroll away. Even if he couldn't learn it, he could exchange it with others. Even if it was a one-time Earth-level skill scroll, its value was unparalleled. When Lin Fan rushed to the stairs, 3 hours had passed since he shouted, and he rushed up without stopping. Yu Ran sat on the 750th floor and yawned. He had already used 5 rounds of pesticides and hadn't seen Lin Fan arrive yet. He had already led 5 games, and Lin Fan's speed was too slow. Yu Ran put down his cell phone, and the bright red 0/7 and 1/8 scores were blocked by him. The signal here was not good, but he still led 5 people to fly, and his score successfully reached the top 5 of his team. In the book, Lin Fan reached level 750 for the first time and then started to rest. He just sat here waiting for him. Fan, I miss you. Ah, sneeze. Damn it, Han Li was definitely going to catch up. Lin Fan's speed became even faster, throwing away groups of people on the climbing ladder. Yu Ran was thinking about it and suddenly felt something was wrong. If Lin Fan came up and met Bai Yuan or Lu Zitong, they would most likely take action. I forgot about this. Yu Ran rubbed his head, it seemed that he had to go down again. Yu Ran's worries did come true. Lin Fan passed by Bai Yuan and finally did not choose to take action. Bai Yuan's peak dark power was not easy to deal with. While Cao Bing and Su Huang were resting, Lin Fan was afraid that the two of them would join forces and flew directly upward until he saw Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong, give me your life. Lin Fan attacked Liu Zitong without saying a word. Liu Zitong was shocked. He was definitely no match for Lin Fan and wanted to run up. The gravity of the 600th floor was already not low, and Lin Fan had to bear even more pressure if he wanted to take action, so he didn't catch up with Liu Zitong for a while. But Liu Zitong's speed was still not as fast as Lin Fan's, and he was about to catch up. In his despair, he seemed to see a handsome figure coming down from above. He admitted that the young master at this time was really handsome. Bang! Yuran rushed over when he was stuck, and happened to encounter Lin Fan chasing Liu Zitong. The two of them punched each other, and Lin Fan was knocked down and rolled more than a dozen steps before he stopped. Yuran! After Lin Fan stood up, bruises appeared all over his body, and his hair stood up in anger, like an angry lion. But what Yuran didn't expect was that Lin Fan roared and ran away. Yes, he ran away. Yuran was also dumbfounded. Did he directly leave such a big psychological shadow on the protagonist? Just run away when they meet? Lin Fan knew in his heart that he had just climbed the 600 steps, and his physical strength was exhausted. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to kill him. Moreover, the steps were weird, so he did not dare to risk his life. We can only retreat quickly. A gentleman will take revenge in 10 years. Lin Fan roared in his heart. Soon Cao Bing and Su Huang caught up, and they were relieved to see Liu Zitong and Yuran. I saw Lin Fan going down just now, so we came up in a hurry. Fortunately, young master, you are okay. The three of you go together, I'll go down and check on Lin Fan. Bai Yuan is still down there, Yuran is a little worried, and Lin Fan is so stupid now, he can't get any points. Uncomfortable mushrooms. Yuran's speed is extremely fast. It is said that it is easier to go up the mountain than it is to go down the mountain, but here it is the other way around. Yuran goes down the mountain faster. Along the way, a group of people looked at Yuran down the mountain in confusion, wondering if he had already reached the top. Lin Fan was sitting on the 500-step stairs to rest. When he saw Yuran's figure, he was so frightened that he quickly continued to run down. Yuran, do you really want to kill everyone? Lin Fan roared angrily and rushed down the mountain without slowing down. Yuran rolled her eyes at him, you are not talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, when passing the 450th step, Bai Yuan came out from the side. Lin Fan, die! Bai Yuan turned away from Yuran's obedient behavior and turned into a ferocious face. She wanted to kill Lin Fan, which was her long-cherished wish. Lin Fan was startled, and the dagger in Bai Yuan's hand struck directly at his Tianling Gai. He hurriedly took out the copper furnace to block. The mountain-cutting dagger was not a special weapon. The two of them took a few steps back due to the collision of the spiritual weapons. But in just a few steps, Yuran rushed over and punched Lin Fan hard. Lin Fan hurriedly blocked, but Yuran's strength was so great that he was directly knocked away by the repulsive force of the copper furnace. Dozens of stairs were stained red with blood, but he did not stop at all and kept running downwards. Stop chasing! Yuran blocked Bai Yuan's steps. Bai Yuan's expression became normal and she nodded obediently. Vital energy and martial arts are almost useless here. There is no point in chasing him. He was not dead or disabled by the punch just now. He will not get this opportunity. Climb with all your strength. Bai Yuan nodded and walked up step by step. Where are my points in the system? Host, please don't cause trouble, this system will give it to you when it's due. I'm afraid you'll forget. Yuran only wanted points and did not go against the system. There really isn't one this time. Even if there is, it won't be settled until the end of this plot, which is the secret realm? Oh yes. Yu Ran didn't say anything else. It seemed that the points were gone for the time being. As for leaving the secret realm, there should be quite a few. After all, Lin Fan was going to die. Yu Ran continued to walk up. His speed was not fast, he wanted to see if Lin Fan could make a comeback. But it was obvious that Lin Fan would never come up again. He was seriously injured now, and most importantly, he was worried that Yu Ran would ambush him. He didn't even dare to stay on the stairs. The stairs were too weird, and his vitality couldn't move, and his injuries were hard to heal. So he had to go down quickly to heal. The house leaked and it rained all night. Lin Fan had just come down the mountain when two big men walked towards him. It was Han Yu and Han Kuang. When the two of them saw Lin Fan, their eyes turned red. Han Li didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Finally, Han Feng took him out of the secret realm and returned to the Han family for treatment. One of them left one behind for a chance, and the other wanted to kill Lin Fan. It's true that the world is reincarnated. Who can God spare? Judging from your injuries, you are going to die now. What nonsense do you say to him? You little BD will get you killed. Han Yu hated Lin Fan to the extreme, and the two of them attacked without saying a word, and Lin Fan could only run away. Han Yu and Han Feng were chasing after him, and they were bound to kill Lin Fan. After chasing for an hour, Lin Fan finally stopped and looked coldly at the chasing Korean Han Kuang. Why don't you run away? You should die. Do you really think I'm afraid of you too? Chapter 108, Climb to the Top. Lin Fan dragged his injured body to find a place to heal. Behind him, Han Kuang and Han Yu had blue faces and were already dead. Although Han Kuang and Han Yu were not strong, Lin Fan was severely injured by Yu Ran and was forced to use some of his trump cards. Damn the Han family, it's hard to make these poisonous pills. Lin Fan began to recover from his injuries. His injuries were very serious. Although Han Yu and Han Kuang died just now, they also caused greater harm to his original wounds. Hey, system, can you check on Lin Fan's situation? I'm very embarrassed now. If Lin Fan comes up, I will miss him. If I don't go up and stay here, it will affect my ranking. Yu Ran was bored and chatting with the system. To be honest, he didn't particularly care about the rewards, but he didn't take them even though he could get them. This kind of waste is unacceptable. Host, I feel that you have feelings for Lin Fan. You can't do without Lin Fan in these 3 words. Then there must be feelings. Where can I find such a point, baby? And please don't interrupt the system. Where did Lin Fanren go? This system does not have the ability to track the protagonist, but it is recommended that you purchase a short-term tracking charm to understand the protagonist's movements in a short time. Get out of here, you're trying to steal my points again, don't buy it. Yu Ran took a look at the spells recommended by the system. They cost 500 points and the tracking effect is only 8 hours. Why don't you grab them? The system locates the protagonist 24 hours a day. Look at how useless you look. Host, you have gone too far. This system guarantees that I am the strongest system in this world. The system's words were vaguely arrogant, but Yu Ran made a sound. Is there a second system? Probably not. Yu Ran glanced at the time and saw that there were still 12 hours until the end of the mountain climbing. Bai Yuan had already reached the 500th floor and started to rest. Liu Zitong and the others should be higher up, but the contact information here is out of order, and Yu Ran doesn't know where they are. Lin Fan finally recovered from his injuries with 4 hours left on the mountain. He felt a little sad that he wasted a lot of highly effective elixirs. But in the secret realm, dragging the injured body was too dangerous, so he recovered at all costs. Looking at the towering mountain peaks in front of him, Lin Fan fell into a dilemma. Should he go up or not? In the end, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and chose to go up. He didn't believe that Yu Ran would be waiting for him if he didn't climb the mountain. Hello, Lin Fan, we meet again. Yu Ran smiled very happily. Lin Fan looked at his devilish smile and turned around without any hesitation and ran away. With his vitality restricted here, he had no hope of winning. But Yu Ran's physical fitness was obviously stronger than him. When he was escaping, he was still forced to take Yu Ran's punch and was directly thrown away. Lin Fan, who had lost the medicinal bath and various opportunities, except for his medical achievements, was already somewhat incompetent in other aspects. Physical fitness is a bit worse than Yu Ran. Lin Fan vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and lost his vitality. Yu Ran was so much stronger than him that he didn't even have the power to resist. He could only continue to heal. Yu Ran! Lin Fan punched the ground crazily to vent his inner anger. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill Yu Ran at all costs. But before seeing the final inheritance, he finally endured it and sat on the ground dejectedly, watching the end of the mountain climbing in front of him. After defeating Lin Fan, Yu Ran rushed down the mountain non-stop. He reached the 800th floor in almost less than an hour. He has never felt too much pressure, and the system is extremely clumsy, emphasizing his fine work. On the 900th floor, Yu Ran felt the pressure for the first time, so he sat cross-legged to adjust his condition. Half an hour later, he continued to pass the test. What surprised Yu Ran was that he saw only a few people around the 950th floor, but he actually knew them. Yu Ran, you're here too. Huang Lingmeng greeted Yu Ran. Long time no see, Riemu. You are so awesome. You are almost at the top of the mountain. Huang Lingmeng curled her lips for a moment when she saw Yu Ran's steps flying and walking easily. Before meeting Yu Ran, although she had lost to Yu Ran before, she still felt that she had hope of surpassing him this time. But now it seems there is no hope, this guy is a pervert, and it seems that he has reached the peak of Anjin. He only managed to reach the 8th level of secret strength after devoting so many resources. How did he practice it? Young Master Yu, you are really a dragon and a phoenix among men. Not far away, a royal sister's voice couldn't help but sigh. It was Ansuandi, and Yu Ran looked over and said hello. Ansuandi has a temperament and voice that are inconsistent with her height, and even her appearance is extremely aggressive, much like a domineering queen. Ansuandi? Do you know her? Huang Lingmeng looked into the distance, her voice a little cold. Yes, Mr. Yu not only knows me, but has also dealt with me. Why does Miss Huang seem so unhappy? Ansuandi's voice was much softer, but Yu Ran felt a hint of aggression. Yu Ran, don't deal with her, this woman is not a good person. Huang Lingmeng stared at Ansuandi almost viciously, but Ansuandi's expression remained unchanged and she just looked at Yu Ran with a smile. Master Yu, she has wronged me. You should know very well whether I am a good person or not. Yu Ran now saw that the two were mortal enemies and had probably fought in private. It seemed that Huang Lingmeng must have suffered a loss. After all, her realm is not as good as Ansuandi's. I'm going up first, you guys should come on too. Yu Ran chose to jump out of this dead-end situation. The two of them were crazy. He hadn't solved either of them yet, so he didn't want to become the center of the crossfire between the two. Seeing Yu Ran striding forward, the expressions of the two people changed differently. Huang Lingmen's expression was not good, and he gritted his teeth, trying to keep up with Yu Ran's pace. Ansuandi's face was darker, and she stared at Huang Lingmeng for a while, seemingly thinking about something. Yu Ran successfully reached the summit with almost no obstacles. Of course, the 999 steps cannot hinder his progress. But Yu Ran admitted that the gravity of the last 50 steps was so terrifying that he was sweating. It was so hard, and he must reward himself with a good meal later. By the way, I'd like to collect Lin Fan's points, otherwise I'd be sorry for working so hard. Dang dang dang! With several bells ringing, the end of the mountain climbing activity was announced. Some people were full of joy, while others were extremely upset. Then a golden light flashed and rewards began to be distributed. As the only person to reach the top, Yu Ran saw 3 golden lights in front of him, none of which looked ordinary. Yu Ran observed carefully, good stuff. Chapter 109, Medicine Garden. The items in the 3 groups are completely different from the rewards for Lin Fan's climb to the top in the book. They may be rewards based on each person's different situations. Lin Fan chose a local skill at that time, and it was not the rubbing version. It was the original one that could be brought back. Among the 3 balls of golden light placed in front of Yu Ran, the first one is a small cauldron, an earth-level primary spiritual weapon. It is used to refine elixirs and medicines, which can increase the success rate and improve the quality of the elixirs. Good thing. Any alchemist might be crazy, but Yu Ran is not an alchemist, so he passed. The second ball of golden light was an elixir, the pulse-breaking pill. One of the best elixirs for an jin. It is the best elixir to help the peak of an jin enter Huajin. It can increase the success rate and even open up additional yuan veins. Failure can save one's life. Any warrior with peak dark power would be crazy about it. But Yu Ran wouldn't, after all, his improvement was produced by the system. The last one is the earth-level intermediate Kung Fu Mad Dragon Tablet Smasher, which can have the power of a mad dragon in close combat, and can release vitality in the form of a stone tablet from a distance. It is extremely powerful and can be regarded as a very good Kung Fu martial skill. Yu Ran naturally chose this. He had never learned martial arts outside the system. Just when he was about to take a look, an inappropriate voice sounded. Garbage. This kind of garbage is not worthy of being in my collection, and you are willing to learn from it. The way the system's nostrils turned upward made Yu Ran want to give him 2 slaps, but he still slapped him. Now was not the time to study. This can serve as the foundation of the Yu family. After selecting the reward, a golden light appeared in his body, and soon there was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and he seemed to be teleported to the foot of the mountain. Liu Zitong and the others came out with him, but Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi were not seen. It seems that just like what was said in the book, the original 4 roads were restored after climbing. Liu Zitong, Cao Bing and others quickly gathered around and looked at the other teams around them warily. However, they were all teams from the 4th path, and they all knew how powerful Yu Ran's team was. They didn't dare to get close at all, they just ran away in a hurry, for fear of being robbed by Yu Ran and the others. Looking at the smiles on Liu Zitong's and others' lips, Yu Ran knew that they had achieved quite a good harvest. Master! I climbed to the 806th floor and was rewarded with a copy of the martial arts at the pinnacle of the Xian level, Phantom Thousand Dreams. Liu Zitong was overjoyed. It turned out to be the rarest movement in martial arts. Liu Zitong handed it over directly to Yu Ran without any intention of keeping it. Young master, I climbed to the 765th floor and obtained a high-level Xian level spiritual weapon, the soul-slaying knife. Young master, I climbed to the 768th floor and obtained a high-level mysterious spiritual weapon, the soul-calling bell. Master, I climbed to the 585th floor and obtained the Qi Po Dan. Several people reported the situation in turn. Bai Yuan was the most ashamed. Her physical body and potential were the worst. If it weren't for the help of the medicinal bath, she probably wouldn't be able to reach the 400th floor. Qi Po Dan is used to help people in the late Anjin stage advance. Currently, only Liu Zitong needs it, and Yu Ran just threw it to Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong's Anjin is somewhat wasteful in the initial stage, but there are many opportunities in the secret realm. After Liu Zitong was convinced, he successfully broke through the 4th level of Anjin and entered the middle stage of Anjin. He did not ask for Cao Bing and Su Wang's weapons and gave them to themselves. You can learn these 2 martial arts skills when you return home. I also have a local martial arts skill here. Yu Ran raised the Kuanglong Monument Slammer in front of them, and several of them breathed a lot. Earth-level martial arts were legendary to them. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran was willing to learn from them. Only Bai Yuan was a little indifferent. She just stared at Yuran with her beautiful eyes shining. The master is so awesome, he actually reached the top. The group of people continued to walk forward. What does it smell like? It smells so good. Liu Zitong smelled the fragrance from a distance with his dog's nose. It was the fragrance of medicinal herbs. So many elixirs. Cao Bing couldn't help but exclaimed. After walking a few steps, a medicine garden appeared in their sight. The herbs were growing vigorously and exuding a strong medicinal fragrance. Is this the black spirit fruit? There are even ice flowers. These are the Yunyang Kingdom, 5-year-old flowers and heaven and earth grass. Not only Yuran, but everyone who arrived was crazily jealous of the elixir in front of them. Once the medicinal material was stained with the word spiritual, it would be extremely rare. Ah! There was already a team that couldn't help it, and they wanted to get the medicinal herbs. Unexpectedly, they let out a scream as soon as they got close, and then fell straight down, with blood on their foreheads flowing on the ground. The elixir seemed to grow better after absorbing the blood, with an invisible hint of coquettishness. What's going on? The companions around him immediately panicked and screamed one after another. They all fell straight to the ground, and their essence was absorbed by the earth and turned into nutrients. It's the aerospeed insect. Cao Bing's sharp eyes saw what they looked like when they died. A bug passed directly through their foreheads, and they instantly turned into corpses. There is such a wonderful thing in heaven and earth. Liu Zitong was also shocked. The aerospeed bug was less than a finger long, but it was extremely fast. It got its name because its head looked like a sharp arrow. This kind of insect is agile and has extremely strong attack power. It can penetrate the body of a powerful warrior. It is a kind of insect that is born to breed strange things. The most terrifying thing is that these insects are extremely united. If you kill one of them, a group of them will hunt you until they die. Therefore, even the powerful warriors are not willing to provoke such spiritual insects. This was also the reason why Yuran didn't let them get close. He had known about this kind of spiritual insect. Let's go, the arrow speedworm is not something we can provoke. Yuran left this lush medicine garden directly. Relics always bring danger along with opportunities. At least 2 teams were wiped out in the medicine garden just now. Their greedy nature caused them to die under the attack of the arrow speed insects and became the nourishment of the world. Yuran also lamented the danger of the secret realm. If he had not obtained Lin Fan's script in advance, he would not have dared to enter such a secret realm. Hey, what is that? After passing the medicine garden, 5 stone lions similar to those at the door appeared. Although the shape is the same, the inside is transparent. You can see the items in the stone lion. Before Yuran and the others, someone had carefully explored the stone lion. As long as you don't do anything, the stone lion will not attack you. Several people tried to break the stone lions by force to take out the items inside, but they were chased by 5 stone lions, leaving 2 corpses behind and fled. Young master, do you want to cut open the stone lion to get the items inside? Cao Bing knew that Yuran's weapons were very sharp and Bai Yuan's mountain-cutting dagger was not bad, so they were also very keen on the treasure inside the stone lion. Cut it open? There is a sacred iron stone inside, how can it be cut open? These 5 stone lions are much stronger than the ones at the door, just to prevent others from trying hard. Hey! It's actually this kind of material. It seems that we have no chance of knowing what's inside. Cao Bing was a little dejected. The iron stone was so hard that it was difficult to cut even an earth-level spiritual weapon. For 2 consecutive levels, it was impossible to eat just by looking at it. Yuran smiled crookedly. This is really an opportunity prepared for us. Chapter 110 Illusion. Bai Yuan reacted first and took out the key inside the stone lion outside. Young master, is this what you're talking about? Yuran nodded, it was thanks to Lin Fan, otherwise how could he know that there was such a good thing? The 5 stone lions opened one after another, and the bright light inside almost blinded their eyes. The 5 things do not look like ordinary things. They are a piece of paper, a stone, a token, a scroll and a charm. Yu Ran read them one by one, and it was this piece of paper that Lin Fan took away at that time. Xian level spiritual liquid formula. After combining it with elixirs, you can research the Xian level spiritual liquid formula according to the above steps, which is a good thing that can help dark strength warriors improve. However, Yu Ran looked at the materials above and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. They were all extremely expensive materials. There were many kinds of elixirs, some of which were hard to get even with money. The reason why Lin Fan wanted the formula was firstly to cultivate his cronies, but also because he had ready-made materials in his hands and needed to improve himself. When Yu Ran saw Lin Fan before, he was still in the middle stage of dark strength. It was also a good choice for Yu Ran, so I stored it temporarily. A stone the size of a fist turned out to be a sacred iron stone. This material is the main material for earth-level spiritual weapons. It is extremely strong and can also be used as an auxiliary material for heaven-level spiritual weapons. The holy iron stone is extremely precious and is difficult to see in today's world. I didn't expect to see such a large piece of holy iron stone today. It was only about the size of a fist, but weighed over 100 kilograms. It was indeed a rare thing from heaven and earth. Yu Ran put it away and would have the opportunity to forge a spiritual weapon later. There was a word on the token. Yu Ran weighed it up and didn't see any reason. There was nothing introduced in the book, but I kept it for now. It might be useful. A scroll turned out to be another earth-level martial skill, life-destroying slash. Although it was only an earth-level primary martial skill, this martial skill was an instantaneous burst of martial arts. With one move, one can differentiate between superior and inferior, as well as life and death. The last talisman is a very special talisman, the careful talisman, which can minimize the interference from the outside world and protect the soul. However, the way he protects the soul is different from those armors. It absorbs soul attacks, and once the absorption is full, it will lose its effect. But the absorbed soul attack can be used at once, and it is both offensive and defensive, which is worthy of the rare thing in the stone lion. The harvest was so huge that both Cao Bing and Su Huang were laughing from ear to ear. They could learn 2 earth-level martial arts when they returned home, especially the domineering martial arts of life-destroying slash that matched their styles very well. Let's go, our trip has been worthwhile. Yu Ran continued to move forward. The current harvest could not be bought, let alone 800 million, even if it was 8 billion, it was a huge profit. The road ahead is getting brighter and brighter, and it seems that we are almost reaching our destination. After the brief dazzling light, Yu Ran lost consciousness for a while. In front of him was a beautiful woman who was tied up. Her slender figure, devilishly delicate face, and tight rope binding made her already curvy figure look even more attractive. Good guy, Yu Ran finally understands why some people like to play different things. Are you going to use this to test codders? Which codder could withstand such a test? Yu Ran strode forward, and the woman opened a pair of delicate peach blossom eyes. Sir, can you save me? The woman's delicate voice directly touched Yu Ran's heart, and any man would develop a strong desire to protect her. She's pretty, but she wears too many clothes. Yu Ran held up his chin and commented with interest. If the young master is willing to save me, the little girl is also willing to show her best side to the young master. This penetrating magic sound reached directly into Yu Ran's mind and then into his soul, making Yu Ran feel a little overwhelmed. Alas, it's a pity that it's fake. Yu Ran already knew it was an illusion as soon as he entered, not to mention that the level of illusion was mentioned in the book. The meditation charm he wore had just released a refreshing feeling that reached his mind. Sir, save me, am I not beautiful? Beautiful. Yu Ran nodded very honestly. This woman's appearance combines the characteristics of Lu Qingxiu and Su Jianqian. Her personality is Bai Yuan's gentle and obedient, and she even has a trace of Sua Xi's mature charm. Even her figure is similar to that of Su Jian. Cloud art is as turbulent as the waves, how can it not be beautiful? It's so beautiful, but it's a pity it's fake. The woman seemed to see Yu Ran's state of mind, and slowly disappeared from the field of vision, and the surrounding illusion also changed accordingly. A big bed suddenly appeared in front of Yu Ran's eyes, and the woman on it made a move that made people nosebleed, which was extremely seductive. Master, come and have fun together. The appearance of the woman above is a little unreal, but she is indeed extremely beautiful. The royal lady in professional attire? No, it looks like the school girl is wearing a uniform. It looks like a domineering queen wearing a leather jacket and high heels. She also looks like a gentle wife wearing a cheongsam. In the end, Bai Si Loli appeared. Yu Ran was furious and couldn't bear it. This illusion can transform people into whatever they like in their hearts. He thought he had foot control, hand control, leg control, waist control, and uniform control. Still the queen controls, and the mature woman controls. Now he understands that he is just lustful, but he will never admit to being a Lolita. Damn, it must be Liu Zitong next door who has affected his fantasy. He has no interest in Loli. As Yu Ran's state of mind changed, the illusion slowly disintegrated in his eyes, and the real scene gradually appeared in front of him. The system identification can be used, it seems that it is not an illusion within an illusion. As expected, he was the first to jump out of the illusion, while several others were still in the illusion. Liu Zitong's face was filled with a happy smile, but no matter how wretched Yu Ran looked, he knew what Liu Zitong had encountered with his feet. Bai Yuan's face was filled with hatred and ferocity. It seemed that what she wanted to do most in her heart was to kill Lin Fan. The hatred of the Bai family became an obstacle in her heart. But fortunately, this knot will be over soon. Cao Bing and Su Huang had solemn faces, but Yu Ran couldn't guess what they wanted to do in their hearts. Sneeze. Just as Yu Ran was thinking about it, someone sneezed. Unexpectedly, the second person to be unblocked was Liu Zitong. Why are you giving up? Saying goodbye to your little sister? Yu Ran teased Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong blushed in embarrassment, and then said seriously. That woman actually said that she is the most important person in my life. I gave her a slap in the face. No one is more important to me than the young master. Liu Zitong held his head high and spoke proudly. You even flatter me. Yu Ran smiled and knocked on his head, while Liu Zitong smiled shyly. Master, don't you like it? If you like it, continue next time. A burst of laughter filled the cave, diluting the tense atmosphere. Cao Bing and Su Huang also woke up one after another, with a trace of aftertaste and vicissitudes in their eyes. Liu Zitong was very curious, what did the two of them go through? Chapter 111 Final Inheritance. It goes back to when I was in the army. At that time, I was very tired, but really satisfied. Cao Bing's voice had a hint of vicissitudes of life. Back then, he beat up the scumbag in anger and ruined his own future. Thinking about it now, it may be the thing he regrets the most. The same was true for Su Huang, both of them sighed. But don't worry, young master, we have no other intentions. Yu Ran didn't take things like them seriously. His youthful self was everyone's highest aspiration. Everyone misses their 18th year, but do they miss the summer when they were 18, or the people around them that summer? Bai Yuan still hasn't woken up. In fact, Yu Ran can leave directly after waking up. These illusions are all separate areas, and no other teams appear. That shouldn't be the case. The young master has warned you that there may be an illusion before. Isn't it possible that Bai Yuan didn't realize it? Liu Zitong looked at Bai Yuan's ferocious expression in confusion, and he naturally guessed the content of Bai Yuan's fantasy. The biggest loophole in the illusion is the 5 people who are separated, but it is difficult to break if they act alone or are not determined. Just when Liu Zitong was confused, Bai Yuan also opened her eyes, with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Don't think so much, Lin Fan won't live long. Yu Ran touched Bai Yuan's head comfortingly. Bai Yuan's complexion suddenly became much better, and she smiled at Yu Ran. She knew that the master liked her smile the most. She was just unwilling to do so. She could not kill Lin Fan even in an illusion, until she accepted her fate. System, do you think there is any difference between the reward if Lin Fan dies in my hands and in the hands of others? If you die directly or indirectly in the hands of the host, there is no difference. If not, there is a difference, and the reward has nothing to do with the host and the reward is halved. Then after I cripple Lin Fan, let Bai Yuan kill Lin Fan with her own hands, so he died indirectly in my hands. Calculate. Today's system was very cooperative and didn't go crazy as usual. Host, do you really not like Lolita? That fantasy is not about showing your inner world. Get out of here. Yu Ran took back his previous sentence, the system was as faulty as ever. The Tsundere host said that he doesn't like Loli, so you'll be honest when the next Loli heroine comes. What the hell? Hey, I'm offline. The system simply shut itself down, blocking Yu Ran's indiscriminate bombardment. Are we here? Is this the final inheritance place? When Yu Ran and his group walked over, there were already many people on the field. This was the end point where the four paths finally converged, and it was also the final competition for talents from all sides. In front of them was a huge portrait with a futon underneath and 8 words written on it. Only by kowtowing 100 times can the inheritance be passed on. Yu Ran was speechless for a while. At this point in the book, he also wanted to curse. This inherited senior was an old naughty boy and deliberately created such a thing. At this moment, Huang Lingmeng greeted Yu Ran very actively and strode over. The 4 people behind her were men and women, but they all looked very young. It looks like it should be an experience for young people in the military region. Yu Ran is finally here, what do you think of this slogan? Standing and watching, it feels like a joke. Yu Ran shrugged. He really didn't care about inheritance. After all, he had a system. Just now, someone thought it might be a problem with the futon and attacked the futon. Unfortunately, there was a layer of golden light on it that couldn't be destroyed. Yu Ran nodded. This futon is indeed the key to unlocking the final inheritance. It seems that there are still smart people on the field. Hello, Mr. Yu, my name is Qing Yi. I often hear Sister Ling Meng nagging you and I finally meet you today. A cute little girl in Xing Yi from the back greeted Yu Ran. She looked cute and cute. Unlike the other 4 people, she had obviously not been systematically trained and looked very lively. The 3 people behind them stood as loosely as they could, with a standard military posture, and they did not interrupt. They had obviously undergone systematic training. The last 3 are teammates of my team, and Qing Yi is here to practice. Huang Lingmeng introduced, and the 3 boys behind gave Yu Ran a smile. Generally speaking, this kind of person must be arrogant and arrogant. He immediately jumps out and says that he wants to see the true strength of the protagonist. He is Huang Lingmen's loyal licking dog. But Yu Ran could see admiration, respect, and even a hint of worship in their smiles. Oh, it turns out I'm not the protagonist, I'm the villain, so that's okay. But it was also the first time that Yu Ran saw them. Seeing their eyes like this, it was a bit strange why they felt this way about him. Hello, Miss King Ai, are you also a warrior? When Yu Ran was thinking, Liu Zitong next to him smiled like an old mother and talked to Qing Yi. It's just a very, very ugly flirtation. Who is here if he's not a warrior? Yes, I just secretly met Sister Ling Meng and the others. What a coincidence, so am I. I just secretly came to meet the young master and the others to see the world. Liu Zitong inexplicably inserted the same topic, and ended up actually chatting with Qing Yi. Ba, Lilikan. Are you Cao Bing and Su Huang? I heard my father talking about you. Really? The chief still remembers us. Huang Lingmeng and Cao Bing and Su Huang chatted about the current situation of the team, while Cao Bing and Su Huang asked about the situation of their old comrades. Seeing Huang Lingmeng chatting with others, one of the three men behind him immediately asked Yu Ran. Brother, what did you do to convince this witch? The man who spoke was named Huang Tian, and he was Huang Lingmen's cousin. Yes, this witch is our nightmare. No one in our team is not afraid of her. Yes, yes, this woman is simply a pervert. The two men behind also agreed, and Yu Ran had a pleasant exchange with them. It could be seen from their mouths that they respected Huang Lingmeng. So they were very grateful that Yu Ran saved Huang Lingmen's life, and they also knew that Huang Lingmeng would not tell lies when Yu Ran defeated Huang Lingmeng, so they admired Yu Ran very much. He is so powerful at this age. And it is harder to convince the witch than to defeat her. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. However, when Huang Lingmeng was mentioned, the three of them trembled all over. It was not that no one in the team had pursued her, but they were all taught to be submissive. Huang Lingmeng was very cruel, and basically everyone ran away with bruises and swollen faces. Huang Lingmeng even said boldly, "You can't even beat me and you still want to chase me." So everyone in the team was scared to death of her. When they heard that someone could subdue a witch, they all fell in admiration and even shouted to take the witch away quickly. When Yu Ran thought about the situation they described, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. A few people chatted happily, and more people came here. Finally, some people couldn't help but kowtow. Chapter 112, Burial Ground. There are still some people who can put down their dignity and kowtow for the sake of inheritance, but Yu Ran knows that this kowtow is just a joke. The book clearly mentions that this kowtow is actually a prank played by an old naughty boy, but such a prank in the inheritance area is a bit dumbfounding. Just because Yu Ran knew it didn't mean that others knew it. When more than 50 people knelt on the ground and kowtowed, many people's steps began to change. His teammates also vaguely noticed something was wrong and wanted to protect him. Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng both watched the whole show without participating. Firstly, they had no shortage of inheritance. Secondly, they had never heard of any inheritance that did not look at strength and qualifications but rather the number of kowtows. Do it! Following the order, several teams rushed forward and began to besiege the people kneeling in the middle. There was chaos on the scene. But coincidentally, almost all the strong players in the strong teams watched with cold eyes and did not make any moves. Yu Ran was looking for Lin Fan. No, how could Lin Fan not be able to get in? This inheritance book was finally given to him. Could it be that Lin Fan knew he was here so he chose to give up? Yu Ran glanced at the melee area and saw that many people were already lying down. In this kind of melee among dozens of warriors, someone would always die here. After all, theoretically speaking, everyone is the final competitor, even teammates. On the contrary, the big players are not in a hurry. Even if there is no inheritance, they may not fall behind others. Yu Ran inadvertently saw the Lu family being involved in the dispute, when one of them was about to hit the hair of another member of the Lu family with his weapon. Yu Ran directly blocked the weapon's attack with one shot and one finger. The weapon also shattered in an instant. The attacker calmed down as if cold water was poured on his head. Slowly retreating, the Lu family expressed a grateful look to Yu Ran, and did not choose to pursue, but withdrew from the melee circle. Only 2 people from the Lu family came out of the illusion. They were forced to get involved in the melee because they were too close. The right solution is to withdraw from the melee now. Just when the world was shattering, a cynical voice sounded. Let me guess, if any young people kowtow to me, an old man, hehe, I don't think it's a loss if your seniors kowtow to me, but the inheritance is here, go and get what you want. As the recorded sound ended, his statue instantly broke into 2 halves, revealing a 1-meter wide path, but the fog obscured the road ahead. At this time, everyone stopped fighting. They had kowtowed hundreds of times just to stop that person. It was meaningless to continue fighting now. Many of them were forced to get involved in the melee just now, but now they have stopped. As soon as this group of people saw the path opening, they hurriedly rushed in, but it was only 1 meter wide and could accommodate 2 people at the same time. So there was another melee outside the door, and this time even many strong teams came off the field, trying to seize the opportunity. Hey, you ran, aren't you in a hurry? You ran still looked like the old god was there, not in any hurry. Seeing Huang Lingmeng asking, Yu Ran answered with a smile. Since I couldn't get the inheritance just now and I need the last way, it must not be whoever gets in first can get it, so there is no rush. The test behind the door was clear to Yu Ran, and he was not in a hurry at all. Only then did he feel that the second chapter of the system told him the importance of predicting the future. The feeling of having everything under control is truly fascinating. If Mr. Yu doesn't leave, the little girl will take the first step. I hope Mr. Yu won't attack the little girl. Ansuandi passed by and said with a sweet smile, but there were only 2 guards behind her. It seemed that even her team was damaged in the process. Pooh! Huang Lingmeng watched her go in and spat at her. Yu Ran originally wanted to ask about the conflict between the two, but now was not the occasion, so he also took Liu Zitong and the others to prepare to enter. Huang Lingmen's group also followed him and prepared to enter. Although there was only one inheritance, the relationship between the Yu family and the military region was naturally considered an iron ally, and the trust between the two parties was still quite high. As soon as Yu Ran stepped into the path, a gloomy-looking man walked out of the shadows. It was Lin Fan. Lin Fan just now clearly felt that Yu Ran was looking for someone, and his first feeling was that he was looking for him. Damn that guy, I still want to kill him here. But after entering the final inheritance place, he, Lin Fan, can finally release all the pressure. Yu Ran, this is your burial place. After entering, a heavy feeling hit the face and instantly made people feel a deep feeling. The vast hall is open to everyone, and a statue that looks exactly the same as the outside but is dozens of times larger stands in the center. There is a futon every 100 meters below him, and in front of the futon there is an incense table. It is shiny and cannot be seen clearly, but it seems to be an item like a golden book. Everyone's breathing could not help but become heavier. Unsurprisingly, the last inheritance was in those 4 pages of the golden book. The already jealous people almost ran towards the main hall quickly. They seemed to have seen the final result. After obtaining the inheritance, you will become a master. Even the legendary master field may not be inaccessible. No one knows what level this ancient inheritance is, but it is definitely much stronger than them. Just as the first person ran to the center of the hall, he was suddenly blocked by a transparent shield, and an unexpected countdown appeared on the shield. 60,59,58. All the people present were stunned, not knowing what happened. Some of the people who had been running quickly braked and retreated behind. Some people even ran out directly from the path. They seemed to think that this bright red countdown was the countdown to life. But there were also many people who quickly walked inside, including Yu Ran and his party. 3,2,1,0. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as the red countdown ended. At the last second, a person in the corner inserted himself at the speed of light. Bai Yuan became excited instantly, and the last person who came in was Lin Fan. He was hiding behind a group of people, and Bai Yuan was also pulled by Yu Ran. Now that he's here, he won't be able to escape. Don't be anxious. Bai Yuan always listened to Yu Ran's words and stood behind him obediently, but she shot Lin Fan with unabashed hatred. Huang Lingmeng beside him also looked at Lin Fan with extreme disgust. After the police station announced it, the Bai family case had already come to light. This escaped executioner naturally didn't have a good image in her eyes. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked at Bai Yuan and Huang Lingmeng jealously. These were originally his. Thinking of this, he even remembered the weakness of his lower body, and his anger became even more intense. "You ran, I want you to die." Congratulations to everyone who entered the center of the hall. You have successfully passed the first level of courage test. The second level is about to begin. Chapter 113, Targeting an Alliance. The rules of the second level are very simple. Only 40 people can enter the hall, and the rest must be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu-Ran felt the path under his feet change. It began to bulge upwards, and a giant arena appeared in an instant. Those who had not entered it just now were filled with regret, and they kept wailing as they looked at the inheritance right in front of them. Without the courage to move forward, you are not worthy of inheriting his legacy, so the first level is called courage. The second level is even simpler and involves a battle of strength. The giant arena surrounds everyone. There are more than 100 people on the field, and more than half of them will face elimination. The secret realm has always been so cruel. You must know that there were thousands of people when they first entered, but only 100 people actually came here to compete. Excluding those who didn't dare to come in just now and those who didn't make it alive, the mortality rate was over 60%. Danger and opportunity coexist. I am not deceived in the book. Yu-Ran secretly lamented that his journey was indeed smooth if he understood it in advance, but it would be much worse for those who did not understand it. After the giant arena was formed, no one acted rashly. In the final step, no one wanted to understand the secret of inheritance. "Everyone, please give in. We have a life and death feud with this kid. I hope everyone will give me some face." Yu-Ran walked straight towards Lin Fan, while Liu Zitong held his fists beside him to signal to the others. Originally, the people in the fourth path respected Yu-Ran's team and knew their strength, so they naturally nodded and smiled. "Okay, please help yourself." The other teams looked at this powerful team with caution, but had no intention of interfering. Lin Fan secretly said something bad, even the teams of Ansuandi and Huang Lingmeng tended to surround him. Huang Lingmeng wanted to repay Yu-Ran for saving his life, but he also looked down on people like Lin Fan, while Ansuandi wanted to sell Yu-Ran a favor. Looking at himself who was about to be surrounded, Lin Fan also knew that his situation was critical. The most important thing he should do now was to jump off the ring and give up the opportunity. But how could he give up when he was already here, and he vaguely felt the call of the main hall, and the inheritance there was destined for him. "Look, everyone, their 3 teams together have almost 15 places. They occupy almost half of the total 40 places. And whoever can join forces with them will definitely defeat us one by one. These individuals with a sparse team will definitely be his target." Lin Fan shouted loudly, and the people around him also noticed the movements of Ansuandi and Huang Lingmen's team, and began to think secretly. Many people seemed to be ready to make a move. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Fan continued shouting loudly. "If I am eliminated, you will be next. There are so many of them and we won't be able to get a share of the quota when the time comes. Why don't we join forces to defeat them first?" The surrounding teams were a little afraid of the power of Yu-Ran's team, but not everyone was afraid. Yu-Ran is the only one in the team who is at the peak of Anjin. Ansuandi and one of her deputies are also at the peak of Anjin. The others are only in the late stage of Anjin, and there are even warriors in the early and middle stages of Anjin. Huang Lingmen's team is too young and not very strong. They are just here for experience. A captain with peak dark power blocked Yu-Ran's path. "Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for so many of you to target him alone. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you to go to the battlefield over there?" He pointedly looked at the teams of some powerful aristocratic sects over there, wanting Yu-Ran to fight with them. Yu-Ran glanced at him coldly, not expecting that Silly K could be affected by the protagonist's aura at this time. "Roll." Yu-Ran spat out one word coldly. These rookies seemed to really treat him as a dish. No one could stop him if he wanted to kill Lin Fan. The captain at the peak of his strength obviously didn't expect Yu Ran to be so disrespectful, so he cheered. Brothers, have you seen their self-centered attitude? You can tell at a glance that they are those young masters who don't want to eat minced meat. Let's fight them together. With someone taking the lead, some scattered people actually came towards him. Most of the teams were incomplete, so it was naturally best for a lone wolf to find teammates. About 20 people had gathered faintly, forming a powerful force. Sister Ling Meng, you're in trouble. Huang Tian whispered. The force in front was not weak. Huang Lingmeng also looked solemnly. We are in alliance with Yu Ran. Our military has never abandoned our allies. If there is a problem, I will send you off the stage. The deputy next to Ansuandi also whispered to Ansuandi. My lady queen, we'd better not step on this trap, it's too dangerous. Ansuandi shook her head. Although there were many people in front of her, they were just a mob. The most important thing was that she noticed that Yu Ran's face was not panicked, and he was extremely calm with a hint of disdain. Even the people around Yu Ran were very calm and didn't pay attention to the people in front of them at all. She decided to take a gamble. Yu Ran's potential was worth the gamble. The leading captain was very proud and looked at Yu Ran and made a gesture of invitation. It's better to ask the eldest young master to go back. We Sanren are not easy to mess with. Let me tell you a few words, you really treat yourself like a green onion, just like a mob. Yu Ran said with disdain. Bai Yuan next to her looked a little crazy. The master was so domineering in killing Lin Fan for her. Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi also secretly lamented Yu Ran's tyranny, not caring about the number of people on the opposite side. Cao Bing, Su Huang, and Lu Zitong were already fully armed and ready to fight. They have absolute trust in Yu Ran. Not far away from Yu Ran, some sects from aristocratic families who had had grievances quickly found each other. The Divine Sword sect is really getting worse with each generation. It's better to leave as soon as possible. A man with a withered face who looked like an old man blocked the way to the Divine Sword gate, but his voice sounded like that of a young man, which seemed extremely weird. You Netherworld sect are really looking for death. If you don't just lie down in the cemetery, you dare to come out and seek death. The people from the Divine Sword sect were also rude and responded, and the two groups of people killed each other without any objection. Cao family, it's time to settle our grudges. Southern Xinjiang Gu clan, it's time for you to repay the heartbreaking gu you cast on my eldest brother last time. Qin family, unless our Ying family dies, you will always be second in the imperial capital. A declining family dares to be so arrogant. It seems necessary to let you know who will be the number one in the imperial capital in the future. Violent battles soon broke out all around, with various martial arts intertwined. However, I didn't know what the material of the arena was, but it was not damaged at all. A battle destined to shed blood began. People kept dying and being knocked off the ring. After they were knocked off the ring, a light would directly send them out. Now that the curtain has been raised, let's get started. Yu Ran wiped Lin Fan's neck, and the battle began. Chapter 114 The Decisive Battle with Lin Fan. Roar. A tiger roar kicked off the battle, and Yu Ran released the tiger roar towards the crowd on the opposite side. The sonic attack invaded at high speed, and it was inevitable to avoid it at this distance. However, those who can stand here are masters above the middle stage of engine, and everyone is vigilant in this situation, so Huxiao did not achieve extremely satisfactory results. Only 3 or 2 kittens were hurt, and the others were only temporarily stunned or retreated, but the winner of a warrior's battle can sometimes be determined in just 1 second. Cao's soldiers had already risen up, and he slashed one person to death on the spot with his soul-destroying sword, while Su Huang also took down one of them with his sword in hand. The death of the 2 warriors completely kicked off the melee. Yu Ran was eyeing Lin Fan behind him. This was his ultimate goal. Superior. In this situation, there was nothing more to say. Yu Ran and the Sanren alliance went to war directly. Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi each found a peak dark power to start the battle. Ansuandi's second-in-command and Bai Yuan, both of whom were at the peak of their dark power, also launched their own attacks and immediately entangled the top dark power master on the opposite side. Su Huang and Cao Bing were both in the late stage of Anjin after being bathed in medicine, and their strength was comparable to the peak of Anjin. They fought almost instantly and Yu Ran's side had the upper hand. "Don't be afraid, there are more of us, we can fight 2 against 1. On the Sanren side, Anjin Peak shouted, trying to restore the situation, but what he got was a sharp whip. "How dare you get distracted while fighting with me?" Ansuandi's eyes flashed with a strange red color, and the whip struck hard on the body of the peak Sanren dark power. "Ah!" A scream came from the mouth of Ansuandi's opponent, and she was injured by one mistake. However, this roar gave the Sanren alliance a backbone, and they began to fight in pairs, entangling the extremely difficult Anjin masters like Cao Bing and Su Huang. Yu Ran stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards Lin Fan, observing the situation on the court while staring at Lin Fan's shots. At this time, Lin Fan also felt that he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, and his whole body began to get hairy. He knew that Yu Ran was powerful, but he still felt an invincible sense of fear when he faced it head-on. What made Lin Fan angry was that when Yu Ran was staring at him, he would use his finger to relieve the situation on the court from time to time, without taking him seriously at all. "Yu Ran!" Lin Fan overcame his fear and swallowed a pill directly. He knew that normality could not be defeated by Yu Ran. This is one of his trump cards, the explosive blood pill, which allows him to directly advance from the middle stage of Anjin to the peak of Anjin, but there will be a long period of weakness afterwards. But it's now time, and Lin Fan can't care so much anymore. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Lin Fan vented his anger, and a copper furnace appeared in his hand and hit Yu Ran hard, but Yu Ran didn't care. He rose into the air and pointed his yang finger directly at Lin Fan's vitals. The copper furnace was indeed an earthly tool, but it was too cumbersome for Lin Fan to hold, so Yu Ran didn't even need to get close. The counter-shock force that Yi Yang pointed at the copper furnace made Lin Fan completely vulnerable to being beaten and had no power to fight back. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to put away the copper furnace, took out another sword at the peak of the Xian level, and attacked Yu Ran directly. Without the restriction of the copper furnace, Lin Fan's speed was finally able to keep up with Yu Ran, and Yu Ran's flying gave him the best chance to get close. Lin Fan increased his speed to the limit and arrived in front of Yu Ran almost instantly. A smile finally appeared on his face. "Yu Ran, go to hell!" "Master!" "Yu Ran!" Huang Lingmeng and Lu Zitong were the first to see the situation here, and they were a little anxious. However, their opponents were very difficult to get away quickly. Even though the movements in the hands of Cao Bing and Su Huang became much faster, although Yu Ran's strength was extraordinary, Lin Fan's appearance at this moment was obviously no ordinary person. Roar! Less than 3 meters away, Yu Ran let out an angry roar, and Lin Fan was caught off guard and knocked unconscious for a moment. Although Yu Ran used Tiger Roar at the beginning, Lin Fan, who was too far away, did not feel the power of this move, but the distance at this moment made him feel the terror of the sonic attack. After being temporarily absent-minded, he immediately bit his tongue to wake himself up quickly, and in his eyes, a fist hit him hard in the face. Bang! Lin Fan was directly punched by Yu Ran on the ring, causing a violent noise. A light-speed fingerprint fell from the sky and directly hit Lin Fan to death. Lin Fan was keenly aware that the power of this move was completely different from the previous one. Lin Fan directly held the sword in front of him and used the Holy Doctor's Qi shield. Although the power of Yi Yang finger was weakened by the weapon and the Qi shield, it still hit him firmly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he slid dozens of meters away on the ground, arriving at the edge of the ring. The severe life and death crisis caused Lin Fan's pupils to dilate and his hair to stand on end. He immediately rolled on the spot, and Yu Ran, who fell from the sky, stepped on Lin Fan's original position, stirring up bursts of dust. Seeing that Yu Ran's side had stabilized, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and focused more on facing their opponents. The faces of the Sanren alliance were not very good, especially those who fought against Ansuandi and Huang Lingmeng, who were suppressed almost the whole time. The strong strength of Ansuandi and Huang Lingmeng made them miserable. The other Dark Masters were basically entangled with two people, and they were the only ones fighting alone on this battlefield. Just like Yu Ran's battlefield, it is difficult for ordinary dark power experts to intervene, and those who can intervene are entangled and unable to intervene. Even though Lin Fan was beaten like a dog by Yu Ran, he was actually the strongest one in the Sanren alliance. Lin Fan rolled a certain distance, and just as he stood up, Yu Ran's fist came again. Lin Fan was beaten so hard that Yu Ran didn't even give him a chance to use his martial arts skills from beginning to end. Moreover, Yu Ran was also very powerful in close combat, and Lin Fan could only barely parry. The most important thing was that Yu Ran was much stronger than him, and he still had quite a few injuries. He only had the ability to parry and had no power to fight back. He would lose if he defended for a long time. Yu Ran punched him in the face, and the first punch was followed by the second and third punch. Yu Ran struck Lin Fan with 3 punches and 2 kicks, knocking him out of shape. The bruises on his face made him almost unrecognizable. There were still a few fragmented teeth on the ground, which echoed the bright red color at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth, reflecting the tragedy just now. Yu Ran couldn't help but sigh. The protagonist is really an invincible Xiaoqiang, and he would have died long ago if he had been beaten by An Jin a few times. These punches are for Bai Yuan. You have been running away before. This is your burial place. Yu Ran's voice was neither salty nor cool, and he tried to increase the favorability of the little maid. As expected, Bai Yuan was even more moved after hearing this. Yu Ran, do you really think you will win? Lin Fan grinned, but his ugly appearance made his smile look ferocious. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows and was non-committal, but he was not sure of winning. Look at the field, I'm afraid your people will start dying soon. Well, then I've had enough training, let me give you a little shock. Chapter 115 Everyone has their own plans. The situation on the court was indeed unfriendly to Yu Ran's side. The difference in numbers was too big and most of them had to fight 1 against 2. It was okay to be stronger than Su Huang and Cao Bing, but Huang Lingmen's friends were much worse. Bai Yuan and Ansuandi's deputies were also struggling. Since they were allies, Yu Ran naturally had no intention of watching them die. Humph, why do you think you can be distracted? Lin Fan moved forward fiercely, trying to entangle Yu Ran and prevent Yu Ran from supporting the battlefield over there. The corner of Yu Ran's mouth raised slightly. Lin Fan felt a little bad when he saw Yu Ran's charming smile. Do you think I really have fewer people? Just as Yu Ran finished speaking, a group of people led by An Jin peek from afar rushed over quickly. Kill! 1 dark force peeked, and 3 dark forces entered the battlefield in the later stage and immediately launched an attack on the Sanren alliance. The entry of this force was almost a sure blow when the power on the field was balanced. Lin Fan's expression turned extremely ugly instantly. He didn't expect that Yu Ran actually had allies. Captain Wang, you are here. If you don't come, I will die. Cao Bing laughed loudly. He had known that the Yu family's secret guard team was also coming. Yu Fu handed this secret guard team to Yu Ran before entering. How could the Yu family's secret guards not be in the late stage of An Jin and the peak of An Jin? Cao Bing and Su Huang only entered the late stage of An Jin under Yu Ran's training. None of the late stage secret guards of the Yu family moved. Yu Ran did not pull them together from the beginning, but let them spread out to seize opportunities, but now it seems that even the powerful Yu family's secret guard has lost 1 person. The man known as Captain Wang also laughed. Xiao Cao, you are so awesome. Even the 2 engine can't defeat you in the late stage. Young master is really awesome. Team Wang was actually secretly frightened. Yu Fu's order to them was to obey and protect Yu Ran, but how could they protect Yu Ran like this? Even Cao Bing and Su Huang have benefited greatly from Yu Ran's hands. He vaguely feels that the strength of these two people is no longer inferior to his. How long has it been? 2 months ago, Cao Bing and Su Huang combined couldn't defeat him even in 3 moves. Therefore, Captain Wang admired this so-called young master, especially when he saw Yu Ran's terrifying combat power. This time I have to go back and train under the young master. After the 4 people joined, they almost started a one-sided massacre, and soon 2 people from the Sanren alliance died on the ring. After Lin Fan was punched away again, looking back at the situation on the field, his whole person became gloomy. Damn, damn, damn! Yu Ran actually has hidden troops. Lin Fan's heart was already extremely frantic at this time. Just now, in order to prevent Yu Ran from supporting him, he pestered Yu Ran crazily and was beaten half to death by Yu Ran. If he hadn't had a special physique, he would have explained it already. Use whatever tricks you have left. Yu Ran suddenly understood why villains often die because they talk too much. At this time, if you don't show off, the battle will feel meaningless. You forced me to do this. Lin Fan looked fierce, and a black elixir appeared in his hand. The pure black elixir looked like it was not a good thing. Lin Fan swallowed the poison pill in one gulp, actually holding it in his mouth. If he really swallowed it, he would die. But just by holding it in his mouth, Lin Fan's skin instantly turned blue and purple, and his facial features were filled with a purple smell, which looked very penetrating. Poison! Lin Fan used his palms that had been dyed black to attack Yu Ran fiercely, and a huge black handprint attacked Yu Ran. The power looked extremely terrifying, and the black handprints looked even more bizarre. Everyone who saw it looked solemn. Little tricks! Yu Ran even kept his moves unchanged, pointing out with 2 fingers. Tishan Yi Yang finger, continuous. The 2 fingers simultaneously emitted the bright light of Yang finger, which instantly caused the entire audience to pause the fighting and look here. One of the 2 fingers collided with Lin Fan's terrifying big black handprint, and everyone's hearts were lifted at this moment. Who will win? There was a loud bang. Yu Ran's Yi Yang finger and Lin Fan's poison handprint were in a stalemate on the field for a second. After all, Yu Ran's Yi Yang finger was the winner. He pointed directly towards Lin Fan, but the severely weakened Yang finger was blocked by Lin Fan's holy Dr. Qi shield. Young master is mighty. Cao Bing took the lead in shouting. In front of him was a corpse lying down, covering the long knife mark on his neck, and blood was flowing on the ring. The appearance of the Yu family's secret guards helped Cao Bing relieve the pressure. In the late stage of one-on-one secret strength, if he could not kill the enemy with the peak Xian level spirit-killing knife, he would be ashamed of Yu Ran's cultivation. Cao Bing's shout made the morale of Yu Ran's side of the field become even stronger, while the Sanren alliance all looked gloomy, and some people were even peeking at the bottom of the ring, seeming to be thinking about whether to hurry down. Lin Fan sneered. I'm afraid I'm going to cry in mourning if I'm happy so early. The aura of the black handprints that was scattered by Lin Fan's words drifted towards Yu Ran and entered Yu Ran's body in an instant. Lin Fan also laughed when he saw it. After being poisoned by the poison of my soul-eating pill, do you think you can survive? Even a powerful warrior cannot escape death. Lin Fan's smile had a twisted expression, and he finally felt proud for once. This poison pill could be said to kill 10,000 enemies and damage himself 8,000. He quickly spit it out. Although he was also poisoned, he still had a solution, which was just more troublesome. But Yu Ran's death was the best news he had heard. Master! Liu Zitong's eyes immediately turned red, he punched away the warrior standing in front of him, and ran towards Yu Ran crazily. The same goes for Bai Yuan and Su Huang. Even Huang Lingmen's attacks became more fierce, but his eyes were already looking towards Yu Ran. However, Yu Ran stopped Liu Zitong's attack with his hands, and even took the initiative to absorb all the toxins on the field, leaving Lin Fan stunned on the spot. Lin Fan, you have poisoned so many people in the Bai family, do you think I won't prevent you from using poison? Yu Ran was smiling and there was no sign of poisoning at all, which also made the people on Yu Ran's side breathe a sigh of relief. Impossible, you absolutely cannot have this level of antidote pill. Lin Fan shook his head crazily. This was the poisonous elixir at the peak of its strength. Even with the help of its power, it could definitely poison an Jin to death. How could Huajin's poison be so easily detoxified? Naturally, Yu Ran wouldn't talk about being immune to all poisons, not to mention that he had already communicated with the system and added all kinds of detoxifying pills to the shopping cart. Yu Ran cherished his own life. Yu Ran's safety made Lin Fan fall into madness. Looking at Yu Ran walking towards him with his hands behind his back, Lin Fan kept retreating. Don't you still have a thunder seed? Why don't you take it out? Yu Ran looked at Lin Fan with a smile, and what he said caused Lin Fan's heart to stir up a storm. Chapter 116 Killing Lin Fan. Tianliizi is one of Lin Fan's trump cards. The so-called Tianliizi is a one-time pill that condenses Tianli, which can explode into a powerful attack, and it is a group attack. But the more troublesome thing is that group attack means that he will also suffer disaster if he is also within the range, so it is useless for Lin Fan to be forced like that before, because he understands that if he is used, he will die. This was also an important reason why Yu Ran didn't force Lin Fan crazily before. This Tianliizi was extremely powerful, and Yu Ran didn't want to trade his life with him. Is it weird? Do you think I can't find out if you have something on the mountain? Yu Ran showed a sarcastic smile. In fact, he knew it from the book. It's strange that he could find out if there is no shit in the mountain. But Lin Fan was not clear about it. He couldn't help but step back. Yu Ran's mystery and power made him understand that he could not be his enemy. So now Lin Fan only has one thought left in his mind: escape. If you keep the Green Hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Why do you want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Yu Ran knew Lin Fan very well, and his unheard steps seemed to step on Lin Fan's heart, making Lin Fan's breathing stop for half a minute. Lin Fan looked at Yu Ran who was approaching, almost collapsed. He didn't understand why he was plotted by Yu Ran like this. Seeing Yu Ran getting closer and closer, Lin Fan's expression changed from collapsed to ferocious. Yu Ran, do you know what it means for a villain to die from talking too much? Lin Fan laughed ferociously, took out the thunderbolt, and threw it towards Yu Ran. Idiot, if you know that I dare to get so close to Tianliizi, then go to hell. Lin Fan roared to vent his emotions, while he ran frantically towards the perimeter of the ring, intending to jump off the ring. After jumping off the ring, he will be teleported away. Lin Fan is absolutely sure that Yu Ran will not be able to catch up with him outside. As for killing Yu Ran, Lin Fan never thought about it. Since Yu Ran knew that he dared to get close to Tianliizi, he must have a trump card to deal with him. Boom! Tianliizi's explosion instantly resounded throughout the arena, attracting everyone's attention again. A green lotus sword energy rose into the sky, emitting a shocking power directly above the ring, making onlookers tremble with fear. This terrifying sword energy definitely exceeded the scope of an Jin. It was almost no surprise that the sword energy directly chopped Tianliizi into pieces, and Tianliizi's power was only activated less than half. Even so, the power of the explosion resounded throughout the entire venue. Those who were close to the explosion were so shocked that they vomited blood and almost lost consciousness. The aftermath of this terrifying power made them frightened. What about the person in the center? Everyone's eyes were turned to the man on the field who was holding a sword in one hand. He was elegant and majestic. The aftermath of the explosion didn't even touch his body. There wasn't even a trace of dust in his white clothes, and he just walked straight forward. At this time, Lin Fan's inner fear reached the extreme. He just wanted to jump off the ring but failed. He was blocked back by a formation. Yu Ran had arranged the sealing array before. Now that Lin Fan's grave had been decided, he would not allow any mistakes. At the same time, a sword energy fell from the sky and pinned him to the ground. A sword transformed from the sword energy was inserted into his chest, pinning him to the ring. Yu Ran casually flicked his sword, and all the smoke and dust surrounding the explosion disappeared, and he walked proudly towards Lin Fan, who had lost his dog. Any other tricks? Yu Ran's voice was not loud, but it hit Lin Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. Devil, you are the devil! Lin Fan was pinned to the spot by the sword energy and could not move. He could only tell Yu Ran's sins with fearful eyes and tone. Even the blood flowing out of his mouth could not stop him from shouting in terror. You are right that villains die from talking too much, but you don't seem to be the protagonist. Yu Ran casually waved the Hong Yao sword, and Lin Fan's limbs were cut off in an instant, and the screams made the whole audience change their minds. What a terrible man! In fact, Lin Fan is indeed the protagonist, Yu Ran is indeed the villain, and the villain does die because he talks too much, but this feeling of letting the protagonist use all his cards without even hurting his clothes is really great. No wonder so many villains like to quarrel before the protagonist dies, not to mention Yu Ran also likes it, it's like watching the final struggle of a mortal man. Bai Yuan! Yu Ran shouted, and Bai Yuan instantly understood what Yu Ran meant and came towards this side, while his opponent was also picked up by Cao Bing. The opportunity for revenge has come, be decisive. Yu Ran knew that Lin Fan could no longer afford to spend money, and all his trump cards were restrained by Yu Ran. During this period, Lin Fan's strength increased very slowly due to his imprisonment and injuries, and he was already vulnerable to Yu Ran. Lin Fan, you have today too. Today I will avenge the 203 people who died in the Bai family. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. She took the Hong Yao sword from Yu Ran and cut off Lin Fan's head with one strike. Lin Fan died on the spot without even a trace of resistance. Lin Fan was already on the verge of death after his limbs were cut off by Yu Ran just now. Bai Yuan was able to make up for the last blow. Congratulations to the host for killing Lin Fan and getting. At this time, the system's broadcast was extremely on time, but the situation on site was quite chaotic, and Yu Ran was not in a hurry to check the harvest. The death of Lin Fan and the exposure of Yu Ran's strength caused the mentality of all the Sanren alliance to collapse and they were eager to find a way out. But the warriors in the battle don't just retreat when they want. Cao Bing hacked his opponent to death again, and Su Huang also ended his first opponent. You're lucky, kid. This soul-slaying sword is too powerful. Su Huang smiled bitterly. Although his soul-summoning bell and the soul-slaying sword are both spiritual weapons at the peak of the Xian level, the soul-slaying sword is the main weapon. It has a domineering attack and has the special function of killing souls. Cao, who is already using a knife, the soldiers are as powerful as a tiger. This is not to say that the soul-calling bell is weak, on the contrary, the soul-calling bell is very strong, but it is an auxiliary spiritual weapon, and in a sense, it is rarer than the main weapon. But Su Wang's main weapon is the sword at the peak of the Huang rank, which is of little use in the contest at the peak of Jin. Although the soul-calling bell can be attacked with souls, it is not fatal. In the end, you still have to rely on the main weapon to win. This is also the reason why Cao Bing can only deal with two opponents. The first battle to end in the peak battlefield was Ansuandi. Her opponent was obviously panicked after Lin Fan died. Ansuandi found an opening and struck her body with a whip. This whip was not an ordinary weapon. It was vaguely similar to the mountain-cutting dagger, like a weapon that had degraded from an earth-level spiritual weapon. Ansuandi's opponent screamed. He was already injured and now he was even more embarrassed. Ansuandi seized the opportunity to attack fiercely. The whip directly wrapped around the opponent's neck, and with a strong force, the opponent flew directly to her feet. Ansuandi showed no mercy and stepped down, causing the enemy's head to explode like a watermelon. Ansuandi used her terrifying strength and the blood under her feet to tell everyone that she was no flower vase. Chapter 117 The competition ends. Huang Lingmeng was also secretly anxious. She didn't want to lose to Ansuandi, but she was in the late stage of Anjin. Although her combat power was at the peak of Anjin, it was too difficult to kill someone at the peak of Anjin. Ansuandi also noticed the battlefield on Huang Lingmen's side and showed an extremely charming smile. "Little sister Huang, do you want me to help you?" When Huang Lingmeng heard this, he became furious. "Ahole! Who is your little sister?" Tisk, 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 if Huang Xiaomei doesn't admit it, forget it. An Xian's charming smile and the extremely beautiful scenery made the men around her fall in love with her. But when they saw the blood stains on Ansuandi's boots that had not faded away, everyone seemed to have been poured cold water on them and calmed down. This master is not someone to be trifled with. Who can withstand her kick? After Bai Yuan killed Lin Fan, she was shaking all over and tears were streaming down her face. Although Yu Ran wanted to say that this was a battlefield, this situation shouldn't be like this. But the situation on the field has long been under their control. Since Bai Yuan is sad, Yu Ran is not stingy with a warm embrace. Bai Yuan sobbed softly, suddenly feeling like she had lost the pleasure of revenge. No one in the Bai family could come back. "Okay, it's okay, where you are is the Bai family." Yu Ran comforted Bai Yuan. The two of them were so relaxed that everyone on the field was speechless. "Brother, this is a battlefield, can you be more serious?" Just seeing the Hong Yao sword stuck in the ground, everyone could only shut their mouths. No one here should be able to block that sword. With Yu Ran's continuous efforts, Qinglian's sword technique has also improved a lot. Just now, Qinglian's sword technique easily chopped off Tian Liaiza who had used his strength to strike. Moreover, Yu Ran had just slashed out two sword energy from the Qinglian sword technique, one to break the sky and one to nail Lin Fan, which greatly improved the power. Bai Yuan felt much better after hearing Yu Ran's words. She looked up at Yu Ran's face and murmured softly. "How can I be the Bai family by myself? The Bai family must have many talents." After saying that, Bai Yuan looked at her belly strangely, her face turned red for a moment, she was thinking about something. Yu Ran didn't see Bai Yuan's movements. From his perspective, Bai Yuan was just lowering her head. The battle on Yu Ran's side was over, and only Huang Lingmeng was still fighting. Many people had suffered serious injuries, and each reported to the group to start healing. Huang Lingmeng's Cao Bing originally wanted to help, but Huang Lingmeng yelled angrily. She would never admit that she was inferior to Ansuandi. Huang Lingmeng's opponent's face was already numb with a hint of ferocity. He knew that he would definitely not survive, and he would use this woman's arrogance to die with her. The mentality of Huang Lingmeng's opponent was much better than that of Ansuandi's, and even Lin Fan's death did not have much impact on him. The high-level Xian-level weapon Ghost Ring sword in his hand was also a weapon he obtained in the secret realm. The ripple sword in Huang Lingmeng's hand was only at the peak of the Xian level and did not have much advantage. Seeing that it was a deadlock, Huang Lingmeng's shortcomings in the later stages of Anjin were also reflected, and her physical strength was even greater. However, with Huang Lingmeng's martial arts idiot character and Ansuandi's stimulation, it would be thankless for Yu Ran to help now, which would in turn give Huang Lingmeng a big blow. "Riemu, take the sword." Yu Ran threw the Hong Yao sword directly, and Huang Lingmeng didn't think much about taking the Hong Yao sword. In the end, only one sword, the Ghost Ring sword, was broken into two halves. Huang Lingmeng's enemy was stunned on the spot, and was instantly split in half by Huang Lingmeng. The bloody scene made the men around him tremble again. None of these beauties are normal, all of them are violent. What a sharp weapon! Huang Lingmeng sighed, stroking the sword, and reluctantly returned the weapon to Yu Ran. What warrior doesn't like good spiritual weapons? Huang Lingmeng is no exception. Of course, she doesn't mean to keep them for herself, she just appreciates them. Ansuandi's weapons are better than yours, so it's not a big deal to use weapons. Yu Ran took the Hong Yao sword and comforted Huang Ling Meng. Ansuandi rolled her eyes. Yu Ran was so shameless. His weapon was obviously an earth-level weapon, not an ordinary earth-level weapon. It was infinitely better than her dragon snake whip. Young Master Yu is right, Xiaomei Huang is still very strong, she just lacks a good weapon. Ansuandi chuckled, but it sounded a little strange. Huang Ling Meng naturally didn't like her. Why do you want to fight? Oh? Can you beat me? Ansuandi's appearance made Huang Ling Meng furious, and he almost went up with his sword, but fortunately, he was pulled away by Yu Ran. These two women were like gunpowder, they started to fight each other when they met, and they didn't know what happened between them. After Yu Ran's situation stabilized, the number of people on the field still exceeded 40, but several other battlefields were not over yet. Don't look at it. I am a good citizen who abides by laws and regulations. As long as the number of people reaches the standard before time stops, it will be fine. Others are slandering in their hearts, but you still abide by the law? Yu Ran just asked everyone to rest for the time being. Although no one died just now, many people were injured and many people spent a lot of energy and were resting separately. Yu Ran was certainly relieved that there was no movement in other battlefields. His side was obviously the strongest on the field, and no team was willing to provoke them. As the fierce fighting continued for several hours, more and more people were eliminated, and not many people could realize that they had jumped off the ring. Most of them still wanted to stay with a sense of luck, and the entire arena had already been dyed bright red. Yu Ran has already burned all the dead here with fire, and everyone is cleaning up their loot. To say that the best trophies are none other than Yu Ran's. Lin Fan's legacy is simply not comparable to those of ordinary people. The underground copper furnace alone is enough to be worth the total value of everyone's loot. Yu Ran also discovered a technique that Lin Fan had not been able to learn before, Fierce Sun Fist. Although it was only a one-time rubbing version, it was also very valuable. Yu Ran suddenly thought of why Lin Fan didn't study, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. In addition, there is one local level skill and dozens of Xian level skills, which are perfect for filling up the foundation of the Yu family. In addition to these, the number of medicinal herbs in Lin Fan's storage ring was astonishing, and there was also a book that even Yu Ran was a little greedy for, the Dictionary of Holy Medicine. This book is the foundation of Lin Fan's life and an absolute treasure. This time, Yu Ran is the biggest winner again. As the fighting on the field continued, the number of people became smaller and smaller, and the situation on the field became more and more tragic. Qing Yi, who was behind Huang Ling Meng, looked even pale. She had never experienced such an experience before, while Liu Zitong comforted her with an equally pale face. Naturally, Liu Zitong did not have such experience, but Yu Ran seemed a lot more natural. It's not that Yu Ran is cold-blooded, but that Yu Ran had such specialized training before. At that time, he was also worried that he would not adapt to such a situation, so he and Cao Bing liked to train to adapt to this environment very early. And as a voice came, this last inheritance hall was about to welcome their guests. Chapter 118 Four Inheritances. Congratulations on completing the final challenge, warriors. The 4 inheritances in the last level all depend on your luck. Shining is fate, you can't force it. The voice carried a hint of relief, as if it were spoken by a real person, making everyone's hearts tense to the extreme. 4 top inheritances. As the sound fell, the arena slowly descended, the last protective shield disappeared, and the road leading to the hall was clear. The warriors who fell on the stage disappeared without a trace this time as the stage disappeared. Among the 40 people, there were some who were extremely anxious and very fast and wanted to get the chance first, while others sat cross-legged and wanted to recover from their injuries first. Yu Ran followed behind with her huge team without any hurry. This mainly depends on fate. It doesn't make any difference whether you arrive first or later. Just like what Yu Ran said, the first few people who entered the hall had traveled to almost all the inheritance places, but there was no response at all. They also tried to sit on the futon, but in less than 5 seconds they were blown away by the futon. A few people were extremely upset and crossed the single plank bridge to the last level, but a fate stuck them at the end. What bullshit inheritance! This makes no sense at all. Finally, someone couldn't help but angrily slashed at one of the inheritance sites. Since I can't get it, I'll destroy it all. A slash struck the inheritance platform, and the huge shock caused him to fly dozens of meters in an instant. He vomited blood. He originally wanted to get up, but his body suddenly twitched and he closed his eyes. Everyone present could not help but twitch their eyebrows, but most of them just watched indifferently. Unsurprisingly, this person must be a rogue cultivator. Although the children of the big family do not fully understand the inheritance, they know that it cannot be shaken by force. Just when everyone was still looking at the dead man, 4 golden lights suddenly shone on the audience, attracting everyone's attention. Yu Ran looked at the 4 golden lights all shining on him, and his mouth opened wide. He never thought that all the inheritances would choose him. Everyone was stunned on the spot. The Yu family's secret guards, who reacted quickly surrounded Yu Ran and looked around cautiously. My queen! Ansuandi's deputy's eyes were as wide as bells, and he was completely shocked when he saw Yu Ran's situation. At this moment, other people also began to have a faint tendency to encircle here, and the atmosphere became tense again. So am I really a genius? Yu Ran looked at the 4 golden lights and fell into deep thought. Lin Fan only received the approval of 1 golden light at first. Is this a true genius? Quack! Before Yu Ran could get happy, the deep voice of the system sounded in Yu Ran's heart. Don't think about it, these 4 golden lights are basically coming to me, and the reasons are very complicated. If you believe me, reject all inheritances immediately. The system's voice this time was very formal, without any hint of joking in it, which made Yu Ran a little moved. It was rare to see the system being so serious. These 4 inheritances together allowed Lin Fan to successfully enter the Master Realm. The 4 paths combined could reach the peak of the Master, and even enter the final realm to see the prosperity of the world. No matter who it is impossible for anyone to reject such an inheritance. Lin Fan once guessed that this inheritance was at least the inheritance of a demigod, which was extremely terrifying, and maybe even an ancient power. So it's impossible for Yu Ran not to be tempted. My choice is to give up the inheritance. Are you kidding? You have to practice inheritance by yourself. Are you unhappy with the system's harmless upgrade? What kind of inheritance do you want? Besides, facing the unknown inheritance and the known system, Yu Ran naturally trusts the known system more, after getting along with them for the past few months. Apart from the fact that the system has a low IQ, occasionally messes up, watches junk videos online, is a bit stingy, and doesn't do serious business, it actually doesn't have many shortcomings. Uncle! Host, you are slandering the system. The most important thing is that Yu Ran vaguely feels that the relationship between the system and him is twins, where both prosper and suffer. Although it was just an intuition, Yu Ran felt it was accurate, so the system did not allow him to accept the inheritance, so he did not need the inheritance. After all, produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. What inheritance of the host can be more powerful than this system? Yu Ran's voice was shouted, and everyone heard it. Everyone looked at Yu Ran with shock and confusion. 4 inheritances. Although they didn't know what level the inheritance was, it was at least the master level. It is impossible for Huajin Cave Mansion to have such uncanny craftsmanship to protect the way, even above the master. Master, don't talk nonsense. Liu Zitong was more anxious than anyone else at the moment. Just now he thought that the young master had inherited the inheritance of being invincible, but at this moment the young master actually gave up. The 4 golden lights finally slowly faded away after Yu Ran made his choice, which also made many people sigh in relief. No matter what, they still have a chance. Lu Zitong looked at the dissipated golden light and cried without tears. He thought that the young master would become a god in the future, and he could become the secretary of the god. You ran, what do you mean? Huang Lingmeng was also puzzled. Such an inheritance would definitely be beneficial to Yu Ran's growth, but Yu Ran actually refused? Could it be that Yu Ran is worried about external pressure? Shouldn't he? Let's not mention that their combat effectiveness is not bad. The inheritance of golden light just now should be very clear about relying on fate. Then taking it by force should be useless. I have my own path to walk, and its path is not suitable for me. I don't want to be in the shadow of others. Yu Ran spoke very calmly, and his indifferent look and words made everyone around him show looks of shock or admiration. Even the people next to him who were not Yu Ran's allies secretly admired the young man's state of mind. 2 Number LL2. Brother, you are very powerful. You are Yu Ran from Jiangnan province. I am Qin Hao from the Qin family in the imperial capital. Let's get to know each other. A handsome-looking man with a calm face came over and stretched out his hand to Yu Ran. Qin family in the imperial capital. One of the 5 major families in the imperial capital. The Qin family next to them were even more shocked. Their young master was so high-minded that he even ignored the members of the 5 major families in the imperial capital. He actually took the initiative to make friends with others. Yu Ran of the Yu family of Jiangnan province is pleased to meet you. Yu Ran is not arrogant. The Qin family in the imperial capital is a behemoth. Even if the Yu family is the richest man in Jiangnan province, it is still far behind. Ha ha ha, I, Qin Hao, admire heroes. I am willing to make friends with people with such ambitions. Yu Ran's words just now unintentionally gained the friendship of the Qin family in the imperial capital, but in fact he was just pretending. These words are just for the sake of force, nothing more. Yu Ran and Qin Hao chatted for a few words, and then walked side by side towards the main hall. A golden light shot out again, hitting a person that no one expected. Chapter 119 Li Xuet. Lu Zitong was stunned when he saw himself being enveloped by the golden light of the 4th hall. He was almost the weakest one in the crowd, but he was chosen to inherit the throne? The other group of people also looked with their mouths wide open at this kid who had just reached the middle stage of dark energy. They were indeed unhappy when Yu Ran got the inheritance just now, but they were convinced in their hearts. Yu Ran's fighting ability was indeed among the best here. But Lu Zitong, why? That's right, it was all based on fate. Lu Zitong accepted the inheritance that should have belonged to Lin Fan. System, is it important for Lu Zitong to accept the inheritance? It's okay, as long as the host doesn't accept it. It doesn't matter if others around the host accept it. After getting the system's affirmation, Yu Ran nodded to Lu Zitong who was looking at him. After Yu Ran refused, Lu Zitong did not dare to accept it easily and looked at Yu Ran to ask for his opinion. Lu Zitong nodded, and the golden light slowly turned him towards the cushion, and some golden words began to pour into Lu Zitong's mind. The people nearby who did not receive the inheritance were very indignant and were even ready to make some moves. If you dare to come close, I will kill you without mercy. Yu Ran picked up the Hong Yao sword and looked around with a sharp gaze, intimidating those who had evil intentions. Those people finally woke up from their dream. Yu Ran was a killing god. They could only tremble in fear and hope to obtain other inheritances. The second golden light appeared, and it was still within Yu Ran's team. Huang Lingmeng looked at the golden light on her body with some surprise. Yu Ran, since you don't accept it, I'll take it. After this time, I will definitely defeat you. Huang Lingmeng smiled carelessly and glanced at Ansuandi provocatively. Ansuandi's face was not very good. She didn't expect that the woman who had always been suppressed by her could actually obtain the inheritance. Huang Lingmeng was transferred to the first place of inheritance by Golden Light. Yu Ran asked Cao Bing and Su Huang to protect her. The strength of the other 4 people on Huang Lingmen's side was really average. The third inheritance was shot at a girl dressed in strange clothes, who looked like a member of the southern Xinjiang Gu tribe. Great, I got it too. The little girl danced with excitement. She was chosen as the third inheritor and was directly transferred to the third cushion. The fourth one was a man who looked relatively calm. He was chosen by the second golden light inheritance. After you ran, it could be said that 100 flowers bloomed. I didn't expect it was that guy from the Li family. He was able to obtain the inheritance. The man next to Qin Hao was somewhat indignant. The strength of the man from the Li family was far inferior to that of the young master next to him. Okay, Daizai, didn't I make it very clear just now? Everything depends on fate. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. Just now, brother, you even rejected all 4 inheritances. Qin Dao stopped talking at this point. He also admired Yu Ran very much. He was very strong and decisive. This Li Tianjun is quite lucky. Maybe we should pay more attention to him in the future. Qin Hao's expression was still very calm. Although he was a little unhappy, he was not very keen on inheritance. As the oldest family in the imperial capital, the Qin family had never lacked inheritance. Li Tianjun can be considered as a direct descendant of the Li family, and everyone in the Li family protects him. Some of those who did not inherit were dejected, but some were calm. After all, as I said before, it all depends on fate. Originally it would have ended here, but some people still refused to give up. Since the inheritance will choose someone else after Yu Ran gives up, then if the inheritor dies, someone else should be chosen too. Among the 4 inheritances on the field, only the little girl had no one to protect her, and several independent cultivators became more and more vicious. He secretly picked up the weapon and prepared to attack the little girl. But just as they got closer, a scorpion emerged from the ground without any warning and stung one of the people directly. Ah! The screams also woke up the little girl who was passing on the inheritance. The little girl looked at the few people with some horror. What do you guys want to do to Li Shuet? The leading man showed his yellow teeth and his voice was somewhat seductive. Little sister, you should leave your inheritance to me, otherwise you may lose your life. That Li Shui looked a little uneasy. Faced with such oppression, she couldn't keep her expression straight. This inheritance is protected, don't try to force Li Shui. Several people were already crazy and slashed directly at Li Shui. Surprisingly, they did not encounter any obstacles. Li Shui also avoided it out of habit. Those who were struck at the inheritance site were knocked away as before and died on the spot, while those who were not struck were unscathed. Sure enough, this inheritance does not protect the inheritors. Let me just say, how can this last level only depend on fate? The man's voice was loud, obviously trying to confuse the matter. As expected, when he shouted, many people present were ready to move. Li Shui was so anxious that she almost cried. How could it be easy for her to get to the end and get the reward all by herself? He was about to be besieged, and all the people around him moved towards Li Shui. The other 3 places were heavily guarded and powerful and not easy to mess with. It would be troublesome for them to go out to the secret realm after destroying the inheritance. Only Li Shui has no power, so they are not afraid. Li Shui's inheritance was interrupted, and her eyes were filled with tears. Who are these people? You family big pot, save Li Shui. Yu Ran was watching a play, and he was not in the habit of meddling in other people's business. Unexpectedly, Li Shui ran towards him. Who are you and why should I save you? Yu Ran shrugged and had no intention of moving. Li Shui was a good vent, so no one would disturb Lu Zitong and Huang Lingmeng. Li Shui knows your mother Li Shui wants to call you aunt, please save Li Shui. Yu Ran was also stunned on the spot, so this is still his cousin? When did a cousin appear on his own? Really, de Guo, please save Li Shui quickly, Li Shui is going to die. Your grandmother's surname is Li. Li Shui was crying while dodging the attacks of several people. Her unpredictable voodoo skills barely allowed her to survive. Yu Ran frowned, seeming to remember what Zhang Mei had said about their family. It seemed that her grandmother's surname was indeed Li. Yu Ran no longer hesitated at this moment. If this little girl dared to lie to him, he would directly let him know why the flowers were so red. Master Yu, do you really want to be our enemy because of his one-sided words? Several people couldn't help but be a little scared when they saw Yu Ran actually joining the battlefield. They had all seen Yu Ran's fame just now. Whether it's true or not, I still have to save him first, so everyone should rest first. What's fake? See if this is your grandma. Li Shui was very unhappy and took out a photo. It looked like more than 10 years ago. You can clearly see Zhang Mei's high spirits when she was young. There was a cute little girl next to her, who vaguely looked like Li Shui's shadow. Yu Ran also believed most of it in his heart. In other words, the 3 inheritances still fell on his side? It is true that things in the world are unpredictable, and the big intestine wraps up the small intestine. Master Yu, do you really want to be our enemy? Seeing that Yu Ran really wanted to protect Li Shui, several people became uneasy. You are worthy of being my enemy, so get out. Chapter 120, Leaving the Secret Realm. Yu Ran had even killed Lin Fan, so how could he take a group of passers-by seriously, not to mention that the group of children from the big family next to him obviously didn't move. They understand the rules of the secret realm better than anyone else. Since it is said to be fate, there is no point even if they kill the inheritor, and they may still violate the rules. Killing the inheritance may not be yours, and their family does not have inheritance, so there is no need to take such risks. But those few scattered people were obviously unwilling to do so, and seemed to want to get those who were ready to take action. Are we going to just watch them monopolize the inheritance? Yu Ran even laughed angrily, really thinking that he didn't dare to take action. His eyes suddenly changed, and the Hong Yao sword in his hand shone brightly, and all his energy was concentrated in it. 2 green sword energy rose into the air, forming 2 giant swords and attacking directly towards where those people were. Although those 5 people knew that Yu Ran was very powerful, they were too far away from Lin Fan to truly understand how powerful Yu Ran was. But when they faced this majestic sword energy, they finally understood what true power was. Several people were so frightened that their legs trembled. They used their strongest defensive skills and screamed in fear. We know we were wrong, sir, please let us go. It's just that the majestic sword energy didn't talk nonsense to them at all, and devoured them instantly. When they looked at it again, they were already a pile of mutilated pieces of flesh. I told you to get lost before, and you still want me to let you go? You really thought I was letting you go? Yu Ran snorted and carried Li Shui next to him into the inheritance futon. Take good care of the inheritance, but if you dare to lie to me, you will be miserable even if you have the inheritance. Li Shui curled her lips when she saw that Yu Ran was still threatening her. De Guo Guo, if you bully Li Shui will file a complaint with your mother. Yu Ran saw that Li Shui didn't look fake, so he didn't say anything more and waited for their inheritance to be completed. Yu Ran's exertion just now made everyone present's expressions become more solemn. Even Qin Hao looked at Yu Ran and his expression changed a little. In the past, the distance was simply because of Yu Ran's strength, but now it seems that there may be something deeper. Young master, I'm afraid that Yu Ran's skills just now are at least at the intermediate level. Qin Dao reported to Qin Hao gently, his voice full of disbelief. I'm afraid it's more than that. Qin Hao has such a vision. It's not like he has never seen intermediate level skills, so the pressure on him is not that strong at all. You mean? Qin Dao was even more shocked. It was probably a high level or even peak skill. It's terrifying that Yu Ran has such a skill, but the most important thing is that he actually used it. It is almost impossible for anyone to use the huge amount of vitality required for the skill above the earth level. Therefore, it can be seen that Yu Ran's vitality is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Qin Dao looked at Yu Ran with a hint of awe in his eyes. The Green Lotus Sword technique indeed consumes more vitality, and Yu Ran will have to take half of it away before he can barely release 2 levels, but this is already very shocking in the eyes of the world. The eyes of others were also uncertain. Qin Hao's mood became brighter. He didn't expect that making a friend casually would be so powerful. Those words about giving up the inheritance were not just nonsense. Qin Hao secretly decided to have a good relationship with Yu Ran. During this period, Yu Ran opened the system and checked his harvest. Congratulations to the host for killing Lin Fan, successfully completing the plot mission The Miracle Doctor Descends from the Mountain, and earning 10,000 points. Since Lin Fan's hatred towards the host has reached the full value, which is worthy of the name of a great villain, he will be given an additional 10 draws at the intermediate level. Please keep up the good work. Ho ho, 10,000 points. Yu Ran suddenly felt like he had money, and he couldn't spend it all. I also received an intermediate level 10 draw as a gift, which is really nice. Lin Fan, thank you so much. Yu Ran's mood can't be described as wonderful. Not only did he get a lot of points, he was also the biggest winner in the Hadean secret realm. Just one word, cool. After Yu Ran took action, no one interfered with the inheritance. The Li family was not easy to mess with, and the other 3 had more or less connections with Yu Ran. In about half a day, everyone's inheritance was completed, and there was a lot of joy on the faces of the 4 people. Thinking about it, I got extremely powerful gains. After the inheritance ended, the huge statue in the palace began to move slowly, revealing a deep path. This is the road to the outside world. Brother Yu, if you have a chance to visit the imperial capital, I will entertain you well. Qin Hao and Yu Ran waved goodbye. If Brother Qin has the opportunity to come to Jinling, I will definitely let Brother Qin experience the Jiangnan style. Ha ha ha, okay, see you later. Qin Hao and Yu Ran said goodbye, and Yu Ran led a mighty team out of the secret realm. Although there is only one road at the end of the secret realm, there are 5 directions to go out in the end. Yu Ran chose a previously planned route and prepared to return to Jinling. Robbery. Suddenly, a large group of 40 people suddenly surrounded Yu Ran's group of people, and the leader's face was covered with scars. A piece of fat is exposed, and there is a green dragon tattooed on his body, which looks very difficult to mess with. However, Yu Ran found out through system appraisal that there was only one late-stage engine among this group of people, and the others were all early and mid-stage. How dare you rob him like this? You want to rob me? Yu Ran smiled and revealed his peak dark energy aura, while Insuandi, Bai Yuan, and others also cooperated. The powerful peak dark energy aura made the surrounding robbers tremble. The robbers were frightened and backed away, but they were a little angry when they thought about it. They were 3 times the number of them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He became angry and said to the person next to him, "You go kill them." The engine next to him was dumbfounded for a moment and pointed at himself in disbelief. "You mean me?" Unsurprisingly, the team of 40 people dispersed in an instant. They were originally a team that gathered temporarily to rob, but unexpectedly they encountered a difficult situation. In the end, Cao Bing hacked the bandit leader to death, and Yu Ran was too lazy to chase the others and disappeared long ago. It's time to part ways. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Whether it was Insuandi or Huang Lingmeng, there were corresponding people to pick them up, and Yu Ran waved goodbye to them. He took a group of people from the Yu family onto the helicopter and prepared to return to Jinling. On the helicopter, Li Shui was very curious. She looked around like a curious baby. "Deguo, your plane flies so fast." Li Shui followed Yu Ran after she came out. It was her first time walking out of the mountains and she was full of curiosity about everything. Yu Ran also dialed Zhang Mei's phone and asked about his cousin. Chapter 121, Transformation of strength. Oh, you said Li Shuet, she is indeed from the Li family. That little girl is quite cute. I was planning to introduce her to you before. Listening to his mother's unreliable introduction, Yu Ran was also dumbfounded. How about introducing him to the little one in front of him? Yu Ran looked at Li Shui for a long time, feeling that she was not yet an adult. Mom, please don't mess with the rules. Since there's no problem, I'll bring her back. What a mess, you and her are not related by blood. She is from another lineage, and she is still a saint. She is very talented, and her son is worthy of you. Yu Ran hung up the phone speechlessly and looked at this little girl who was only as tall as her own waist. Is she 1.5 meters tall? Li Shui also noticed Yu Ran's eyes, and immediately put her hands on her hips and raised her head. What's that look in your eyes? I'm still young, I can still grow up. Ah, yes, yes, you will still grow up when you are 18. Yu Ran clicked his tongue twice and knocked on her head. Li Shui was obviously very angry, pouting her little mouth very cutely, but she looked at Liu Zitong next to her with bright eyes. Why are you angry? Are you going to jump up and hit me on the knee? Yu Ran suddenly became playful and rubbed Li Shui's cheeks that were still a little baby fat, making Li Shui scream. The people next to him couldn't help laughing when they saw Li Shui like this, and the whole journey was filled with laughter. When Yu Ran arrived home, he unexpectedly saw his parents waiting outside the door. Mom and Dad, why are you back? My son is great, I will definitely come back to see him. Zheng Mei rushed over and hugged Yu Ran, then looked around Yu Ran back and forth, as if to see if Yu Ran was missing any parts. Okay, my son has been tired for so long. Let's go back to eat first. Everyone can stay here to eat today. I have also prepared a celebration banquet for you. Yes, Master. The Yu family's secret guards all responded. The celebration banquet was extremely sumptuous, filled with many foods that Yu Ran had never seen before, and Yu Ran also gained a lot of experience. For example, shark fins are not actually fish wings, and lobsters are actually bigger than their faces. Everyone has worked hard on this experience, and I'd like to give you a toast. Yu Fu seemed very happy. His son was so successful now, and he felt even happier now that he was middle-aged. Everyone raised their glasses together, and Yu Ran also drank some wine, temporarily giving up his fat house happy water. I am really proud of Yu Ran for being able to enter martial arts, so I decided to hand over all the secret guards of the Yu family to Yu Ran for management. The news of Yu Fu's announcement was very shocking, but it was reasonable. Both Yu Fu and Zheng Mei were ordinary people. Yu Ran's talent was so strong that it seemed appropriate for a warrior to follow him. That's not possible, your safety needs to be guaranteed. Yu Ran shook his head. Yu Fu's position as the richest man seemed prosperous, but it was also very dangerous. It's okay, you can take shifts. I heard from Lao Wang that you have a good training routine. Cao Bing and the others have already come from behind, ha ha ha. And there are still people around me to protect me. Yu Ran also thought that the Yu family actually had a secret guard named Huajin, so it would be safe if Huajin followed Yu Fu. Yu Ran also nodded and officially took over the secret guard. The more Yu Fu drank, the more satisfied he became. Being immortal, he was the first to get drunk. Zheng Mei nagged him again and helped him to sleep. By the way, Mom, you've put everything aside these past 2 days, I'll help you become a warrior. Yu Ran received news from Yun Yi when he came back and planned to help his parents become warriors. Your father and I should forget it. We don't have time, so don't waste the money. Zheng Mei knew in her heart that the two of them were not the type, and it was enough for Yu Ran to be protected by Shikeng in the shopping mall. It's okay. I've already found the materials. It's not expensive. It only takes a day or two, and you don't need to train. Becoming a warrior can delay aging and prevent you from getting sick. There are many benefits. Well, Li Shui's child is relatively innocent. Treat her well and play with her. Zhang Mei thought about it but did not let Yu Ran down. She told Yu Ran about Li Shui and then helped Yu Ran go back to sleep. The carnival lasted until the end of the night. Yu Ran gave the secret guards and others a 3-day holiday, and the carnival continued one after another. Returning to the room at night, Yu Ran shook his head, forced the alcohol out of his body, and got down to business. Yu Ran. Martial arts level, dark strength 9th level. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Qinglian Sword Technique. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor comes down the mountain. System points, 16,400. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. Looking at the 16,400 points on the system panel, Yu Ran was even more proud. System, upgrade me to Huajin. Sorry, not enough points. Yu Ran? Are you FG kidding me? 16,400 points are not enough. Really not enough hosts. No, you're not going to tell me that you can improve your energy by 20,000 points later, right? Yu Ran's fingers made a crunching sound, and it only cost 10,000 to kill Lin Fan. How could his martial arts improve after this? Host, it is a special process from dark energy to transformation energy. One of the Yuan veins counts as one level. Yu Ran finally understood the meaning of the system. According to the book, from dark energy to Huajin is actually the process of opening the body's energy veins. By opening one, you can enter Huajin. It is not easy for ordinary people to open 3 to 5 Huajin bars. You must know that those who can enter Huajin in the age of ending Dharma are basically people with extremely high talents. Of course, there are also those who are very lucky and find a treasure land to directly enter Huajin or receive inheritance and so on. And even the top talents can only open about 7, and even Lin Fan only opened 8 Yuan veins in the end, because heaven and earth do not allow it. 8 is already the limit. But Yu Ran knows that the human body has a total of 9 vitality meridians, and 9 are the extremes. According to the system, if it must be a high-quality product, all 9 meridians will be open at the same time. So in fact, the points required to reach Huajin must be multiplied by 9. It's really too bad, and I really don't have enough to enter Huajin. Okay, when will the next male protagonist appear in the system? Quack, the host really has the potential to be a great villain. Under the guidance of this system, he has started to actively look for the protagonist, which is great. Yu Ran is too lazy to deal with the system's daily narcissism. He saves so many points just to break through. Now that he can't break through, he can only get some more points. It's too early for Lin Fan to die like this. Blood loss. New information will be imported in 3 days, and the host can still take 3 days off. Thank you. Yu Ran was also speechless and gave himself 3 days off, just 3 days to help his parents and Yun Yi enter Mingjin. However, although he had to save his points for impact, he definitely couldn't miss the 10 consecutive draws given to him for free by the system. This is the first time for him to draw 10 consecutive intermediate rounds, 10,000 points. If the system doesn't give it to him, he suspects that he might not be willing to give it up. Start the lottery. Chapter 122 Luxury Lottery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the physiological blazing yang body. It was detected that the host already possesses the invulnerable body, which was synthesized into the Great Sun Flaming Yang body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Earth level skill Lingzi step. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Xian level skill Shadow. Congratulations to the host for gaining master level combat consciousness. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Yang sword, the pinnacle spiritual weapon of Xian level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dark spear, the pinnacle spiritual weapon of Xian level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the stepless skill gathering elements. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the one-time prop 4 symbol array. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-level spiritual weapon, the formation-breaking cone. Hearing the props of 10 consecutive draws, Yuran could only sigh, damn, that's awesome. First of all, his physique turned into a great sun flame body. Yuran felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, and felt that his whole person's strength had once again increased by a whole sky. The sun's yang body can be called a bug-like physique, and its invulnerability to all poisons has covered all the toxins on the current planet, and it is not just the toxins that all dark attacks are ineffective. Such as goo magic, curses, etc., and can greatly weaken the attack damage. After entering the Huajin, it can be said that the Yang Qi shield formed is much more powerful than the ordinary Huajin shield. Not only that, the Yang body of the Great Sun can also promote the power of exercises, especially masculine exercises, and enhance comprehension. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuran's physique is now one of the strongest in the world. It was easy for Yuran to learn the 2 exercises, and there were also body techniques that Yuran needed very much. What surprised Yuran was that these 2 exercises could be taken out. In other words, these 2 skills can exist as the foundation of the Yu family, which can make Yuran's men's strength even higher. The master-level combat consciousness made up for Yuran's lack of combat, and he became a combat master in the true sense. Yuran closed his eyes and thought about it for a moment. The improvement in fighting methods and on-the-spot judgment was extremely significant. He could clearly see some of the shortcomings of previous battles, and he became even more powerful. There is no need to introduce these 2 weapons. Yuran plans to hand them over to his subordinates. The Hong Yao sword is really too powerful. The second stepless skill, Yuan gathering technique, can double the speed of recovering and absorbing vitality. After Yuran learned it, he felt that the speed of absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth increased by more than 5 times, which made Yuran completely confused. There is really no rubbish in this stepless formation. The 4-symbol formation far exceeded Yuran's imagination. It was composed of blue dragon, white tiger, black and white tiger, and Suzaku. It could trap the Grand Master. It could also deal an effective blow to those under the Grand Master. It is the plus version of the previously blocked formation disc. The last heaven-level spiritual weapon can be said to be the biggest draw in this lottery. Unfortunately for Yuran, that weapon is not an offensive spiritual weapon. The introduction of the formation-breaking cone is very simple, it can break all formations. With a simple introduction and incredible abilities, it can be said that with this thing, there is no place in the world where he can go, and no one can trap Yuran anymore. Yuran is very satisfied with this lottery. It can be said that the intermediate lottery is indeed much more arrogant than the primary lottery, and the value of the things obtained is also extremely high. Yuran couldn't wait to start experimenting with his newly acquired skills. Lingzi's footwork is elegant, not only extremely fast but also extremely handsome, which fits my temperament very well. Shadow's move is very terrifying. Although it is only at the peak of the Xian level, it can actually annihilate its own breath and figure, achieving almost the same effect as invisibility, especially at night. Almost no one can see Yuran's true identity when Yuran doesn't take action. It can be called a magical skill necessary for killing people and stealing goods. Yuran tested by Yuan, Cao Bing, and others one by one, and sure enough, they couldn't find Yuran's situation at all. Li Shui seemed to be a little alert, but didn't notice it. Yuran was very satisfied and finally returned to the room and fell asleep. Well, I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. Damn, it's 12 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me up if I wasn't my wife? Yu Fu stretched himself. As a busy man, it was often difficult for him to ensure sleep. It was normal for him to sleep on the plane when he was often on the road. After drinking too much last night, I had a very nice and peaceful sleep. Lao Yu, what are you doing? Yesterday, my son told us to put aside all the things we have done in the past few days. He wants to help us enter Mingjin. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes, put on the heart of the ocean necklace given by Yu Ran, and dressed herself up in front of the mirror. Enter Ming Jin? He still has this ability. Yu Fu was a little stunned. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter martial arts, but martial arts required talent. Without talent, he couldn't enter. He had also heard that he could enter Mingjin, but those special methods were top secret and he couldn't buy them with money, so he gave up over time. Now when I heard Zhang Mei talking about it, I was so surprised. What are you talking about? I can tell you that our son is very capable. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes at him, and Yu Fu also smiled bitterly. Zhang Mei often said this sentence before, but now it is very suitable for the occasion. His old comrades in arms were full of praise for Yu Ran. Mom and Dad, wake up. Let me introduce you. This is Yun Yi, the eldest lady of the Yun family in the imperial capital. She is now my apprentice. Yu Ran saw his parents getting up and introduced Yun Yi to them. Yun Yi got the news of Yu Ran's return yesterday and came early in the morning, but Yu Ran also got up very late. It can be said that I didn't get a good night's sleep during those few days in the secret realm. I definitely need to get more rest when I come back. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yun Yi stood up and greeted Yu Fu and Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei's eyes widened when she saw Yun Yi. Okay. You have to treat Ziaran well when he comes here. Seeing Zhang Mei winking at him, Yu Ran's head hurt. He instantly understood what his mother meant, this girl is good. Is it better to call Su Jianqian back first to stabilize Zhang Mei's mind? Yun Yi didn't pay attention to the interaction between mother and son. After collecting it for so long, she finally collected the materials and couldn't wait to become a warrior. Let's eat first. At noon, there was no rush, and the four of them had lunch together. During this period, Zhang Mei tested Yun Yi in various ways, and Yun Yi was a lady. Zhang Mei was extremely satisfied with Yun Yi for handling the matter flawlessly. Yun Yi even sensed Zhang Mei's matchmaking intentions. It's just that Yu Ran keeps pretending to be crazy and acting stupid, and Zhang Mei is also very helpless. Yun Yi was very happy, but when she thought of So Kyunkin's existence, she felt a little panicked. She didn't care that Yu Ran had other women, after all, none of the men in the family were flying with colorful flags outside. But if she, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, becomes a child, she won't be able to bear it. Suddenly she wanted to see Su Jianqian, and she also wanted to know Yu Ran's real girlfriend. After lunch, after a short rest to recuperate, Yu Ran explained everything clearly to the three of them and then began to prepare a medicinal bath. Suddenly Yu Ran remembered something and called Lu Zitong in. Chapter 123 Parents enter Mingjin. Master, you called me. Lu Zitong was studying inheritance matters in his room. When he heard Yu Ran calling him, he immediately came over. I remember your inheritance is alchemy. Lu Zitong nodded. After Lu Zitong completed his inheritance, he reported his inheritance to Yu Ran and wanted to copy a copy for Yu Ran. However, Yu Ran refused. Since the system did not allow him to take the inheritance, there must be a reason for it. Although the system was unreliable under normal circumstances, it was still quite reliable under extraordinary circumstances. System, I'm a Yu. Yes, young master, are you preparing a medicinal bath? Lu Zitong saw what Yu Ran was doing at a glance, and Yu Ran nodded. Since Lu Zitong had inherited the art of alchemy, he must be better than himself at preparing medicinal baths. I'll give this recipe to you. Please prepare it. Yu Ran gave Lu Zitong the medicinal bath recipe, and Lu Zitong knew the answer immediately after taking a glance. This is to help the master and the mistress enter the Ming Jin state, but it can be improved a little bit, so that it can be more gentle. Look at what professionalism is. This is professionalism. Yu Ran confidently handed the medicinal bath to Lu Zitong to prepare, and began to practice new martial arts while thinking about the future situation of the Yu family's secret guards. Lu Zitong quickly prepared 3 doses of medicinal baths, which could be used directly by Zheng Mei, Yu Fu, and Yun Yi. It was efficient and the proportions seemed better than Yu Ran's. Young master, when preparing the bath, you can heat the golden jade flower and air-dried stone first for better results. After the bath is prepared, add some ice cubes to make it gentler. Yu Ran nodded. Since Liu Zitong was a professional, he didn't need to ask about these things. He directly gave the dark energy medicinal bath to Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong had already inherited the medicine refining tradition, and now his eyes lit up when he saw the pill formula. He had already begun to study how to improve the effect. Is this a medicinal bath? Zheng Mei looked at the pot of thick green soup in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little resistance. This medicinal bath was too ugly. It's okay, Mom. This medicinal bath may look ugly, but it's very effective. It will only take about an hour. I'll leave first. It's more effective without clothes on. Zheng Mei nodded doubtfully. The sound of people jumping into the water could be heard from the next door. Yu Fu couldn't wait any longer. Every man has a dream of being a martial arts hero. A man remains a boy until he dies. Zheng Mei and Yun Yi also entered one after another. As Zheng Mei entered, all her pores opened and warm air began to flow inside, making her feel very comfortable. She was also secretly surprised. She had heard people say that martial arts was an extremely painful process before, but this was a bit too comfortable. Ah! Yun Yi couldn't help but scream out, but she immediately covered her mouth as the sound could easily make people think of something impure. Yu Ran arranged Yun Yi on the other side, so no one could actually hear Yun Yi's voice. It feels so good. This medicinal bath of my son makes me feel younger. Yu Fu sighed with comfort. The fatigue from the past few days began to disappear, and his whole body and mind became much happier. Zheng Mei finally couldn't help but humming, which naturally resulted in Yu Fu's teasing. You seem to be in good shape, how about giving Xiaoran a brother or sister tonight? Go to hell, you are an adult, but you are still a pervert. Zheng Mei took a sip. This medicinal bath made the old guy stronger. After soaking for half an hour, there was a crunching sound from the remaining bones, and some old illnesses and injuries began to disappear one by one. The illness that had bothered Yu Fu for so many years was now completely eradicated, and he roared with joy. Okay, stop screaming. My son is still outside. Are you embarrassed? Zheng Mei was also speechless. This old guy was overly excited, and Zheng Mei was also extremely comfortable. What satisfied her most was that her originally loose skin had become firmer. It is much more effective than any cosmetics. Her skin can be broken again, which makes Zheng Mei extremely satisfied. After this medicinal bath was modified by Liu Zitong, its efficacy has been improved and its absorption is friendly. Even ordinary people can improve it independently. An hour later, Yu Fu couldn't believe it when he saw Zheng Mei with a glowing face. No wife, you are 18 years old again, ha ha ha. No wonder Yu Fu ridiculed her. Now Zheng Mei's skin is not only breakable, but her already beautiful face has become even more refined. Can medicinal baths also have beautifying effects? In fact, becoming a warrior delays aging and makes you look younger. Yu Fu couldn't wait to throw a few punches, and found that he was now extremely powerful and energetic. It's like returning to his peak period. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei are older, so their feelings are much more obvious than those of Yun Yi and Yu Ran when they entered Anjin. Warriors and ordinary people are indeed two different worlds. After the two people walked out hand in hand, they saw Yu Ran and Yun Yi talking. Yun Yi absorbed the pain a little faster because she didn't have any old pain. She was asking about Yu Ran's next plan. This medicated bath should be combined with training, otherwise it will be more difficult to enter the dark energy later. I will arrange a training plan for you in the future. Just soak in the medicated bath every other week. If Liu Zitong learns to make alchemy, he will be better. Quick! Yun Yi also nodded excitedly. After feeling full of strength in her body, she was also full of yearning for the future. Son, this thing is really powerful. Did your master give it to you? No, my master doesn't like this level at all. I got it by chance before. Yu Ran shook his head and wanted to make his master a little taller. Yu Fu was also surprised. This kind of thing was considered a family treasure, but his master looked down on it. But after thinking about Yu Ran's improvement in martial arts, I can understand how powerful Yu Ran's master is. Then let us treat him to a meal if there is a chance. We will definitely meet his needs. That's probably a bit difficult. My master is a land god. He usually wanders around the world. It's difficult to contact him. Land fairy. Yu Fu was secretly surprised, which meant that Yu Ran's master was at least a master at the master level. This kind of master is indeed like a dragon that sees the beginning but never the end. Okay, Xiaoran, if you need anything, just tell us directly. Yu Ran nodded. Honey, let's go and experience the power of warriors. Yu Fu laughed loudly and pulled Zheng Mei to experience how powerful he was now. Zheng Mei's cheeks were also flushed. You are such an adult and you are not ashamed in front of children. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei's relationship has always been very good. The two of them went to experience strength like this, and Yu Ran sighed softly while looking at it. On the contrary, Yun Yi's face on the side was a little abnormally crimson, and she seemed a little shy despite being uninvited. Yu Ran touched her head. He had no plans to eat the policewoman yet. He was waiting for the new protagonist to appear in 3 days. This was his top priority. Chapter 124, Urban Mad Soldier. Ding! The data of Urban Crazy Soldiers has been transferred, and the current transfer rate is 1%. 3 days later, the system's voice rang in his mind on time, and when Yu Ran heard the name, he had already guessed the plot clearly. It tells the story of a mercenary protagonist pretending to be a hero in the city. The protagonist's name is Ye Chen, who is the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. They were originally mercenaries who had been operating abroad. This time they returned to Daxia to protect a person. That is the first heroine of this work, Chu Qingkai. Ye Chen owes Chu Qingkai's grandfather a favor and is ordered to protect Chu Qingkai's safety, thus a series of story situations. Basically identical to Lin Fan, this guy is also a stud with a harem. And what surprised Yu Ran was that after Lin Fan died, many of his heroines were still heroines in this book. It's okay to use it repeatedly, like Su Jianqian. Yu Ran in the book is still the licking dog who is infatuated with Lu Qingxiu. It can be said that his character remains completely unchanged, while the plots of others are constantly changing. What made Yu Ran angry was that this Ye Chen was even more outrageous than Lin Fan. He didn't even let Su Jian go. He was worse than a beast. Oh, you said Lao Yu, didn't let her go either, so how can that be the same? We are giving good girls a home. And a group of people including Insuindi, Huang Lingmeng, Yun Yi, and others were all part of Ye Chen's harem, and Yu Ran almost laughed out loud. I said your system is too unintelligent. These people can also be Ye Chen's harem. The host is not included in the future estimates, so this is the future estimated based on Lin Fan's disappearance and the original situation of the host. Well, it turns out that I have jumped out of the book and have a future that is not influenced by others. Jumping out of the 3 realms and not among the 5 elements? Is he, Lao Yu, so strong now? In the book, because he was obsessed with Lu Qingxiu, he finally blocked the way of the male protagonist and was killed in the middle and late stages. It was equally miserable, but he still did not survive to the finale of the book. But what is intriguing is that this Chu Qingkai turned out to be Yu Ran's childhood sweetheart. However, Yu Ran's obsession with Lu Qingxiu in the book made Chu Qingkai extremely dissatisfied and they parted ways step by step. That is to say, the heroine's favorability towards him is very high, including Yun Yi, Huang Lingmeng, and Sundi and other heroines that Yu Ran has not yet obtained. Yu Ran almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how to lose? But Lu Qingxiu is indeed a problem. Lu Qingxiu here is still the final villain, but was eventually suppressed by Ye Chen, and Lu Qingxiu still did not follow him. Ye Chen chose to let Lu Qingxiu go for the sake of her sister Lu Qingjian. I have to say that I, as my fiancé, have a reputation. Compared with her, I am a scumbag. What Yu Ran is more concerned about is Ye Chen's strength. Ye Chen was in the late stage of Anjin when he first appeared, and a series of opportunities later also reached the Grand Master. Fan, you were stronger when you first appeared than when you were dead. You, the former leading actor, really don't have much standing. Yu Ran felt sorry for Lin Fan, what a miserable man he was. If Lin Fan knew anything about it, he would definitely drag Yu Ran into hell. Grandma, why am I like this? And it's not because of you. The protagonist will officially enter Daxia in 3 days. Yu Ran lay on the chair and began to think about how to deal with this protagonist. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. Yu Ran's head was filled with question marks. When did this system become so good that it started giving points to himself for no reason? Tongzi, you finally know how to issue some points on your own. Not bad, not bad. I now admit that your intelligence has surpassed that of classmate Xiao AI. System. Tongzi, why don't you say anything? Do you dislike it? Yu Ran was in a good mood, and he was happy to get 1000 points for free. Stupid host, this is the heroine Susie's points. The system is concise and satirizes Yu Ran by the way. To this day, it still cannot accept that Yu Ran always compares it with classmate Xiao AI. Susie? Yu Ran also realized that Susie was not the heroine in Lin Fan's story, but she was the heroine in Ye Chen's story. So I won points for Susie before? So cool. Is this what is called getting on the bus first and paying the ticket later? Have you not seen Qian for a long time? Su Jian lay a little annoyed in Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran was extremely satisfied with Su Jian's points today, and had another round of heaven-human battle with Su Jian. Well, I'll go see Qian in 2 days. I've been busy before. This Yu Ran is not lying. He is really busy. He also has to communicate with Bai Yuan, Huang Lingmeng, and Ansuandi. It is very tiring. Susie was also very satisfied lying in Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran came back to see her from time to time, which made her very happy. Her illness was basically cured now. She does yoga every day to keep in shape, practices dancing and embroidery, and lives a very comfortable life. It was this little pervert who developed more postures after learning about it that made even a veteran like her feel shy. Yu Ran and Su Jian returned to their home after being cozy for a while. The secret guard's vacation was over, and Lu Zitong was preparing medicinal baths for a new group of secret guards. There are 78 people in the Yu family's Anjin secret guards. Huajin only follows Yu Fu. All 78 people have been handed over to Yu Ran. Yu Ran also reorganized his team, with 3 captains, Cao Bing, Su Huang and Wang Hu, each leading a team. Wang Hu was the only one in the Yu family who had reached the peak of dark strength before. After coming out of the secret realm, Cao Bing and Su Huang had already reached the 8th level of dark strength, and their strength had reached the peak of the dark guard. Wang Hu and the others were envious because they really had meat to eat with Yu Ran. There is nothing else to do in calling everyone together today. I just want to tell you that we will have more and more things to do in the future, and we may have to be on call at any time. Now our foundation is also very deep. There are many Earth-level skills and Xian-level peak skills. As long as you complete the mission, you can choose from these. Yu Ran's words aroused cheers from everyone, and Yu Ran took out these legendary skills as rewards. Even Lingzibu Yuran doesn't have any secrets, but it's basically impossible for them to learn it. You can't learn the Earth-level Kung Fu. Most Anjin warriors don't have enough vitality to support using the Earth-level Kung Fu once, so it's useless even if they learn it. The training champion this time is Su Huang, so I reward him with a weapon at the peak of the Xian level, the 9 Yang sword. Everyone looked at the extremely sharp weapon in front of them with incredible eyes. They did not expect that Yu Ran would be willing to take out such a weapon as a reward. After Su Huang took it, he couldn't put it down. Because weapons were not allowed to be used in the competition, he slightly beat Cao Bing, and the weapon he was awarded was the main weapon he needed most. In just 2 days, Yu Ran had the entire secret guard team organized, with clear rewards and punishments, and a very clear system. It also made all the secret guards admire the young master of the Yu family. Yu Ran even handed the dictionary of holy medicine to Liu Zitong. It can be said that Liu Zitong is now taking the same path as Lin Fan before. Yu Ran also looks forward to Liu Zitong becoming a strong person. Everything was ready, and the Yu family's secret guards began to disappear from sight. Ye Chen, are you ready for my first big gift? Chapter 125 Chu Qingkai. When Chu Qingkai walked out of Chu's house, the smile on her face immediately disappeared and was replaced by gloom. Even Ye Chen, who was following her, immediately felt that something was wrong with her mood. Hey, they're pretending to be pretty similar. Don't think I don't know it was you who did it. Chu Qingkai clenched her fists. The thought of her uncle's hypocritical greetings made her extremely unhappy. The key was that the Chu family had to say hello to him with a smiling face. The fact that he was assassinated when he came back was absolutely inseparable from his uncle. Even the assassination of his parents back then was inseparable from him. Ye Chen followed Chu Qingkai like a wooden man. He owed Chu Qingkai's grandfather a favor and was ordered to protect her from behind. He didn't have much interaction with Chu Qingkai, and they had just met each other not long ago, so the young lady didn't completely trust him. The Chu family is the most low-key of the 5 major families in Jiangnan, but it is also the oldest family, simply because this family's inheritance method is extremely terrifying. It is close to the general inheritance screening of raising Gu, and almost all means can be used to select the most outstanding heir. She doesn't like this kind of family at all. The only person she cares about in this family besides her parents is her grandfather. But after her grandfather passed away this year, she had to return to the Chu family. Unexpectedly, there were people on the way who were unwilling to let her return. Fortunately, Ye Chen helped her save her life. Ye Chen was the bodyguard her grandfather entrusted to him before he died. Although Chu Qingkai had some objections at the time. Ye Chen is a young man after all, and she is not familiar with him. Once she has evil thoughts in her heart, she will be in danger. But she couldn't refuse the old man's last wish. Fortunately, Ye Chen did have some skills and helped her kill those killers. She was very grateful to Ye Chen. The Chu family is currently headed by his uncle. Before, his father was the head of the family, but after his father died in a mysterious assassination, his uncle inherited the Chu family. And when she was only 13 years old, she was forced to go abroad to live with her grandfather. Her grandfather was the head of the previous generation of the family. He seemed to have anticipated something and had been protecting her. Even if she comes back this time as a nominally eldest lady, her uncle seems unwilling to let her live. Yu Ran learned in the book that the Chu family kept a low profile because they rarely expanded externally, and the reason was that they had extremely serious internal conflicts. He is a fantasy god in the civil war and an outsider in the external war, so he appears to be very low-key. Chu Qingkai was not in a particularly good mood after she came back. When she thought of that hypocritical uncle, she felt extremely irritable. Although they couldn't justly attack her when they arrived in the city, and her father still had a group of subordinates here, they would definitely be disgusting with her secretly. Chu Qingkai sighed. After so many years, she didn't even have a friend now. The Chu family was like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Jiangnan was so big that there was no place for her. Miss, the person you asked me to investigate found out. A man dressed as a bodyguard from the Chu family came out respectfully. His name was Chu Lu, and he was the loyal butler of Chu Qingkai's father. So fast. Chu Qingkai was a little surprised, knowing that the person she wanted to investigate was her childhood sweetheart, and it was so long ago that she found out in less than half a day. Yes, your playmate is very famous now, and Yu Ran is the heir to the current Yu family. Yu family! Chu Qingkai exclaimed, that little kid who followed him has become the heir of the 5 major families? Before she came back, she learned about the current situation in Jiangnan province. As a rising family with strong momentum, the Yu family did not expect that it was Yu Ran's family. However, the Yu family didn't seem to be very powerful at that time. Chu Qingkai left for almost 10 years. The Yu family 10 years ago had just started, and it was definitely not on the same level as the Chu family. She read Yu Ran's information. After all, Yu Ran was a weirdo among the 5 major families. He was a loser in the early days, but later he transformed into an excellent warrior. However, the description of the warrior Yu Ran was still at that banquet. Not many people knew about Yu Ran's performance in the secret realm, so it was not circulated. It seems that the little follower is so powerful now, it's not that easy to see him. Chu Qingkai murmured to herself. She originally thought that her gorgeous appearance would shock her little follower, but now it seems that her former little follower is no longer simple. And it's hard to say whether people remember it 10 years ago. Although Chu Qingkai felt that he had a very good relationship with Yu Ran before, this information clearly describes Yu Ran's obsession with Lu Qingxiu. Although the engagement is now terminated, it also means that Yu Ran will have a very important sustenance within 10 years. You have to go and see him. If he doesn't remember, forget it. Chu Qingkai decided to go see him. After all, he didn't have any friends in this city. Yu Ran also has a headache now. The first time he met Chu Qingkai in the book was in the Lu family building. After all, he was still Lu Qingxiu's licking dog in the book. But now he is not. It is impossible for Chu Qingkai to find his home. Where is he going to meet Chu Qingkai? Master, the Miss Chu family you asked me to pay attention to came to our Yu family building and said she wanted to see you. Lu Zitong sent a message to Yu Ran. Yu Ran thought about it and probably knew that Chu Qingkai might go to Yu's company, so he asked Lu Zitong to pay attention. As expected, Chu Qingkai went to the Yu family's company to find Yu Ran. If he revealed his identity as the eldest lady of the Chu family, someone would naturally notify Yu Ran. Finally, they made an appointment to meet in a private tea room, because Yu Ran knew that Chu Qingkai was influenced by her grandfather and liked to drink tea. Please come in. With the knock on the door, Chu Qingkai opened the door after getting permission. The decoration of the tea room inside made her eyes light up. Yu Ran made a gesture of invitation. Chu Qingkai used a pseudonym when she played with him. She was worried that people would lie to her because of her identity. So it was normal for Yu Ran not to recognize Chu Qingkai at this time, so Lao Yu also continued to cooperate with the performance very seriously. Ye Chen naturally wanted to enter the tea room, but Yu Ran frowned and Lu Zitong immediately understood. Well, if you are a bodyguard, please wait outside. Ye Chen gave Lu Zitong a very unhappy look. Whether it was the Chu family or the Yu family, they always said that they were bodyguards. He was only tasked with protecting Chu Qingkai, who was her bodyguard, so he didn't care about Lu Zitong's obstruction and walked straight in. Lu Zitong didn't stop him anymore. If Yu Ran wanted to come in forcefully, just let him in. How can we watch him interact with Chu Qingkai without coming in? However, Chu Qingkai's face was a little ugly. This was obviously a private communication between her and Yu Ran. This Ye Chen always had his own way of doing things, which made her a little embarrassed in the Chu family. However, Chu Qingkai never said anything more for the sake of saving her. Yu Ran suddenly felt relieved and asked Lu Zitong to add a seat beside and behind Chu Qingkai. This actually made Ye Chen have a better impression of Yu Ran. Compared with those arrogant children of aristocratic families, Yu Ran seemed much more humble. Yu Ran didn't know what Ye Chen was thinking, otherwise he would have laughed out loud. It would be better to have more good feelings, so that the hatred value would increase more slowly. You can also gather more of your own wool. Chapter 126 Recognition. I didn't expect Mr. Yu to have such elegant taste. This top Huang Shan Mofeng has an elegant entrance and a unique taste. Chu Qingkai blew on the tea, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. Thank you, Miss Chu, for the compliment. Actually, I don't know much about tea. It was a friend of mine who liked it that made me like it. Yu Ran behaved very modestly. This friend was naturally Chu Qingkai. Chu Qingkai also thought of her hobbies back then and her eyes were bright, but she was not sure whether Yu Ran was talking about herself. Oh? Mr. Yu's friend seems to have elegant tastes and also likes tea ceremony. Hey, it happened when I was a child, but she left without saying goodbye. I think this tea room is a memorial to her. Oh, I said too much at once, which made Miss Chu laugh. A smile couldn't help but appear on Chu Qingkai's face. Yu Ran still remembered that she had even dedicated a tea room to commemorate herself, which made her very satisfied. However, her mind moved and she showed a sly smile. Young Master Yu must be commemorating her because he liked her very much. Yu Ran, who had just drank tea, almost sprayed it on Chu Qingkai's face. This girl really knows how to find pictures. He passed the system appraisal, and what he said just now made Chu Qingkai's friendship level rise slowly. Ah, that little chubby girl, the devil likes her. She bullied me every day back then. I commemorate her just so that one day I can find her and spank her hard. Yu Ran showed a fierce expression, which made Chu Qingkai return to the past for a moment, as if this little kid was like this back then. When Chu Qingkai chased him and beat him, he shouted that he wanted to hit himself. Now his words made her go back to 10 years ago. Although she missed her, she still felt very unhappy after hearing Yu Ran's words. What did spanking her mean? Humph, little follower, you still want to spank me, I think you need to be punished. Chu Qingkai could no longer bear to recognize his little follower. He felt that the little follower in front of him would burst into tears. As a result, Yu Ran frowned and stared at her for a long time, muttering to himself. No, the little chubby girl isn't that pretty. Yu Ran seemed to react immediately. It's somewhat impolite for the eldest lady of the Chu family to pretend to be my childhood playmate to get closer. Yu Ran's tone was obviously unkind, which made Chu Qingkai unhappy and secretly happy at the same time. She was upset because Yu Ran couldn't recognize her, and she was secretly happy because she found that her status in Yu Ran's heart seemed to be quite high. Hey, you stupid little follower, you can't recognize me. Why do you want me to go to that sycamore tree and take you to pick out bird eggs? When Chu Qingkai told him about his childhood, Yu Ran also pretended to be stunned and surprised. No, are you really a chubby girl? Go away, you still call me a fat girl. Chu Qingkai was very speechless, but he could also understand Yu Ran's mood. She was indeed very fat at the time, and her life abroad could not be said to be a mess. It could only be said that it was completely unsatisfactory. Especially food, it was hard for her to imagine why foreign food was so unpalatable. She lost almost 20 pounds in the first month after going abroad. She was forced to learn how to cook even though she had no fingers in the water. So it's normal for anyone who comes back from studying abroad to experience huge changes. Chu Qingkai is not tall, slightly taller than Su Jian. She was this tall when Yu Ran first met her. She has not grown at all in 10 years. Yu Ran, who was originally a head shorter than her, is now much taller than her. Today she is wearing a purple dress, which makes her look extremely noble. There is no decoration on her slender legs. There are no flaws in her entire legs, which are extremely round and smooth. She held her proud neck up, as slender as a swan princess, and wore a purple necklace around her neck, which made her even more beautiful. The exquisite facial features are like the grace of the Creator, which is inseparable from the eyes, especially the hot red lips are enough to make all men tempted. Perhaps influenced by foreign influences, Her hair was also permed into a big wave shape, giving people a more charming look. Among the women Yu Ran has ever seen, only Lu Qingxiu can be equal to her, and even Su Jianqian can only be slightly inferior. So it can't be said that she is completely different from the chubby girl back then. It can only be said that there is no similarity except height. It's really you, little fat girl. You have changed too much. Come and sit down. Lu Zitong will go get my best tea. Yu Ran looked very excited, but in fact he was really excited, because Chu Qingkai was really beautiful, and his every smile made him feel a little excited. Chu Qingkai looked very happy, and Yu Ran still cared about her very much. Chatting with Yu Ran about interesting things from the past, the distance between the two people disappeared visibly. Behind him, Ye Chen was slightly unhappy, because he had never seen Chu Qingkai looking so happy. From the moment he saw Chu Qingkai, she had a sad or expressionless face. The occasional smile was a fake smile that could be seen right away, but after spending a while with Yu Ran, Chu Qingkai was obviously much happier and had left many troublesome things behind. It is definitely unrealistic to say that Ye Chen followed Chu Qingkai only because of her grandfather. Her grandfather only asked Ye Chen to protect her when she returned to China, but in fact he made no request after returning to China. On the one hand, Ye Chen wanted to use Chu Qingkai's Chu family power to expand the Dragon King Palace. After all, the Dragon King Palace was a mercenary organization. Daxia is a forbidden area for mercenaries, and it is difficult for his power to penetrate. Even in Jiangnan province, they only have a small stronghold. On the other hand, it was naturally because of this woman Chu Qingkai. It was not that Ye Chen had never seen a beautiful woman before, but when he first saw Chu Qingkai, he couldn't take his eyes off her. As the first heroine, Chu Qingkai has the appearance of the entire book, and she is still the first heroine even in the end. In addition, the first thing Ye Chen saw about Chu Qingkai was that Chu Qingkai had lost his grandfather, his last relative and protection. That extremely sad and confused look immediately aroused Ye Chen's protective desire. Moreover, Chu Qingkai did not have any friends or relatives, and those in her family could not be counted as her relatives at all. So Ye Chen felt that he was Chu Qingkai's only support, which greatly satisfied his heart. However, meeting Yu Ran made Ye Chen feel slightly out of control. He was a little dissatisfied and even jealous of the way Chu Qingkai looked in front of Yu Ran, because Chu Qingkai had never communicated with him in this way. However, as the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, he naturally would not reveal anything on the surface, but he was secretly unhappy in his heart. In fact, according to the original plot development, Yu Ran was obsessed with Lu Qingxiu at this time, not only neglecting Chu Qingkai, but also dismissive of Chu Qingkai, and even looked down upon her subsequent help. This completely isolated Chu Qingkai and eventually led to Ye Chen. So, the original Yu Ran was inferior. To treat such a beautiful woman in the cold looks like a fool. Host, you are right, Yu Ran is an idiot. System, Yu Ran angrily showed off the system's presence again, and glanced at Ye Chen. He should have received his first gift. Sure enough, Lin Fan answered the phone, his face instantly became furious, and he blurted out a roar. Check for me. Who did it? Chapter 127 The Dragon King Palace stronghold was destroyed. Chu Qingkai was obviously a little unhappy after being interrupted. When she was chatting happily with Yu Ran, Ye Chen came and yelled like this, which made her mood confused. On the contrary, Yu Ran seemed much more considerate. Brother Ye, if something happens, you can go and do it first. Qingkai is safe here with me. I can still guarantee this. Yu Ran showed a gentle smile, and Ye Chen frowned. He didn't really want Chu Qingkai and Yu Ran to get along alone. The way Yu Ran and Chu Qingkai got along made him very uncomfortable. But this matter was very important to him, and he couldn't reach out to hit the smiling man, so Ye Chen just nodded as if his face was paralyzed. He strode outside and left behind a cold word. Wait for me here. Chu Qingkai was very unhappy, but she just nodded. Yu Ran's smile when he watched Ye Chen leave was from the bottom of his heart. After all, this matter was his credit. Hey, Yu Ran, when did your temper become so good? Chu Qingkai was a little curious. The information said that Yu Ran was a super playboy, and just like Ye Chen, Yu Ran actually gave him face. This is not normal. Good temper? If this wasn't your bodyguard, I would have kicked him out a long time ago and dragged him as hard as 2,500,000 yuan. Yu Ran sat down and rolled his eyes. Chu Qingkai was not only not angry at Yu Ran's attitude, but instead asked with interest. Then why did you have such a good attitude just now? You still have the nerve to say, isn't it just for your safety? He should be your new bodyguard. He treats you as if he is your master. If I had a different attitude, I would be afraid that she would take her anger out on you, and she is not familiar with you. It's not impossible for the bodyguard to commit theft. Yu Ran said angrily, while Chu Qingkai looked a little dumbfounded. Yu Ran not only guessed Ye Chen's origin, but also left a good look for her. It was obvious that Yu Ran was his true nature now, and Yu Ran's last words made Chu Qingkai purse his lips a little. Indeed, she never knew Ye Chen's origins. She only knew that her grandfather had found her a bodyguard. This bodyguard did have a bad temper, but he was very strong. He even saved Chu Qingkai once, and only then did she turn a blind eye. But Yu Ran's words today made Chu Qingkai feel a little uncomfortable. Ye Chen had indeed never treated her well. Yu Ran and Ye Chen also compared each other, one was like heaven and the other was like earth. Okay, I think you should fire him early and I'll find a bodyguard for you, or you can just follow me. Chu Qingkai looked at Yu Ran's unintentional words and was secretly moved. It had been a long time since someone had treated her so wholeheartedly. Her little feet couldn't help but ripple, and her white socks were floating around like a cloud. Looking at Chu Qingkai's expression today, Yu Ran knew that today's words had touched Chu Qingkai's heart. Comparing his performance today with Ye Chen's, coupled with his status as a childhood sweetheart, Ye Chen has basically been eliminated. Chu Qingkai also had his own ideas, so Yu Ran did not continue to encourage Chu Qingkai to leave Ye Chen, and it would be very troublesome if Ye Chen really ran away from Daxia. Although Yu Ran's attitude towards Chu Qingkai was partly a performance, there was also some real affection revealed. Yu Ran actually felt that his attitude towards Chu Qingkai was somewhat different. This situation has only happened to Lu Qingxiu, so his attitude towards Lu Qingxiu has always been vague. Is it the influence of the original owner? Yu Ran frowned, not sure whether it was good or bad. Who is it? Who did it? Ye Chen's eyes were filled with anger. Looking at the messy house and several corpses lying on the ground, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Lord Dragon King, what should we do? The only living Dragon King palace attendant nearby was shivering. Except for him who survived when he went out to purchase, everyone else died in the house. This was the only stronghold of the Dragon King palace in Jinling, Daxia, and it was destroyed in this way. All the people died suddenly, basically with one move, and there were almost no signs of fighting. This shows that the people who came were much stronger than the stronghold of Dragon King Palace. The time of death was in the evening. The purchaser came back in the afternoon and discovered the incident, so he reported it to Ye Chen. Moreover, the whistle of the Dragon King Palace did not detect these people, which shows that these people have very strong hiding ability and killed the entire Dragon King Palace members instantly by means of assassination. The stronghold of Dragon King Palace is not very strong. After all, it only needs to run a bar and basically there will be no conflicts. It is Ye Chen's spy in Jinling. However, the stronghold is also guarded by a Dragon King guard who is in the middle stage of Anjin. Even the Dragon King guard was killed with one blow, which shows that the comer is not good and has good strength. Ye Chen considered the enemy's situation in his mind. This was because his long-term life as a mercenary and licking blood from the edge of a knife had made him develop good judgment. Ye Chen looked at the layout of the house, and suddenly he vaguely discovered something between the door of the refrigerator. He quickly walked over and picked up the thing on the refrigerator door, the anger in his eyes about to burst out. This is a black feather. The black feather represents the enemy of Dragon King Palace, the notorious assassination team Dark Palace. Sure enough, Ye Chen felt the professionalism of the assassination techniques when he came in. He had vaguely guessed that it was them who did it, and this black feather was exactly what they left after every time they did it. The difference between the Dark Palace and other assassination organizations is that they like to claim in a high-profile manner that they have completed their missions, so they like to leave black feathers behind after killing people to let everyone know their strength. Ye Chen closed his eyes and began to simulate the situation based on the arrangement of the corpse. 5 people? 7 people? Launched the attack at the same time. The members of the Dragon King Palace fell down without any resistance at all, an absolute instant kill. The members of the Dragon King Palace who were lying down even had the mobile game settlement screen left next to them, indicating that they did not react at all. Ye Chen stepped out of the house and breathed in the fresh air. The smell of blood in the house made him feel a lot more irritable. Is it the Dark Palace? Ye Chen, have written this down. Do you have a general layout of Jinling? The only remaining member of the Dragon King Palace took out a thick stack of information from a safe and handed it to Ye Chen, who left the scene without looking back. But his clenched fists showed that he was in an extremely bad mood. Hey, what I killed this time was a mid-level dark force, an instant kill. Wang Hu smiled happily. After soaking in the medicinal bath, his strength returned to the first place. Although there was no gap between him and Cao Bingsu Huang, there was still a small extra stage after all. It's just good luck. Let's compete next time. Su Huang felt a little unhappy. He didn't expect that even if he attacked at the same time, he wouldn't be as quick as Wang Hu. Yeah, there's still a chance, but if these mercenaries really dare to stretch their claws in Daxia, sooner or later they'll all be chopped into pieces. Yu Ran naturally told Wang Hu and their identities in advance. After all, Cao Bing and the others' past did not allow them to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Okay, now let's start the group mission. The young master said that your mission is the easiest. If you don't finish the rest quickly, hehehe. Hey, are you laughing at me? Just wait. Su Huang left angrily to carry out the team task given to him by Yu Ran. Chapter 128 Return to Suzhou. Chu Qingkai finally declined Yu Ran's offer to stay and chose to go back to the Chu family after eating. She also had some things she needed to know. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and earning 1000 points. Ye Chen's hatred value increased to 5 and he received double rewards. Yu Ran also smiled happily. This shadow was really a good skill. He killed Ye Chen without making a sound. You can even put the blame on Andian. The people in Andian don't deal with the Dragon King Palace, and it's impossible to admit that they didn't do it, so what does it have to do with Yu Ran? Ye Chen's hatred was probably directed at Chu Qing, but today his gentle attitude made it difficult for Ye Chen to get angry, so it increased very little. This made Yu Ran even more satisfied. Less growth meant there was more wool to harvest, and Yu Ran went home humming a song. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true. De Guo Guo, you are back. As soon as Yu Ran entered the door, he saw Li Shui playing with King Pesticide on the sofa. Yu Ran was heartbroken. There is no internet access in southern Xinjiang, so Li Shui was exposed to a mobile phone for the first time. Unexpectedly, this little girl turned into an internet-addicted girl after being exposed to it. Li Shui has gradually become a homebody after spending all day playing games at home. She had taken off her ethnic costumes from southern Xinjiang and put on urban clothes so as not to look out of place. She was wearing cute panda pajamas at home and a pair of knee-length white silk stockings on her lower body. Her 2 little feet were dangling in the air, holding her mobile phone and having fun. You're back. You've almost become a homebody. Why are you lying down and playing games? Hey, you are wrong, Daguoguo, I am lying on my stomach playing games. Li Shui was very confused and didn't hear Yu Ran's joke. Yu Ran didn't continue to tease her and glanced at her red record. You are too good at this, Lianja. It's this hero who can't do it. He is just like our Gushu. He can control others, but his control is so short and he will be beaten by others. Li Shui pouted her little mouth and was very unhappy. They were obviously very powerful in controlling the poison, but this hero of the poison was so weak. Oh, then I recommend you to play Dong Huang. Dong Huang. That's the snake. Okay. Come on, brother will take you to double Q. Good. Brothers and sisters work together, and they can defeat gold. Li Shui seemed very happy, but the happiness ended after only 6 minutes. Daguoguo, you tricked me. Li Shui looked at Yu Ran with tears in her eyes. Yu Ran could only throw away the phone when he looked at the 0/8 Luban in his hand. Unexpectedly, my brother is very good at playing shooter. He often doubles with Bai Yuan and wins the MVP. Li Shui pouted her little mouth and was a little unhappy. Why was Daguoguo acting abnormally when playing with her? Okay, stop playing around. I'll take you to Suzhou tomorrow. You can clean up by yourself. It's getting moldy at home every day. Li Shui has never gone out since she came to Yu Ran's house. The attraction of her mobile phone has been greater than anything else. Yu Ran happened to go to Suzhou to see Su Jianqian and ran some errands, so he just took her out for some fresh air. Who asked his mother to ask him to take good care of this little girl? His mother secretly told him that when she went to southern Xinjiang, she fell in love with Li Shui at first sight and planned to be his child bride. Yu Ran is almost a good guy, this kind of idiot loli is not his cup of tea. Bai Yuan walked down the stairs in a maid uniform and bowed to Yu Ran. Master, do you want to rest? Look, this is what men want, do it, brothers. Early the next morning, Liu Zitong drove a Rolls-Royce and took Yu Ran and Li Shui straight to Suzhou. The name of the company established by Dong Chunkai is Yuso Financial Investment Co., Limited, named after Yu Ran and Su Jianqian, and it has now grown very strong. When Yu Ran arrived downstairs, he saw Dong Chunkai at a glance. The sweat on his forehead and the redness on his face told him that he had been waiting for a long time. Su Jianqian also came out from the corner and gave Yu Ran a big hug. Daguoguo, who is this? Li Shui, who was completely blocked from behind, blinked at Su Jianqian with big curious eyes. Su Jianqian was also a little surprised when she saw the beautiful little Lolita in front of her. Today, Li Shui is wearing a white princess tutu, white pantyhose on her lower body, and a cute bow on her head. When she talks, she reveals 2 pointed little tiger teeth, which makes her look extremely cute. You don't even have to think about it to know that it's Liu Zitong's outfit. Although he doesn't dare to have any thoughts about Li Shui, he chooses clothes for Li Shui like crazy. Ba, this Lilicon. This is Daguoguo, Ba brother's girlfriend. Yu Ran almost gave this naughty boy a distorted accent. Who is more important, girlfriend or daughter-in-law? Auntie said I am the wife of a big pot. Li Shui blinked her big eyes and said non-stop words, which made Yu Ran almost stuff her into the trunk. The corner of So Kyunkin's mouth twitched a little, and she didn't know what to say when she looked at the 1.5-meter little kid in front of her. But then she thought of what Suzy had warned her about the other choices Yu Ran's family might make, and her heart suddenly became heavy. Dong Chunkai saw that the atmosphere was not right and said quickly. It's too hot here, let's go up and talk. Yu Ran also walked down the slope and glared at Li Shui fiercely, but Li Shui didn't seem to have any reaction. I don't know if this little kid is really stupid or has a dark belly. In the president's office, everything is brand new. Since Dong Chunkai set it up, no one has ever come in except the cleaning staff. This is a place specially reserved for Yu Ran. Yu Ran briefly explained what happened to Li Shui on the way. A cousin who is not related by blood and the child bride whom his mother fell in love with when she was a child, met by chance in a secret place and took her home to take good care of her. Su Jianqian wanted to ask Yu Ran, "Are you telling a story?" But she understood Yu Ran, and Yu Ran would not lie to her in this regard. In the office, Dong Chunkai handed a pile of prepared materials to Yu Ran, and then explained to Yu Ran the development of Yu Su's company during this period. Yu Ran didn't understand a little bit, but the only thing he understood was making money. Dong Chunkai is indeed capable. Within a month or two, Yu Su's company has begun to make profits, and the voluntary projects are getting bigger and bigger. Yes, yes, what are you doing at Lin Hua Company? Dong Chunkai also lowered his head when he heard about Lin Hua Company. I bought a lot of scattered shares from Lin Hua Company, but most of them are in the hands of a very mysterious organization, and I can't penetrate them for the time being. Lin Hua Company is Dong Chunkai's hatred, and it is also the task given to him by Yu Ran, but he has not had any breakthroughs so far, which makes him feel a little ashamed. No need to rush, just bankrupt him. How long will it take you? Yu Ran smiled and his eyes were sharp. Chapter 129 Which Li Shuet? 1 month at most, but... Don't worry, I will deal with the people behind Lin Hua Company. You only need to focus on financial operations. I will see Lin Hua Company collapse within a month. There is no limit on investment. Dong Chunkai nodded vigorously, and he still saw the energy and deep ferocity in his eyes. As for why they are so anxious to attack Lin Hua Company, it is naturally because Lin Hua Company is an industry of Dragon King Palace. Unlike Lin Fan, Ye Chen is a protagonist with an organization. To attack him from one aspect alone will definitely not work. What Yu Ran wants is to move forward together so that Ye Chen can't stand up. After taking over the task, Dong Chunkai even directly refused Yu Ran's lunch. He said that he would continue to work hard and save time in the company cafeteria. Yu Ran also went with him and took Su Jianqian to a restaurant for dinner. Lu Zitong naturally disappeared. He understood that Yu Ran and Su Jianqian must have been separated for a while, but Li Shui still followed Yu Ran in a daze. Even Yu Ran and Lu Zitong's crazy hints had no effect. Yu Ran was so angry that when he thought about it, he just thought she was no longer the person. It was Yu Ran's own fault that he had to take this naughty child with him. After lunch, Yu Ran took So Kyunkin's hand and prepared to go directly upstairs. Yu Ran opened a presidential suite for Li Shui and told her that she could play games freely. Li Shui naturally seemed very happy and waved goodbye to Yu Ran. Come on, Big Pot, are you going to sleep with Sister Sol like you did with Sister Bai? The expressions of Yu Ran and Su Jianqian were frozen at the same time, but this naughty child still looked curious. Su Jianqian did not get angry on the spot. She was pulled into the room by Yu Ran, but she felt uncomfortable. Li Shui naturally showed her 2 little tiger teeth, and was very happy, walking towards her room with her short legs. De Guo Guo asked you to trick me, hum. She had already greeted Suzy before, so it was not like she had never thought about such a situation, and she even felt that she could handle it calmly. But when it came to the end, the sad feeling still came to her heart, making her unable to breathe. Yu Ran looked at So Kyunkin's look and knew that she was in a bad mood, but he did not choose to explain too much. I just told Su Jianqian about Bai Yuan's situation, that's all. Su Jianqian sympathized with Bai Yuan's experience, which made her less hostile to Bai Yuan, but she was still very unhappy. So Kyunkin's mood fluctuated greatly. Yu Ran held her quietly while Su Jianqian sobbed softly. For a while, she still couldn't accept Bai Yuan's appearance. After crying for a long time, Su Jianqian looked up at Yu Ran with tears in her eyes and asked a scoring question. Yu Ran, do you still love me? Of course, I believe you can feel it. Yu Ran gently wiped away So Kyunkin's tears and lowered his head to kiss her mouth. After a period of emotional release, Su Jianqian had stabilized a lot. When Su Jianqian saw Yu Ran's lips approaching, she wanted to avoid the man's kiss, but when she thought of what Yu Ran had done for her heart softened a lot. Yu Ran's kiss was passionate and long, enough to make Su Jianqian forget all the unpleasantness, leaving only the most primitive impulse in her mind. The two quickly became entangled, and Yu Ran once again conquered Su Qianqian's heart with his thick arms. Yu Ran, will you leave me? Su Jianqian felt much calmer when she thought of Su Jian's words, but she was still a little flustered. Of course not, what are you thinking? If you don't leave me, I will definitely not leave you. This is our long-term promise, isn't it? Yu Ran lovingly scraped Su Qianqian's nose, and gently bit Su Qianqian's earlobe, causing Su Qianqian's body to tremble inadvertently. This bad guy. He knows how to attack his weakest points. Well, I won't leave you. Yu Ran, please promise me, no matter who is around you, you will take me with you. Su Jianqian was extremely insecure at this time. Su Jian's words made her understand how popular Yu Ran was, and now there was a maid and an inexplicable child bride. Will there be any childhood sweethearts in the future? Okay, if you're tired, take a rest. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Su Jianqian snorted, and when Yu Ran looked at her again, she had already fallen asleep. It seemed that she was really tired from all the hard work just now. My current physical fitness as a warrior is getting stronger and stronger, and ordinary people like Su Jian and Su Jianqian can no longer bear it. He decided to help them become warriors one day, all for his own happiness. But soon Yu Ran thought of the initiator of today's situation, Li Shui. Before he left, he saw Li Shui's smile. He had to take good care of this little scumbag. But Li Shui also helped Yu Ran solve a big problem. Su Jianqian is the one with the strongest sense of tradition among all his women at present. Yu Ran was also surprised that Su Jianqian could accept it so quickly. Of course, he didn't know that Su Jian had been vaccinated against Su Jianqian. He only thought that Su Jianqian loved him deeply. I can't help it, Lao Yu, am so charming, ha ha ha. There was no rush to clean up Li Shui's affairs. Yu Ran stayed with Su Jianqian for the next 3 days, and Su Jianqian almost couldn't get out of bed. She even vaguely felt that a sister should help her share some of the firepower, and it seemed that Bai Yuan's appearance would be good. This time Yu Ran decided to take Su Jianqian back. After all, Su Jianqian is also a career fanatic and has never been home before. Su Jian had whispered in his ear many times. Su Jianqian actually missed Su Jian very much, so she followed Yu Ran's car back. Big pot? You said you forgot about me. Li Shui was a little distracted for a moment while listening to Yu Ran's lazy voice on the phone. Yes, Sister Li Shui, I accidentally returned to Jinling, please come back by yourself. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. If Yu Ran was really worried before, but after knowing the nature of this little witch, Yu Ran didn't care anymore. But think about it, if she was really stupid, how could Baidian stand on the final stage, and how could Nanjiang let her go on alone? De Guo, you are too vindictive. Li Shui shouted into the phone, but the only answer she received was a blind tone. She pouted her little mouth, feeling very unhappy. Although Yu Ran left her enough money, she still had to go back to Jinling with great difficulty as she had never taken urban transportation. Afterwards, it took a lot of effort to return to Yu Ran's home. The white tutu was stained with a lot of dust. Li Shui pouted and looked at Yu Ran sitting on the sofa tasting wine unhappily. Hey, Sister Li Shui is back. Yu Ran emphasized the word sister a little more, while Li Shui rolled her eyes and looked aggrieved. De Guo, I'm so tired, can you give me a hand? Yu Ran happily accepted, but he wanted to see what tricks this little witch wanted to play. Chapter 130 Goodbye Chu Qingkai. Li Shui's appearance is extremely deceptive. If it were Lu Zitong with that soft and cute look of pear blossoms in the rain, I'm afraid his heart would have started to tremble. If Yu Ran hadn't known about Li Shue's true nature, he would have been deceived by her. Yu Ran went over to help Li Shue, but Li Shue suddenly went berserk and kicked Yu Ran's head hard with her feet. Yu Ran grabbed her ankle without changing his expression, but Li Shue smiled slyly, shook her calf, and directed her shoe towards Yu Ran's face. Seeing that her size 35 shoes were about to hit Yu Ran's size 42 face, Yu Ran's other hand slapped her shoes off as if he had expected it. Li Shue's plan failed, and she showed a soft expression again. Guo, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Yu Ran didn't follow her lead and kept a straight face. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Yu Ran put his hand to his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief, then started to tickle Li Shue's feet. Li Shue immediately giggled and started laughing. Li Shue's little feet, which had been walking all day, suddenly felt such a strong stimulation from Yu Ran that Li Shue's whole body began to tremble. What's more important is that she seems to be being held upside down by Yu Ran's hand, in a very shameful posture, and Yu Ran carelessly scratches her feet, causing her laughter to spread throughout the room. Although Li Shue is also in Dark Force Warrior, she has been walking for a long time in such hot weather, and her feet have also absorbed some sweat. Someone is scratching the slightly wet white silk on the solace of the feet. Only when you have been there can you know how stimulating this feeling is. Big Guo, I know I was wrong, stop scratching, stop scratching. Li Shue quickly admitted her mistake, knowing that Yu Ran was punishing her for talking nonsense in front of Su Jianqian. Wrong? What's wrong? Yu Ran was merciless and even sped up his movements. Ouch, ha ha ha, everything is wrong, ha ha ha, I know it is wrong, ha ha ha, big pot, stop it now. Li Shue laughed so hard that her whole body twitched and begged for mercy. Yu Ran scratched her for 10 minutes before letting her go. Li Shue lay on the floor like a puddle of mud, but still grinning. Yu Ran just frowned when he saw Li Shue's expression, and Li Shue shouted quickly. Big pot, I just have cramps. Li Shue looked at Yu Ran, who had a sullen expression, and wanted to show a more miserable face, but it was a pity that she still had the same smile as the corner of her mouth was cramped. Yu Ran didn't care about her, he just lifted her up and threw her on the sofa. Li Shue slowly calmed down her mood and expression, and said in a voice that only she could hear. Perverted big pot, how can you tickle a girl's solace like this? Then she took out her mobile phone and prepared a handful of king pesticide. She already had diamonds, and she felt that she was very talented. Stop playing and go take a shower. You stink. I even smelled it when I scratched you just now. Li Shue snorted when she heard it, then picked up her feet and smelled them. Guo, you are talking nonsense. My feet obviously smell good. You didn't even wash your hands when you scratched my feet just now. Did you want to smell them secretly? Seeing Yu Ran's murderous eyes glance over, Li Shue flinched, and then went to take a bath obediently. Liu Zitong also happened to come down and heard Li Shue's voice. He spoke to Yu Ran very solemnly and seriously. Master, Miss Li Shue must be fragrant and soft, why does it stink? Yu Ran rolled his eyes at this lolicon. If Li Shue hadn't been his sister, Liu Zitong would have been so attentive. He seemed to be very close to Qing Yi recently. Huang Lingmeng had contacted him before to ask about the situation. Fragrant and soft? How can she, who smells like sweat, be worthy of me, who is fragrant and soft? Guo, you are so shameless. The sound of bathing in the bathroom was mixed with Li Shue's voice, making it feel empty. Wash yours, or I'll come out and scratch you if I don't wash them clean. Yu Ran said angrily, and Li Shue really became quiet, as if she was really afraid that Yu Ran would continue to tickle her. The heart hurt by this naughty child still needs to be healed by his sweet maid Bai Yuan. The maid is the only way to heal, Yu Ran still thinks so in his sleep. How is Ye Chen's situation? Yu Ran sat on the sofa and asked Lu Zitong that Ye Chen should be looking for the Dark Palace in the past few days since he left. Master, the Dragon King Palace's stronghold in Jinling has been taken away. Ye Chen has been running around in Jinling like a headless fly for a few days, and then returned to the Chu family. Yu Ran was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted, to make Ye Chen blind first, but Ye Chen would definitely not give up because of this. There is a high probability that he will transfer his own people to Jinling, but he will kill as many as he transfers. Just as he was thinking about it, Yu Ran's cell phone rang. It was Chu Qingkai. It seemed that she had found out a lot of things during her few days at Chu's house. Little follower, where are you? I came to play with you. Chu Qingkai's voice was very lively, and Yu Ran also told him his current temporary residence. In less than half an hour, a pink Ferrari parked downstairs of Yu Ran, and then Chu Qingkai jumped towards Yu Ran. Still following behind was Ye Chen with a gloomy expression. Master Ye, please wait here. Lu Zitong very considerately stopped Ye Chen so that Ye Chen could not get in between Yu Ran and Chu Qingkai. Ye Chen felt a little unhappy, but he didn't have an attack. Although he was like a headless fly these days, he also understood the situation of the Yu family. He was also a giant in Jinling. If he wanted to do something in the future, he might be related to the Yu family, so Ye Chen calmed down and sat aside. Chu Qingkai was obviously in a good mood, her bare white feet were dangling in the air, and she was talking to Yu Ran about some short-term and daily things in the family. In Ye Chen's opinion, what Chu Qingkai and Yu Ran said were basically nonsense and of no use at all. They were just talking about where the scenery is good and the food is delicious. In this way, Chu Qingkai could chat with Yu Ran for several hours, and during lunch, Yu Ran took Chu Qingkai to a restaurant without hesitation. Open one here and the dishes will be the same as ours. Yu Ran politely ordered a portion for Ye Chen in front of Chu Qingkai, and then went to the private room to eat alone with Chu Qingkai. Lu Zitong stayed and stared at Ye Chen while enjoying the delicious lunch. Ouch, your bodyguard is too annoying. As soon as he sat down, Yu Ran couldn't help complaining. This Ye Chen was like a personal carving sign, sticking behind Chu Qingkai, which greatly affected Yu Ran's communication with Chu Qingkai. Chu Qingkai was a little helpless. I don't know the origin of this Ye Chen. My family can't find it. For the sake of him saving my life, let's forget it. Let's eat ours. After Chu Qingkai returned, he used his own connections to completely suppress Ye Chen's news. This is natural, after all, Ye Chen has been abroad before, and there is little news about him in the country. Then do you need me to check it for you? Chapter 131 The Assassination of Chu Qingkai. Yu Ran took a bite of steak and took a sip of coke. Red wine was not as good as coke and steak. If Yu Ran takes off in the future, he must promote this way of eating to the whole world. No, it's not good if Ye Chen knows about it. I'll let him leave after my place is completely safe. Chu Qingkai's eyes were full of care, and he was obviously very satisfied with the taste here. Yu Ran didn't continue to persuade him, but it was obvious that Yu Ran's previous words made Chu Qingkai feel alienated from Ye Chen. That's enough. What's going on with your Chu family? Why are you in danger? Stop talking, I'm really jealous that you're the only one in your family. Chu Qingkai didn't want to say more. She didn't want to involve Yu Ran in the Chu family's affairs, although she knew that joining her would greatly increase her winning rate. But it would also bring danger to Yu Ran, so she didn't want to bring the Chu family's troubles to Yu Ran for the time being. It's up to you. Whenever you need help, just let me know. Don't treat me like an outsider, little fat girl. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he wiped off the juice from the corner of Chu Qingkai's mouth, then put it in his mouth to taste it. Chu Qingkai was unintentionally aroused by Yu Ran's actions, although this had happened to them before. But after all, I was still young at that time. Moreover, I was a chubby girl at that time, and he was a little follower with no friends. They almost only had one friend each other in their world. But there are so many women around Yu Ran now, but Chu Qingkai doesn't care much about this. In a family like the Chu family, both men and women have many mistresses. And neither Bai Yuan nor the Su Jianqian she has never met will be her real enemy. When Chu Qingkai thought of this, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. She was very confident in herself. Compared with Yu Ran's delicious food, Ye Chen's food was a bit embarrassing. The restaurant where Yu Ran took Chu Qingkai to was extremely high-end. The double hall they were in was almost full of couples, except for Lu Zitong and Ye Chen, who seemed a bit awkward in the middle. There were even some curious women pointing and saying some words that made Ye Chen very uncomfortable. Lu Zitong, on the other hand, just ate his heart out. Sometimes he couldn't bear to go to such a delicious place even with his salary. While eating, he looked at Ye Chen. "Eat, brother Ye, it's so delicious. Don't you want to eat it? You can eat." The whispers of zeros and ones next to him made Ye Chen not in the mood to eat. Lu Zitong didn't care about the gossip. He only ate and drank at public expense, so he had no time to look around like Ye Chen. Moreover, among the group of women around him, all of whom had big hips and thin waists, none of them matched his aesthetic standards. Lu Zitong completely ignored them. Chu Qingkai and Yu Ran chose to go shopping in the square in the afternoon. Yu Ran did not choose to go shopping in his own home this time. Of course, there was a reason for this. This one is good. That one is good too. Chu Qingkai's eyes were bright and he bought a lot of large and small bags. No woman could refuse shopping, but the good thing about having two followers was that he didn't have to carry anything. Ye Chen's face turned darker and darker. Chu Qingkai mistook him for a bag-carrying boy. But just when Chu Qingkai was happy, a middle-aged man who was walking past her suddenly turned around and attacked her directly with a bright sharp blade. When Chu Qingkai was happy, he froze in place without any precautions. Just when the dagger was about to pierce Chu Qingkai's head, a strong hand directly pulled her into his embrace, and then used her arm to help him block the knife. At this time, Ye Chen had already kicked the assassin away with a flying kick, and the mall was in chaos for a moment. Ye Chen's strength was so great that the assassin fell to the ground as soon as he kicked him. "Leave alive!" Yu Ran's voice was trembling, as if it was caused by the pain just now. But the assassin had already bitten the poison in his mouth and died. The death immediately caused chaos all around. Some fled the scene, some called the police, and some even had the courage to come forward to check the situation. But in Chu Qingkai's eyes, these people didn't exist at all. She looked at Yu Ran's injured arm anxiously. "Yu Ran, do you want me? Are you okay?" Chu Qingkai looked nervously at Yu Ran's injured arm and saw the dagger stuck in it. She wanted to pull it out but didn't dare. He looked like he was about to burst into tears. Yu Ran looked a little in pain, but in fact, there was nothing wrong at all. If the dagger were any more rubbish, it wouldn't even be able to pierce Yu Ran's skin. Yu Ran seemed very heroic and threw away the dagger, but the wound was faintly black. Extremely poisonous. Chu Qingkai almost fainted, she was so crazy to kill her uncle's lineage. She felt real anger for the first time since she came back. Yu Ran's injuries and the experiences of her parents and herself made her feel the importance of strength. "Don't worry, it's okay. I've already taken the antidote. I just need to go back and recuperate." Yu Ran just threw a Shiquan pill in his mouth. His current constitution is the Sun-Yang body, and these toxins are of no use at all. But he still had to pretend to be injured. Chu Qingkai was so anxious that he quickly took Yu Ran to the hospital for treatment. But Ye Chen and Chu Qingkai on the side left in a hurry without even having time to say thank you. The knight protects the princess, but the princess will eventually marry the prince, and Yu Ran positions himself as the prince in this drama. Of course Yu Ran could help Chu Qingkai kill the assassin directly, but Chu Qingkai would never be in the same mood at that time as he is now. Yu Ran also grasped this point. "How is he, doctor?" Chu Qingkai was very anxious, but the doctor seemed calm and relaxed. Fortunately you came early. You're late, are you doctor? You have to get off work. Yu Ran suddenly caught the doctor's joke, which almost made the medical guru almost laugh out loud. That's not true. If you come a little later, Mr. Yu, your wound should be healed. Mr. Yu is still free to joke with me. What's the problem? Chu Qingkai was relieved after listening to Yu Ran and the doctor's banter. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. Don't use force for the time being when you get back. It'll be fine soon. Dr. Wang was very busy and immediately went to see the next patient, while Yu Ran also smiled and said to Chu Qingkai. Look, I said it's nothing serious, just go back, it's a waste of time. It's all a waste of time, I'll just hurt you to death. Chu Qingkai said angrily, but his eyes did not leave Yu Ran. The two of them went downstairs side by side and bumped into Liu Zitong and Ye Chen who were coming here. Chu Qingkai was anxious just now. Ye Chen and Liu Zitong drove Yu Ran to the hospital before they even got in the car, running through 7 red lights to get to the hospital. At this time, Ye Chen and Liu Zitong arrived in a hurry. Master, Master, are you okay? If something happens to you, how will I survive? Liu Zitong rushed towards him with tears and runny nose, and Yu Ran couldn't help but kicked him away. FKU. But Ye Chen just clenched his fists and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Chapter 132 Entering into Huajin. Even Liu Zitong didn't know about today's unexpected incident, otherwise Liu Zitong would definitely oppose Yu Ran's risky action. Yu Ran knew that the Chu family couldn't wait to get rid of Chu Qingkai. After Chu Qingkai came back, he rarely went out and they didn't dare to take action while staying in the Chu family. So they could only choose to take action when Chu Qingkai was out. Moreover, after Chu Qingkai came back, many die-hard fans of her parents immediately turned to Chu Qingkai, and many people even wanted Chu Qingkai to be the head of the family. This made her uncle sleepless and he hoped to get rid of Chu Qingkai before Chu Qingkai was still young, so Yu Ran was sure that this shopping mall was a place affiliated with their Chu family. Therefore, the Chu family will never miss this good opportunity. Master, Master, you must not do such dangerous things next time. How will I survive if something happens to you? Luxi's bronze statue showed his true feelings and cried endlessly. Even if Yu Ran kicked him away, he would come over and hug Yu Ran's thigh. Yu Ran was helpless and pulled Liu Zitong up. What are you talking about? How did I know there would be a thief today, otherwise I would have killed him long ago. In such a desperate situation, I was worried about Qingkai being injured and just blocked the knife. It's not a big problem. Seeing Liu Zitong like this, Chu Qingkai's mentality, which he had relaxed just now because Yu Ran was fine, became a little heavy again. At the same time, his feelings for Yu Ran also heated up a lot again. Liu Zitong gave Yu Ran another perfect assist out of nowhere. Don't worry, Yu Ran. I will definitely seek justice for you and me in this matter today. Let's go, Ye Chen. Chu Qingkai said goodbye to Yu Ran. Today's events had made her angry. Some people in the family needed to be punished. Ye Chen had no expression on his face and glanced at Yu Ran before leaving. He shouldn't be a perfect hero saving a beauty. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingkai didn't say a word to him after the end. Ye Chen also didn't expect that Chu Qingkai had already appointed Ye Chen as a bodyguard during the chat with Yu Ran. Isn't it normal for bodyguards to do this kind of thing? So she didn't even think of thanking him. After Chu Qingkai finished his work, Yu Ran stretched out. He could finally rest for a few days. He had a very important thing to do. Upgrade to Huajin. After returning home, Yu Ran opened the system panel, looked at the luxurious points, and sighed, finally he had saved enough. Yu Ran. Martial Arts Level, Dark Strength 9th Level. Skills Mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan gathering technique. Currently receiving information, the miracle doctor comes down the mountain and urban crazy soldiers. System points, 19,400. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. 19,400. And it took a full 18,000 to upgrade to Hwajan, which made Yuran's heart bleed. He had worked hard for so long and was about to return to before liberation. But for the sake of the peak of martial arts, Yuran also risked his life. According to the system, it takes at least 3 to 5 days to open the Yuanmei, and some people even take a month. But produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. I can help the host improve to Hwajing in 1 second, but it is recommended that the host spends 2.5 days settling down. Yuran also accepted the system's suggestion. On the one hand, it would make his improvement less shocking, and on the other hand, the system said it would be good for him. So Yuran decided to start retreating in the next few days. This was his first retreat, so he had to pay attention to Ye Chen's movements. But fortunately, the time is relatively short, and according to the plot, this period should be relatively stable. When I regain my strength, I should be able to meet several of Ye Chen's men. Master, are you going to retreat? Liu Zitong's mouth was shocked. How long has the young master been hiding his strength? Is he going to retreat to refine his strength? Is this the peerless genius with 4 golden lights? Except for Liu Zitong and Bai Yuan, Yuran did not inform anyone else for the time being. After all, they all went to do their own tasks. Start the system. Okay. Yuran sat cross-legged as usual and began to feel the process of the system opening his vitality veins. I saw that the vitality cave in his body began to transport vitality to one of Yuran's meridians, and the originally fragile meridian collapsed instantly, and the corners of Yuran's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, he didn't feel pain. After all, the product produced by the system must be high quality, but if it hurts just looking at it. After the meridians are broken, the vitality begins to repair the meridians at the place where the meridians were broken, and the vitality is used to reconstruct the meridians. This requires an extremely huge amount of vitality to do, which is why so many Dark Force warriors find it difficult to make any progress throughout their lives. The vitality in their vitality cave is completely insufficient to allow them to reshape their meridians, which results in their strength being permanently stagnant. The development of vitality caves is even more difficult. When the vitality of heaven and earth is thin, it is difficult to use the vitality between heaven and earth to open the meridians. It is too difficult to find a place with abundant vitality in the Dharma ending age. It is extremely difficult to rely only on the energy accumulated by oneself. Yuran's meridians were shaped very smoothly, and Yuran could even feel the flow of vitality between the meridians. He seemed to understand why the system asked him to experience this feeling. He felt that it was easier to control vitality in such a situation. And can understand one's own Yuanmei to the greatest extent, so as to explode one's own power. After the shaping of the first meridian, the second meridian was quickly reached. Yuran actually didn't have much idea about his own energy cave, but both Lin Fan and Ye Chen used extremely huge external forces when opening the 8 meridians. Various items rich in vitality helped them to attack the energy, but Yuran didn't use anything, just watching the vitality emerging from his own vitality cave connecting the vitality veins. This process lasted for 2.5 days. All 9 of Yuran's meridians turned into Yuan meridians, and he officially became a Hwajan warrior. Yuran felt the powerful body and had to say that he had never felt so good before. This body was simply amazing. The most intuitive experience brought to him by the abundant vitality is that there will no longer be any limit on the number of times he can use the Qing Lian sword technique. The energy in the body cannot be used up, it cannot be used up at all. Compared with Jin, one of the most important signs of Hwajan is the release of vitality. A thin vitality shield was formed about 1 centimeter outside Yuran's body. Don't underestimate this shield, ordinary guns and ammunition can no longer hurt him, Not to mention other sneak attacks, and the release of vitality can allow him to volley for a short time. This short period depends on the strength of the vitality. So according to this, Yuan can basically fly. After all, the 9 yuan veins do not exist in this world at all. The strength and thickness of his energy are second to none. Human beings have always longed for the sky, and Yuan is no exception. Woohoo, take off! Chapter 133 The Four Kings Enter. Huajin's fresh energy kept Yuan playing for a whole day. Oh, it shouldn't be said that he was familiar with Huajin's strength. Compared to Jin, Huajin's level would not be visible to Huajin as long as he didn't take action, so Yuan could still maintain his identity as Jin and give Ye Chen a big one in the end. Ye Chen is different from Lin Fan. His entry into Huajin can be said to be a matter of course, but there is still a short period of time before Ye Chen can reach Huajin. It is basically impossible to prevent Ye Chen from entering Huajin. The most is to delay the time for him to enter Huajin. There are many things Yuan can do during this period of time. Master, you are out of seclusion. Bai Yuan came over happily when she saw Yuan coming out of seclusion. Yuan was also rude and wanted to release what she had been holding in for 3 days. Huajin's physical strength was too much for Bai Yuan, and Yuan was still very active for 3 hours, while Bai Yuan lay on the bed and fell asleep. Yuan began to think about the future, not the origin of the universe. After all, he had not yet fully entered the time of the sage. What Yuan was thinking in his mind was that it only takes 3 hours to transform energy, so when he reaches the master level, wouldn't it be 1 day at a time? Those old masters might vomit blood when they heard that they had reached this stage, and they were all obsessed with martial arts. Personal affairs between men and women were of little concern to them. Moreover, none of the Grand Masters are very old. Even if they are in good physical condition, they are already in their old age. How can they still have such strong energy as young people? Not to mention Grand Masters, Huajin warriors are rarely seen in the city, because Huajin warriors need to cultivate their yuan veins, and there is no longer what they need in the city. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures are hidden in various secret realms and dangerous places, so you can't usually see the Huajin warriors at all. An improvement like Yuan's can be regarded as the first time Kobe Bryant caught a ball. Yuan took a good rest, but Bai Yuan rarely got up the next day to use her special wake-up service. It seemed that the impact yesterday was indeed too strong. Yuan didn't care, covered her with a quilt, and got up to welcome the rising sun. Master, the conditions of those people you mentioned before have been detected. Currently, 3 people have come to Jinling, and 1 has gone to Suzhou. Yuan nodded. The 4 assistant kings of the Dragon King Palace finally arrived. As Ye Chen's most capable assistants, these people were extremely powerful and had repeatedly accomplished extraordinary feats. With Yuan's false identities in the book, it would be much easier to find and monitor them. It can be said that the identities of these 4 people have never been revealed. The blood in their hands is enough to be sentenced to death countless times. Dragon King Palace is not a pure Daxia organization, so there has always been conflict with Daxia until Ye Chen came to power. As a talent of Daxia, Ye Chen eased the relationship with Daxia. The 4 auxiliary kings under him are the Strength King Marcy, who is famous for his strength, the Blood King Anthony, who is famous for his blood, the Poison King James, who is famous for his poison, and the most mysterious Queen Lian. Except for Ma Xi, who is from Daxia, the others are not. Before Ye Chen came to power, they had many conflicts with Daxia. This low-key entry was to help Ye Chen establish the Dragon King Palace organization in Daxia. Daxia had always been a forbidden area for mercenaries before, so they knew almost nothing about the internal affairs of Daxia. Because of Ye Chen, they finally reached out to Daxia. I didn't expect that the boss would not go well in Daxia. Macy sighed, he had not been back to Daxia for decades. Keep your voice down, Daxia is not like those foreign places. We can't treat it as a back garden where we can go in and out whenever we want. Poison King James implemented his own principle of caution and asked Marcy not to talk too much. I know, I really envy that BD Anthony. He has a task to do when he comes here, and he has no idea what kind of shitty luck he got. As a mercenary, Maxi is naturally a fighting maniac. When he came to Daxia, Ye Chen actually gave Anthony the first task, which made him a little envious. Your Majesty the Queen, where are you going? Lien glanced at them, ignored James' inquiry and left the station alone. Okay, with Lien's personality, she won't pay attention to anyone except the boss. Ma Xi shrugged helplessly. They didn't know much about Lien. They only knew that this woman was very mysterious and would not listen to anyone except Ye Chen. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Wang Lien, who is also the fourth assistant, has never had any sympathy for them. A very beautiful woman, but she has a bad temper. James whispered helplessly. Originally, they were going to see Ye Chen together, but it seemed they had to go separately. Ye Chen was still following Chu Qingkai at the Chu family. After Chu Qingkai came back, he changed his previous hesitation and directly demanded accountability. You must know that the place where she assassinated her was in the square of the Chu family. No one would believe it if there was no insider. Her uncle's line in the Chu family was extremely helpless in the end. After 3 days of fierce confrontation, a scapegoat was finally introduced. Chu Huangtian slapped Chu Yang in front of him until he was dizzy, and his whole face was full of gloom. Chu Yang was beaten, and there were distinct fingerprints on his face, but he didn't even dare to say a word. Stupid! Stupid, is this how you do things? Chu Yang was the mastermind behind this plan to kill Chu Qingkai, and the assassin was also his slain. Forgive me, father, I didn't expect that Ye Chen was so powerful. Ye Chen's information is completely blank. Those who have seen Ye Chen take action are either dead or not in the country. They have no idea what the situation is. Am I talking about Ye Chen? I'm talking about Yu Ran. Chu Huangtian hated that iron could not become steel, so he knocked Chu Yang's head hard twice. Not only did he lose a dead soldier this time, but he also lost one of his confidants. At this time, that little girl even used this as a reason to question his internal management. Because of this excuse, Chu Qingkai took away a lot of his original administrative jurisdiction. This time, I lost my wife and lost my troops. What's wrong with Yu Ran? There's nothing wrong with him. Chu Yang was very unhappy and murmured in a low voice. Chu Huangtian breathed a sigh of relief when the news came that Yu Ran was fine. If Yu Ran really died, the trouble would be too big. But even so, the trouble is not small. Yu Ran is the only heir to the Yu family. The 2 Yu family members value him more than anything else. If anything happens to him, they will go crazy and fight with us. The speaker was Chu Yang's sister Chu Yu. She glanced at Chu Yang with great disdain. This younger brother failed more than he accomplished. Are our Chu family still afraid of a nouveau riche in their family? Chu Yang continued to convict. Compared with the Chu family, the Yu family had just risen and was an upstart. Nouveau riche? Brainless things. If the Yu family spends money, do you think our family will be better off? We have little background as warriors, but the southern military region is standing behind them. Chu Huangtian became more and more dissatisfied with Chu Yang. This son was simply useless and had no brains at all, but his daughter was much smarter. Forget it, you idiot, like you should follow your sister and practice. Chu Yu will be responsible for the rest. Chu Huangtian waved his hands, not wanting to talk to Chu Yang. Seeing that her father was finally willing to hand over some power to her, Chu Yu smiled brightly, while Chu Yang lowered his head, hiding the ruthlessness in his expression in the darkness. Chapter 134, Death of the Blood King. Chu Qingkai had taken back a lot of rights from the Chu family in the past few days, but he felt even more guilty about Yu Ran and called him from time to time. It's called caring, but actually I just want to chat with him for a while. The relationship between the two of them is also getting warmer day by day, while Ye Chen on the side is getting worse and worse. This woman already treats herself as if she is nothing. In the past few days, I have even tried to ask him about his situation, and even vaguely meant to terminate his contract. This made Ye Chen extremely unhappy. He had already saved her twice. Unexpectedly, when Yu Ran appeared, all his light was blocked. Seeing that Chu Qingkai's heart turned to Yu Ran, Ye Chen felt extremely irritable. Why was he still protecting Chu Qingkai now? Wasn't it just for her? But the appearance of Yu Ran made Ye Chen's plan come to nothing. He is now going to start laying out the Dragon King Palace in Daxia in Jinling. This is his achievement, and it is also for the immortals in the Dragon King Palace to see. So the Chu family's help is crucial. This is also the reason why he can't leave Chu Qingkai for the time being. It should be a good thing for him that Chu Qingkai has regained a lot of rights now. But when he thought that Chu Qingkai was doing it all for Yu Ran, his heart was filled with confusion. As the king of mercenaries, when had he ever had such troubles outside? If you don't like it at that time, just kill it and that's it. The company in Suzhou also has problems. Daxia's capital flow cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will affect the layout here. But what made him relax a little was that his powerful 4 assistant kings finally arrived. He asked the Blood King to go to Suzhou just to shock those young men. The other 3 auxiliary kings also contacted him to prepare for a meeting. Ye Chen also talked to Chu Qingkai and went out on his own. Now Chu Qingkai's need for Ye Chen is getting lower and lower. After the Chu family incident, Chu Huangtian and the others did not dare to take action easily, and Chu Qingkai also began to cultivate and win over his subordinates with purpose. Ye Chen and the 3 auxiliary kings met in the cafe. King Li and King Du seemed very excited. They had been separated from Ye Chen for almost a year. They were convinced of Ye Chen, but the queen next to them looked as plain as water, but her eyes never fell on Ye Chen. But the look in his eyes is very surprising, it seems like admiration and a kind of spiritual sustenance and respect. Power King Marcy rambled on about what happened during their separation, and Poison King James also added a few words from time to time. Only Lien casually added sugar to the coffee. A spoonful. 2 spoonfuls. 4 spoons. Of course there can't be 3 spoons. 3 spoons of sugar tastes like shit. And it will attract the attention of the terrifying dark forces and subvert the world in an instant. Our stronghold here is gone. What I mean is that we need to build a stronghold as soon as possible. Who among you is responsible? After King Li heard that the stronghold was gone, he was first confused and then furious. Those bastards in the Dark Palace know how to hide in the darkness all day long and kill them all sooner or later. Dragon King, stronghold construction cannot be completed overnight. The layout of Jinling is basically difficult for us to penetrate. I think it would be better to accept a local force. The Poison King is not very optimistic about building a stronghold. The stronghold must be in operation for at least several years to be effective, otherwise they will not be able to detect the information they need. Accept local forces. Ye Chen fell into thinking. It is true that the land in Jinling has been almost divided, and it is very difficult to build again. Just when Ye Chen was thinking, a vibration suddenly came from one of his mobile phones. Ye Chen was suddenly shocked. This was a mobile phone that only the senior officials of Dragon King Palace could send him messages. When he opened it, he saw that it was the message sent by the Blood King, the only one of the auxiliary kings who was not present. It was a line of their encrypted messages. Just translated. Attacked, suspected to be an acquaintance, in the suburbs of Suzhou. Ye Chen's face suddenly darkened, and the 3 auxiliary kings also noticed the change in Ye Chen's face, and Ma Xi couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with the Dragon King? Why does he seem to be in a bad mood suddenly? Ye Chen glanced at Ma Xi and his voice was a little heavy. The Blood King has been attacked. His life and death are unknown. Follow me. Upon hearing about the Blood King, several people looked surprised and a little confused, and immediately followed Ye Chen to the suburbs of Suzhou. The Blood King covered the arm that was cut just now and looked at the men in black surrounding him with an extremely ugly expression. These people cooperated with each other tacitly and were very powerful. He was already in a desperate situation. "Who are you and why do you want to attack me?" The Blood King quietly retreated while observing the situation on the other side. "Who is this person?" "Blood King, you never imagined that you would end up like this. You must die." The man in black held a sword and attacked him directly, while his teammates flanked him and blocked the Blood King's escape route. Anthony held a bloody sword and fought and retreated. He was already injured and seemed powerless to fight against them. Especially when he saw the bell on the man in black, he became even more energetic. It was this bell that made him fall into a trance just now, and he was almost hacked to death. Fortunately, he had enough experience to forcefully twist his body and only injured his arm, but even so, it was very fatal. The appearance of these people was very strange. With his consciousness, it was impossible for him to realize that he was being followed and ambushed by such people without realizing it. This showed that the enemy was probably someone who was good at hiding his aura. And it is very likely that he is an acquaintance and knows his identity as the Blood King. His first suspicion is the Dark Palace. But the moves of these people in front of them are different from Andian. Andian doesn't seem to have such a wide-open attack method. After he sent an emergency contact to Ye Chen, he tried to buy time while looking for opportunities to escape. But the man in black is extremely powerful, which makes the Blood King doubt his life after being beaten. Daxia actually has such a strong dark power in the late stage. Ordinary engine couldn't stop him from a few moves in the later stage. The most important thing was that this person knew his fighting style extremely well and was extremely experienced in fighting. They didn't look like warriors trained in a place like the city. Although the men in black around them were less powerful, they were still very numerous. The blockade on the side is just harassment and is not radical, giving no chance for Anthony to counterattack and escape. Seeing that there were more and more wounds on his body, Anthony finally couldn't hold it anymore. If he continued like this, he would be a corpse in a few minutes. Blood Sword Crazy Demon Slash. Anthony slashed directly at the man in black holding the sword. As long as the man in black could retreat a little to give him some time, he was absolutely confident that he would rush out temporarily and wait for Ye Chen's arrival. But the man in black didn't give up at all. While activating the bell and making gestures with his hands, a stone tablet fell from the sky and slammed into Anthony. Crazy Dragon's Monument Smashing Hand. This move directly made the Blood Sword Mad Demon Slash come to naught. Anthony's attack was fruitless, but instead exposed himself to the public eye. In an instant, all the martial arts skills of the other men in black were directed at him. Various red palm prints, black fist prints, sword energy, etc. directly defeated Anthony. He was lying on the ground covered in blood, twitching and unable to move. He could only watch the man in black walking slowly with a sword in hand. Watching the fall of the sword light, his pupils finally lost their light. The Blood King's skull rolled several times on the ground, looking funny and sad at the same time. Chapter 135 The Decisive Battle with Lin Hua Company. When Ye Chen arrived, his face was completely dark, and the faces of the other three kings were also extremely ugly. Even the queen, who had the worst relationship with the Blood King, was staring at the situation on the court solemnly. It must have been a premeditated attack. The Blood King must have been ambushed, and those who besieged and killed the Blood King were dark warriors, and they were extremely stealthy. They must be acquaintances. The queen's thin lips parted slightly, without any warmth in her words. But this is true. Among them, the Blood King has a very strong ability to escape. Especially with his blood escape move, it is extremely difficult to kill him. The fact that the Blood King did not escape showed that these people knew the Blood King's fighting methods extremely well. To say that the Blood King died, she was actually not sad. The Blood King had a bad temper, was homicidal, and extremely bloody, so Queen Lotus was very unhappy with him. Ye Chen sent him here because he wanted to deal with Su Zhao's problems bloody and quickly establish a foothold, but the Blood King died on the road, and there were many doubts. It feels a bit sad that the rabbit dies and the fox dies. There is only one possibility for the Blood King to be killed, and that is related to the Dragon King Palace. In addition, the Dragon King Palace stronghold in Jinling was destroyed, and there was almost no objection that someone was targeting the Dragon King Palace. Dragon King, is it possible that it is related to the incident in Suzhou? The Poison King also thought of something. It was too strange that the Blood King died in Suzhou, and it might have a lot to do with the business competition in Suzhou. Let's go to Linhua Company. The man in black took off his disguise and poured some wine in front of the tombstone. His expression was sad but no tears fell. Brother, I avenged you. When you died at the hands of the Blood King, I thought that my talent would be difficult to avenge you in my lifetime, but today I did it. The man in black was Su Huang, who was ordered by Yu Ran to kill the Blood King. Su Huang had fought against the Blood King on the battlefield, and one of his officers was torn in half by the Blood King in order to save him, which was extremely bloody. Su Huang will never forget that scene in his life. He had obviously lost the ability to resist, but the Blood King tore his body apart alive. Then he licked the blood floating in the air with his tongue, looking terrifying and ferocious. How many years ago had he dreamed back to those days, and when he woke up, his pillow towel was wet with tears. In the previous illusion of the secret land of sea and sky, this scene happened again, and it almost became his inner demon. When he heard the news about the Blood King, his whole body was trembling, and his expression was instantly understood by Yu Ran. So Yu Ran gave him a chance to take revenge, and he did it. What did the young master say? Su Huang calmed down. The tears on his pillow had dried. The mausoleum only needed wine, so he dedicated the wine to his former commander and comrade in arms. This is his tomb. His flesh and blood were torn apart and he could no longer retrieve his body. Young master asked us to keep an eye on Ye Chen's movements. If there is any danger, we should immediately protect Mistress Jianqian and Dong Chunqiu and retreat. Reply to the young master and promise to complete the task. Su Huang strode out of the martyrs' cemetery, as if entering a new life. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. Since Ye Chen's hatred value for the host reached 15, he received double rewards. The Blood King was dead, and Yu Ran received the points reward. It had to be said that he had done nothing and was even very polite to Ye Chen. Ye Chen's hatred for himself has increased again. Is this a sign that the villain and the protagonist are inherently incompatible? One Chu Qingkai made Ye Chen's hatred slowly increase. I have to say that this wool is worth it. I said, why are you so picky about the system? Ye Chen is obviously much more difficult to deal with than Lin Fan, so why does his score equal to Lin Fan? It sounds like your host's strength has not improved. This system only looks at the plot and not your strength. Even if the enemy behind you is stronger than you. Tongzi, have you been wandering again recently? Do you want to listen to music again? This system has been offline. The system went silent at the speed of light and stopped popping up. Yu Ran got used to the system's nagging. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to think about how to deal with the next plot. So Kyunkin's safety shouldn't be a big problem, and Ye Chen would most likely not connect the Blood King with them. If there is a real problem, he has also arranged a way out for Su Jianqian. He is not a scumbag who just abandons her. Lao Yu, want to give every girl a home, so naturally I want to protect his women. But Su Jianqian is also a workaholic, and she left for Suzhou again within 2 days of bringing her back last time. When Suzy was lingering with him, she also lamented that women were not allowed to stay in college. Su Jianqian also sneezed at this time, and then showed a bright smile. Looking at the concerned message from Yu Ran, she knew that Yu Ran was thinking of her again. Strangely enough, after she told Su Jian about Yu Ran and Bai Yuan, Su Jian didn't say anything, and Su Jian looked vaguely strange. But Su Jian didn't think much about it. Maybe Su Jian was complaining about herself. But now she has accepted Bai Yuan's existence. She wants to work hard to create her own value and impress Yu Ran. Linhua Company should have a big problem soon. Their internal conflicts have amplified. Our first big event is going to be successful. When Dong Chunkai saw So Kyunkin's report, he felt much better and respected the future mistress even more. He felt that So Kyunkin's business talent was no less than his, and he could only admire Yu Ran's discerning eye. Within a month, take down Linhua Company. Dong Chunkai secretly vowed to start working harder. Inside Linhua Company. What do you do for a living? Such a big scandal can't be covered up. Do you know how much our stock price has dropped? Linhua, the boss of Linhua Company, angrily pushed all the books on the table to the ground. The general manager and other leaders next to him were trembling and did not dare to say anything. Ah! Stop talking! This is a conspiracy to harm talents. Who exposed the unspoken internal rules? In addition, who bought those scattered stocks? I don't know what I want you to do for food. When Linhua was yelling curses at others, King Li opened the door and Ye Chen walked in. He was already in a bad mood and saw the chaos in Linhua's company even worse. Let them all go out, I have something to ask you. Ye Chen temporarily put aside his anger at Linhua's mismanagement. He was now more concerned about the poisonous snakes hiding in the dark. Linhua was stunned for a moment when he saw Ye Chen, and then his pupils shrank sharply. The Dragon King himself came to investigate for this matter? Linhua waved his hand to signal a few people to go out, and the managers quickly left as if they had been pardoned. Linhua immediately put on a flattering face and handed Ye Chen a cup of tea. Lord Dragon King, you came in person and didn't even tell me a word, so you asked me to pick you up earlier. Ye Chen was agitated and was not in the mood to chat with Linhua. Stop talking nonsense, have you seen the Blood King? Linhua shook his head. He had never seen the Blood King before. My subordinates haven't seen it. Do you need to mobilize people to look for it? What are you looking for? Everyone is dead. Ye Chen's temper became even more violent and he crushed the teacup in his hand. Linhua has never seen the Blood King. Basically, the clues about the Blood King have been lost again. Forget it, tell me, what's going on with the company that's against you? Chapter 136 Ye Chen meets Yu Ran. Lord Dragon King, this is not because I am incompetent in doing things. Dong Chunkai was originally my subordinate, but he was unruly. He actually molested my secretary, and I later fired him. Ye Chen looked at Linhua and described Dong Chunkai as a heinous person. So? Why can he go against you? Ye Chen didn't want to investigate the process. He was not interested in knowing what happened to Linhua and Dong Chunkai. He just wanted to know why Linhua's company was in crisis. Well, you really don't blame me for this. That Dong Chunkai got into the lap of the Yu family somewhere. It's the Jinling Yu family, the richest family. I can't offend the energy of that family. Linhua said nonchalantly, glancing at Ye Chen from time to time. He was relieved when he saw that Ye Chen was not angry, but just lost in thought. He was really afraid that Ye Chen would blame him for everything. He hadn't had enough of his good life yet, and he still had a lovely secretary waiting for his favor. Yu family? Yu Ran. Ye Chen's frown deepened. Is Yu Ran targeting him? Is the Blood King thing also related to him? Yes, that name is Yuso Company. According to rumors, it is probably the prince of the Yu family who did it. How can I, a common man, have the ability to compete with him? Linhua looked aggrieved, as if he was complaining. When did he start targeting you? Tell the truth. Ye Chen increased his tone, and Linhua was also frightened and did not dare to speak nonsense. It's been more than 2 months. 2 months. Ye Chen's brows relaxed a little. He started before he arrived in Daxia. It didn't seem to be directed at him. Yu Ran actually felt speechless. He didn't expect that the company Lin Fan wanted to target during his time was actually Ye Chen's company. He was using the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the official of this dynasty, and he hit him right on target. It was a big help to him, otherwise it would be really troublesome to take action at this time. Do they know you are from the Dragon King Palace? Dragon King, you are going to disgrace me. Don't tell them. I didn't even tell my subordinates. They can't know. Ye Chen sat on the chair with his eyes closed, feeling a little tired. He rushed on the road frantically, and neither the matter of the Blood King nor Lin Hua Company was solved, and it was very troublesome for the Yu family. Forget it, let's do this for now. When I see Yu Ran one day, I'll tell him that you can take care of yourself. If Lin Hua Company has any problems, just stop doing it. Ye Chen glanced at Lin Hua. Lin Hua nodded quickly and trembled. Ye Chen's hawk-like gaze made him sweat. He felt as if all his secrets had been revealed. Lin Hua Company had no clues, so Ye Chen could only temporarily return to Jinling. The other three kings also temporarily followed, and they did not dare to act alone. Ye Chen rubbed his brows. These troublesome things are really troublesome. Daxia is indeed a forbidden land for mercenaries. Everything will go wrong in Daxia. Dragon King, what should we do next? The Queen helps me make an appointment with Yu Ran. I want to meet him alone. Ye Chen originally wanted to go to see Yu Ran with Chu Qingkai, but when he thought of Chu Qingkai and Yu Ran's passionate appearance, his heart became blocked. Plan to meet Yu Ran alone. Poison King and Li King, you two are going to look at Jinling's files. Didn't you say that you want to regain a power? What power do you think is suitable? After the arrangements were made, the three kings had no objections. Lian's eyes were as calm as water, and only Ye Chen's time showed a little light. But Ye Chen didn't care at all, or it didn't matter if he knew about it. You want to see my young master? Who are you? Liu Zitong looked at the blonde Lian in front of him with some doubts. She did have some means to find him, but seeing the young master was not something that all cats and dogs could see. I am here to invite young master Yu to a banquet on behalf of Miss Chu. According to Ye Chen's statement, Lian used Chu Qingkai to ask Yu Ran out to meet him. After all, if Ye Chen made an appointment, Yu Ran might ignore him. But Ye Chen was wrong about this. As Yu Ran's points baby, Yu Ran was too willing. Oh, I understand. I will report it to the young master. As for whether the young master will agree or not, I can't give you an answer. Since it was Chu Qingkai's matter, Liu Zitong naturally wanted to tell Yu Ran, and Yu Ran was very surprised to hear it. Chu Qingkai chatted with him every day and was on the phone endlessly. To make an appointment with him, he had to go through other people. But after Liu Zitong described it, Yu Ran was stunned for a moment, and then became a little confused. Isn't this Queen Lotus under Ye Chen? Does that mean it's Ye Chen who wants to see Yu Ran? Interesting. Yu Ran was naturally not afraid. He had already gained strength and tortured Ye Chen just like he tortured a chicken. He also wanted to know what Ye Chen wanted to do. Ye Chen chose a quiet private cafe. Yu Ran brought Bai Yuan to the banquet, while Queen Lotus stood behind Ye Chen. Yu Ran saw Lian at first sight. Her iconic blonde hair and blue eyes couldn't be covered. Lian's appearance was extremely majestic and had typical Western appearance characteristics. It's a pity that there is only indifference in his eyes, which makes a pair of beautiful eyes look dull. She was wearing a coat to wrap herself up tightly, and even her thighs were wearing trousers, showing no intention of showing off her figure. The blonde hair hangs down on the right shoulder and looks extremely peaceful. Although the coat covers it, one knows that the explosive figure under the coat is probably only a little worse than Yun Yi. But Lian is extremely tall. If her height of 175 centimeters were on high heels, Yu Ran would be shorter than her. Another stunning beauty, and a special foreign flower girl. Lian was very loyal to Ye Chen, so poaching her would be a bit difficult, although it was not completely impossible. If she can't dig it out, Yu Ran can only reluctantly send her to reunite with the Blood King, but I, Lao Yu, am a compassionate person, so I still try to use the hoe first. Oh? Mr. Ye actually took the initiative to come to me. It's really rare. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Bai Yuan professionally checked the situation nearby to see if there were any surveillance cameras or explosives. Yu Ran sat carelessly in his seat, looking at Ye Chen. Master Yu doesn't seem surprised. Ye Chen took a sip of coffee and was not in a hurry to bring up the topic. Why are you surprised? Qing Ci calls me every day, and there is no need for anyone to tell me about the appointment. Yu Ran's casual words made Ye Chen furious. Is this guy just showing off? Yes, I'm just showing off. Are you angry? Then Mr. Yu is really brave and careful. Ye Chen couldn't even find the words to describe Yu Ran for a while, and racked his brains to think of such a word. Although Yu Ran heard some sarcasm from Ye Chen, he didn't care. This meeting with Ye Chen was completely unexpected. If Ye Chen was not anxious, he would be even less anxious. That's for sure. If you have strength, you have nothing to fear. Yu Ran laughed, while Bai Yuan checked the surroundings and stood behind Yu Ran, forming a symmetry with Lian. The conversation really started when the two beauties stood up. Chapter 137 Negotiation Collapse. A very strange atmosphere formed between Yu Ran and Ye Chen, and neither one spoke first. Looking at Yu Ran leisurely sipping coffee, Bai Yuan gently massaged Yu Ran from behind, and Yu Ran showed an extremely satisfied expression. Ye Chen looked at Lian behind him and smiled bitterly. If Lian massaged him, he might have crushed his shoulders directly. Moreover, Lian had no intention of giving Ye Chen a massage, but just watched the situation on the field with cold eyes. Finally, Ye Chen couldn't help but speak. After all, he was the one asking for help. I heard that Master Yu has a Yuzhou company in Suzhou. Yu Ran glanced at Ye Chen's expression calmly. He didn't seem to be here to ask questions, but rather to ask for something from him. Yes, I want to have my own career to kill time when I'm bored. Yu Ran raised his eyes slightly, as if he had no interest in this matter, and answered very casually. Then young Master Yu should know Linhua Company. You know, my first goal for Yuzhou Company is to bring down Linhua Company. Yu Ran closed his eyes and seemed to enjoy Bai Yuan's massage skills. It must be said that Bai Yuan is becoming more and more versatile now and has perfectly adapted to the role of a maid. Yu Ran's slow interest made Ye Chen slightly unhappy, but Ye Chen was not a young boy, so he suppressed some of his anger for the time being. I wonder if young Master Yu can stop his attack on Linhua Company. No, this is my battle to seek justice for my employee Dong Chunkaiu, a goal I set when I first established this company. Yu Ran shook his head and didn't buy Ye Chen's fault at all. Ye Chen was also a little irritable. Linhua Company was very important to him. It was not only the layout of Dragon King Palace in Suzhou, but also an important source of funds for him in the country. Foreign money is not easy to bring into Daxia, and it is easy for some interested people to detect the clues. I wonder if Mr. Yu can give me some face. Yu Ran, who had closed his eyes to enjoy it, suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Yuan behind him also stopped massaging and stood obediently behind him again. Give you face, Mr. Ye, in what capacity do you say this? To put it bluntly, there are not many people who can give me face, Mr. Ye, you are not among them. Yu Ran sat up and his words were frivolous, which made Ye Chen even more unhappy. He pretended to be so good before, but he was actually a short-sighted person. On the contrary, Ye Chen never thought that it would be a bit funny for a bodyguard to let the son of a rich man give him face. But how could the pampered Ye Chen think of this? He just felt that he had lost face and became increasingly unhappy with Yu Ran. Ye Chen took a long breath and calmed down. After chatting with Yu Ran for a few words, he could no longer suppress his anger. He came to see Yu Ran today. Linhua Company was actually just an introduction. The real purpose was to use Linhua Company to open up a relationship with the Yu family, so as to build the Dragon King Palace in Jinling. Linhua's company wouldn't let him condescend to meet Yu Ran. Does Mr. Yu know my true identity? Ye Chen stared at Yu Ran. He couldn't help it anymore. He wanted to slap this arrogant boy hard in the face. A compulsory lesson for the protagonist is to hit the villain's face with more eyes than the other. Oh? You mean the current Dragon King of Dragon King Palace? So what? Yu Ran responded to Ye Chen's question lightly, but Ye Chen's heart was filled with panic. He actually knows his true identity. His sitting posture is slightly deformed, becoming extremely aggressive and making it easy to escape at any time. The Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace is not a well-known figure in Daxia. Even Lien couldn't help but glance at Yu Ran. They didn't expect that Yu Ran could find out about the Dragon King Palace. They originally wanted to use this identity to let Yu Ran know what it means to be someone outside the world, and there is a heaven outside the world. But Yu Ran understood that the fact that he could say the previous words meant that he didn't care about the identity of the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. Ye Chen's mind could no longer calm down, and he looked at Yu Ran with an inquiring and slightly aggressive look. Yu Ran looked at Ye Chen's series of small movements and expressions, motionless, and even took a sip of the coffee in front of him. Is it weird? Do you think your Dragon King Palace is a mysterious organization? Our Yu family is not the Chu family, so it is normal to have some sources of information. For the first time, Ye Chen paid attention to the seemingly frivolous playboy in front of him. So when you just said that my identity is the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, isn't it enough for you to give me face? Ye Chen's face turned gloomy, and his words to Yu Ran were somewhat questioning. Of course, the current Dragon King's face is not enough. If those old immortals from your Dragon King Palace come, maybe I can give it, but you can't. It won't be enough for me to break the promise to my subordinates. Yu Ran knew the Dragon King Palace very well, and he was not afraid of entering Huajin at all, not to mention that people from the Dragon King Palace did not dare to enter Daxia at will. Ye Chen's eyes when looking at Yu Ran changed again. He actually knew the Dragon King Palace so well. But he was even more angry at Yu Ran's contempt for him, while Yu Ran ignored Ye Chen, whose face was getting darker and darker, and continued to speak. Dong Chunkaihu was banned and oppressed because of Linhua Company. When I found him, Linhua Company even wanted to break his legs and steal his wife. Do you want me to let go of such irreconcilable things? Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, haha, you can't hold me down yet. Yu Ran's painting style changed, his voice became sharper, and the aura of peak dark energy on his body was released to press against Ye Chen. Ye Chen was shocked. He immediately clashed with Yu Ran, but he couldn't take any advantage. I can hand over the mastermind of Linhua Company's affairs to you. How about leaving it at that? Yu Ran's strong aura and pressure finally made Ye Chen give in, which surprised Yu Ran slightly. Aren't protagonists generally rather bent than bent? This Ye Chen seemed to have a certain control over his advance and retreat. No, Dong Chunkaihu told me that Linhua Company will soon be unable to survive. This is his belief in revenge. Ye Chen was very angry when he saw that Yu Ran was not getting enough, and he was also angry with Linhua in his heart. The trouble he caused was very difficult for him to deal with. Ye Chen drank the coffee in one gulp and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but do something. He suppressed his angry inquiry for the sake of the overall situation. Now that Mr. Yu knows about our Dragon King Palace, let's forget about Linhua Company. I wonder if Mr. Yu can help our Dragon King Palace gain a foothold in Jinling. I will be grateful in the future. Humph, hum. Yu Ran snorted coldly. Don't you know about the relationship between my Yu family and the southern military region? Are you dreaming about helping your Dragon King Palace? I didn't report you all because of Qing Si's face, so you still want to push yourself further. Ye Chen couldn't bear it any longer and directly protested. Since the negotiation had collapsed, he didn't want to see Yu Ran for a quarter of an hour. After Ye Chen turned around, Lien followed him silently and prepared to leave. Miss Lien, please stay. Chapter 138 Ye Chen's Plan. Lien didn't stop. Her temperament had always been like this, and she would never show off to others. Miss Lien, the past is in the past. Don't let the past hinder your future. If you want to have a new life, you can come to me. Yu Ran said something kindly to Lien. After hearing this, Lien's footsteps stopped slightly for a moment, and then left quickly. Ye Chen, who had already opened the door and left, turned back and glared fiercely, as if he wanted to eat Yu Ran. This damn guy actually poached his own people in front of him. Yu Ran said that he just cares about her and doesn't want Lien and Ye Chen to end up together. He is a good man, LSP. Lien entered the Dragon King Palace for Ye Chen. She actually had no sense of belonging to the Dragon King Palace, so she just needed to snatch away her feelings for Ye Chen. Ye Chen is suspicious by nature. Ye Chen must have noticed Lien's brief stop just now. It may not affect their relationship now, but this rift is inevitable. Yu Ran knows Lien very well, so he knows what words can make ripples appear in Lien's heart. These words will eventually plant seeds in Lien's heart. Ye Chen left angrily, Lien didn't look back, and Yu Ran hugged Bai Yuan's slender waist and left. Although this frank conversation was an accident outside of the plot, the content was carefully considered for a long time. And he got a lot of the content he wanted, which gave Ye Chen a head-on blow. Ye Chen might have to put a lot of effort into planning Jinling next time. Master is really becoming more and more domineering. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up with care, and Yu Ran also smiled and gave a sip. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this little maid. Master! Master! But as soon as he entered the door, he saw Liu Zitong kneeling down and hugging Yu Ran's thigh, crying with runny nose and tears. Young master, this was all my job before. Didn't we agree that Miss Bai would be in charge of the house and I would be in charge of the house? Liu Zitong hugged Yu Ran's thigh and whined. He already felt that his value was about to be replaced by Bai Yuan. It was obviously him who was by Yu Ran's side before. Yu Ran gave him a kick directly. Go to hell. What's your name? Have you finished digesting the inheritance? You're in charge of the inside and the outside. If you have nothing to do, go talk to your sister in King Ai. Master, I won't go. Oh, Sister King Ai is my ideal, Master, you are my reality. Yu Ran flew up and kicked him 10 meters away. Go away, you're so greasy, you Lilican. Yu Ran ignored Liu Zitong's whining and lay on the sofa to rest. He was wondering whether to tell Chu Qingkai about Ye Chen's identity. Telling Chu Qingkai means that Ye Chen will most likely leave her side, but it can also be heard from Chu Qingkai's recent chat with him. Chu Qingkai already has his own power, and Ye Chen's existence has become unnecessary. After all, there are not so many places to fight in the city. Ye Chen, who was on the other side of the Chu family, was sitting there alone, like a furious lion. Marcy and James were trembling next to them, not knowing what was going on. After the Dragon King came back from the banquet, his cannibalism appeared. Lien was also silent. They had no idea what was going on. They were not stupid and would not try to get Ye Chen into trouble at this time, and would wait obediently nearby. James. How is the search by the local forces in Jinling going? Ye Chen finally made a sound, and the ups and downs of his voice still showed the unrest in his heart. Dragon King, if we want to deploy in Jinling, I'm afraid we need to rely on the power of the 5 major families. It will be very difficult to deploy alone. There are very few small gangs in the entire area of Jinling that we can use directly. James was a little helpless. The history of Jinling was too deep, and the relationships between the various families were complicated. It was too difficult to deal with it. Boss, it's true. If we want to cultivate a force, Even if we take over the team that can be used now, it will take at least a year before it can be used. Ma Xi also took up the conversation. After reading the files, they discovered that the relationship in Jinling was even more complicated than Ye Chen's relationship between men and women. What about the underground forces? Ye Chen was very dissatisfied. Could it be that he really couldn't make plans in Jinling? Especially when he thought of Yu Ran's appearance during the day, he was even more angry. This damn guy! Thinking of Yu Ran, he couldn't help but glance at Lien, only to find that Lien still had a calm expression. Well, Lien doesn't seem to be shaken by a word. Thinking that Lien Yuchen was actually a little bitter, Lien seemed to only care about him and only listened to his orders, but in fact Lien was just a kind of sustenance to him, which was why he was afraid. Only he knows the story between him and Lien. This damn Yu Ran can actually shake Lien's state of mind. The underground forces in Jinling are very powerful, and we may not be able to conquer them. As James spoke, he looked at Ye Chen's expression to see if there was any change. He knew that the Dragon King cared about face the most. Ye Chen irritably found out the news about Jinling's underground world and looked at it. Ansuandi's name was among them. You say you can't conquer a woman? James and Marcy both smiled bitterly, and glanced at Lien next to them. What happened to the woman? They couldn't beat this woman. Okay, let's go to the underground world when we have the opportunity. Which of the other major families has the most hope of cooperating with us? It's best to have a bad relationship with the Yu family. Ye Chen added later, thinking of Yu Ran, his anger rose again. Damn guy. The current person in power in the Lu family is Yu Ran's ex-fiancé. They had broken off the engagement and their relationship should not be very good. Also, the relationship between the Han family and the Yu family has always been at odds. The relationship between the Li family and the Yu family is relatively good, and the Chu family is not so good. It's clear, the information is not written. Ye Chen waved his hand. The relationship between Chu Qingkai and Yu Ran is here. If it's not good, how can it be bad? The Lu family? Lu Qingxiu? Ye Chen murmured to himself that since he and Yu Ran had broken off their engagement, it meant that there must be problems in the relationship between the two families. He could start from here and get help from the Lu family. His layout in Jinling should be ready to begin. Lien, please help me make an appointment with Lu Qingxiu, in the name of the Chu family. Ye Chen naturally did not dare to expose the identity of the Dragon King Palace casually. Although he actually did not do anything to Daxia and even avoided conflicts with Daxia when he was in power, the three kings had conflicts with Daxia to some extent. He now even suspected that the Blood King was the one who caused death by Yu Ran's announcement to the southern military region. The Blood King had the deepest hatred with Daxia. However, the fighting method is completely unlike the movements of the military zone. Except for the Queen, Marcy and James are not clean either. By the way, James and Marcy, please pay attention. That Yu Ran has found out the identity of the Dragon King Palace. If he knows that you are here, I'm afraid there will be problems. You will find a place to hide yourself starting tomorrow. I will contact you if anything happens. Chapter 139 Looking for Lu Qingjian. Master, according to the news from earlier, there are two suspicious people coming out of the Chu family. They are probably the Poison King James and the Power King Maxi. They have separated from Ye Chen, and Queen Lien is going to the Lu family. Lu Zitong worked hard to digest the pharmacopoeia while reporting the latest news to Yu Ran. The inheritance was okay, it was poured directly into his mind, but Lin Fan's pharmacopoeia was really difficult. However, Lu Zitong was considered to be quite talented and could already use Lin Fan's previous signature skill, the Holy Medical Wave Hand. According to what Lu Zitong said, this move was far more advanced than Lin Fan's. Both he and Lin Fan could only touch the first level. Well, it seems that Ye Chen is also a little anxious. If ours doesn't work, they will have to contact other families sooner or later. Ye Chen's actions were within Yu Ran's expectation. Ye Chen's plan was closely related to his identity as Dragon King, and he would not give up easily. Find the addresses of James and Marcy, and then ask Su Huang to leave a team of people in Suzhou and bring the others back. In addition, Cao Bing told him to hurry up. Yes. Wang Hu received the order and called his brothers together. Jinling was temporarily in charge of him. Captain, did the young master ask us to destroy that lotus? Not yet, just let us keep an eye on it, and find out more about the movements of Marcy and James. As expected, we will definitely get the credit for this. Wang Hu's men were extremely anxious when they saw Su Huang killing the Blood King. Now that Yu Ran has introduced a merit system, everyone is eager to make meritorious deeds and obtain better weapons. Wang Hu knew in his heart that James and Marcy couldn't handle it as a team, and they had to wait at least until Su Huang came back. Hello Miss Lu. Lu Qingxiu looked at Ye Chen in front of her with indifferent eyes. The first time Ye Chen saw Lu Qingxiu, he was slightly shocked by Lu Qingxiu's appearance. But at the second glance, he was stung by Lu Qingxiu's indifference, even though he already knew Lu Qingxiu's character. Lu Qingxiu did not answer Ye Chen's words. She thought it was related to the Chu family, but Ye Chen who came was obviously related to other forces. Miss Lu, I have a big project to cooperate with you. Seeing that Lu Qingxiu had no intention of answering, Ye Chen could only talk to himself. But what Ye Chen didn't expect was that Lu Qingxiu ignored him at all, turned around and left, as if he was nothing. Ye Chen was even more irritable. Judging from this, Yu Ran's attitude was considered good. Yu Ran, who was far away, was surprised to find that Ye Chen's favorability increased by 5. Miss Lu, we are an organization from abroad and want to gain a foothold in China. I think we can help each other. Lu Qingxiu originally thought that she was from the Chu family, and contacting the Chu family would be beneficial for her to gain power, otherwise she would not come out at all, so when she saw that Ye Chen's 2 sentences were not focused, she immediately prepared to leave. But when Lu Qingxiu heard about the extraterritorial organization, she stopped. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was still more to talk about. What foreign organization? Lu Qingxiu cherishes words like gold, she has always been like this. Dragon King Palace. Ye Chen proudly talked about his organization, hoping to see a shocked look on Lu Qingxiu's face, but he was soon disappointed. Lu Qingxiu's expression did not change at all, and Ye Chen even suspected that the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him had facial paralysis. Never heard of it. Ye Chen coughed and coughed for a long time. Lu Qingxiu's words just now almost made his throat explode. Well, let's put it this way, our organization has many masters of Huajin. I am the leader of the Dragon King Palace, and I am the pinnacle of Anjin. Ye Chen finally figured it out. Apart from Yu Ran, probably no one knew the name of Dragon King Palace, but Yu Ran knew about it and didn't buy it. Ye Chen simply revealed his aura. Although Lu Qingxiu was not a warrior, the maid behind her whispered a few words in her ear. Lu Qingxiu nodded clearly. There is nothing more reliable than a direct display of strength. So you have great influence abroad. Seeing that Lu Qingxiu was interested, Ye Chen hurriedly sold her. It must be said that beauty has advantages. Even though Lu Qingxiu had such a bad attitude, Ye Chen was not angry. Of course, we are divided into 4 kings. We have dozens of palaces in various countries and are absolutely powerful. So I want to cooperate with Miss Lu. Miss Lu will help me gain a foothold in the country. I will help Miss Lu expand business abroad. How about? Ye Chen felt that he had a bright tongue and it was impossible for Lu Qingxiu to disagree with such a win-win thing. The most important thing was that he had learned that the Lu family was the last of the 5 major families and would most likely fall out of the 5 major families. So they must have a need for this piece of meat from abroad. Help me find someone and we can work together. Lu Qingxiu's expression remained unchanged. The maid next to her understood and gave Ye Chen a piece of information. Ye Chen turned to the first page curiously. The name is clearly written with the 3 characters Lu Qingjian. It's okay to find her to cooperate with, but there's no need to discuss anything else. After Lu Qingxiu put down her words, she left the scene. Ye Chen looked at Lu Qingxiu's back and snorted slightly. Hey, proud woman! Sooner or later I will conquer you. I have to say that arrogant women and arrogant men are treated completely differently. Yu Ran's arrogance and Ye Chen directly flipped the table. Lu Qingxiu's arrogant and cold charm was indeed very attractive to people like Ye Chen who fought all year round. The more flowers on the mountain, the more he wanted to pick them. But Ye Chen did not expect that even if he became a winner in life according to the script, he would not win Lu Qingxiu's heart. Lu Qingxiu is like a strange woman. She has a close relationship with the protagonist in both books, but she has never fallen into trouble. No one knows what she is thinking in her heart. After Ye Chen returned to Chu's house with Lian, he began to prepare to find Lu Qingjian. Lu Qingxiu has been searching for so many years, and has searched almost all over the country, but has not found any trace of Lu Qingjian, so Lu Qingxiu suspects that Lu Qingjian has been transferred abroad. So Lu Qingxiu stopped slightly when she heard Ye Chen say that she was a foreign organization. The Lu family had very little influence outside, and she had no access to foreign situations. It was even more difficult to find Lu Qingjian, so she wanted to use Ye Chen's help to find Lu Qingjian. Then there would be no harm in cooperating. As for whether Ye Chen, a foreign organization, would have an impact on Daxia, Lu Qingxiu was not responsible. She just wanted to get Lu Qingjian back, at any cost. Lian, this time you will personally lead the team to search. You can access all the intelligence systems of the Dragon King Palace. Ye Chen thought for a long time and handed the matter over to Lian. The first thing is that Lian is extremely powerful. Even if there is an assassination in the Dark Palace, it should not have much impact on Lian. Besides, their base is outside. Erlin was loyal to him, but he didn't believe Yu Ran's instigation at all. Humph, damn Yu Ran! Have you found Lu Qingjian's whereabouts? Wait for me, I'll be there right away. Chapter 140 Rescue Lu Qingjian. The book only introduces the approximate location. Yu Ran sent Cao Bing to find Lu Qingjian very early. Cao Bing finally discovered the whereabouts of Lu Qingjian during his day and night search. As for why he found Lu Qingjian, it might be because she is the heroine, Yu Ran thought in his heart. Cao Bing was very surprised when he heard that Yu Ran was coming in person. He knew that this task was very important when he performed this task, but he did not expect that Yu Ran would come in person. It has been found. There are currently 3 suspected locations, the most likely of which is Denmark, then Argentina, and finally the United Kingdom. I have to say that the news about the Dragon King Palace is really great, and the Lu family has very little external news and organization. The situation of the Lu family outside is clear after checking. After all, there are naturally many hackers from the Dragon King Palace. Then let's investigate one place at a time. Shall we go to Denmark first? The guards from the Dragon King Palace next to him asked Lian, and Lian just nodded. The people in the Dragon King Palace also knew that Lian had a weird personality and didn't say much. Lu Qingjian's location is indeed in Denmark. Denmark was the second stronghold of the Lu family in the early days. Later, after the decline of the Lu family, sales in this place also plummeted. There is still the Lu family's organization in Denmark, which can be considered the size of a medium-sized company and is responsible for some scattered sales. And Lu Qingjian was locked up in the basement of the Danish person in charge, Lu Dehua. Cao Bing got this news at great cost. The Lu family had extremely strict supervision over Lu Qingjian, and almost no one else was allowed to enter. These beasts actually locked up a little girl for 10 years. Cao Bing was furious when he saw the information inside. Lu Qingjian had been locked up in there since she was 10 years old and had not come out once for 10 years. Captain, the Lu family's defense here is very tight. Our 4 brothers are seriously injured, and we can't stay in that place. Cao Bing nodded. The price this time was indeed not small. Just bribing internal personnel cost nearly tens of millions. In addition to the loss of personnel, the cost was huge. If Yu Ran hadn't given him the card and said he didn't care about the gain or loss, he wouldn't have dared to use it like this. He doesn't know why the young master wanted to find Lu Qingjian. After Yu Ran landed, he admired the scenery of Denmark, known as the fairy tale kingdom. This was his first time abroad, and the scenery of European towns was indeed refreshing. There were quite a few foreign beauties with blonde hair and blue eyes. The atmosphere here was much more open than in Daxia. He even saw one wearing a bikini while traveling, and his eyes almost followed her. Yu Ran, who has black hair and dark eyes, is quite rare in Denmark. Some girls even came up to say hello to Yu Ran. Yu Ran himself is not bad looking, and his strength in Huajin makes him look young and angular. Even foreign girls like this one. Oh, you are the most beautiful Danish girl I have ever seen. Thank you. I wonder if I am lucky enough to have this young man buy me a drink today. Yu Ran greeted the Danish girl in broken English, and it looked like the atmosphere was extremely warm. In fact, Yu Ran's English was really unflattering. If there was no system to translate for him, he wouldn't understand and wouldn't be able to speak. Host, if you wake me up again in the future, just for this matter, I will do it directly. What are you doing? Rebellion, right? Why don't you feel the enthusiasm of a foreign country with me? Bah, scumbag. Okay, shut up. I won't. I finally made an appearance. I want to make my presence felt. Friends outside, how are you? Yu Ran simply blocked the cerebral palsy system, but this way he couldn't talk to the most beautiful Danish girl. Yu Ran could only wake up the system to continue translating, but before he could speak, Yu Ran caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It turned out to be Lien. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he was right. Lu Qingxiu's condition should be to find Lu Qingjian, so it would be natural for him to destroy Ye Chen, right? Oh, beautiful Danish girl, I have something else to do. Although I really want to leave you some gifts, I don't have enough time. We will meet again if we are destined. Yu Ran didn't want to be exposed to Lien's sight, so he reluctantly said goodbye to the Danish girl. He couldn't give his gift within an hour. Yu Ran left quickly, preparing to meet up with Cao Bing and the others. Lu Qingjian's detention location was not in this city, but in a small town called Ribi. The plane couldn't reach him directly, so he was not far away. Yu Ran ran away physically and quickly left Lien's sight. Lien Ye indeed didn't find out about Yu Ran. Finding Lu Qingjian was not a matter of a day or two, it needed to be eliminated one by one. So Yu Ran was not worried that Lien would find Lu Qingjian immediately. Young master. When Yu Ran arrived, all the secret guards put down their work and stood at attention to salute Yu Ran. Yu Ran's prestige among the secret guards was at its peak. How's it going? Young master, the basement of the Lu family is located in Lu Dewa's bedroom. The switch is temporarily unknown. The Lu family has a peak dark power here, 4 late dark power, and 5 early dark power. Their strength is average, but they may have thermal weapons. This is not Daxia, and the control of thermal weapons is not that strict, so it is normal for the Lu family to have thermal weapons here. Cao Bing and others went abroad in batches. There were 25 people in total, plus Yu Ran, there were 26 people. They were all warriors. If warriors fought, they would have an absolute advantage, but with ordinary people and hot weapons, it would be difficult to say. Did you get any thermal weapons? Cao Bing nodded. They spent money to buy some of the simplest thermal weapons. Jin was still extremely afraid of thermal weapons. Although they are faster and easier to dodge, they will definitely die once the firepower covers them, so the role of strength is not as great as imagined, unless it is to use energy. Lu Dewa's home is not far from the Lu family company and other Lu family residences. A warrior can arrive in 2 minutes at most, and an ordinary person can arrive in 10 minutes. So my plan is to sneak in, kill Lu Dewa quietly, and then leave. Yu Ran saw Cao Bing's expression of embarrassment and naturally knew that this plan was not so easy to implement. But there are not only all kinds of traps and warnings in Lu Dewa's home, Lu Dewa himself is the peak strength of Anjin, and it is difficult for us to do it. We also injured 4 brothers while exploring the road before. Please punish me, young master. Cao Bing knelt on one knee. Yu Ran trusted him with the task, but he couldn't complete it. Even if the trap was triggered and he retreated, he still injured 4 brothers and alerted the snake. It was really unbearable. We will discuss rewards and punishments after this incident. Is there any information about the Lu family, especially Lu Dewa? Cao Bing took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yu Ran. It was packed with news about the Lu family. It can be seen that Cao Bing was careful. And Lu Dewa even had a clear picture of his daily routine and habits on it, while Yu Ran looked at the paper. A plan was sketched out in my mind. It was a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 141 A turbulent Danish town. Lu Dewa is very careful these days. Those people before were not ordinary people at first glance, but he didn't know whether those people came for him or for Lu Qingjian. He is the only one in Denmark who knows about Lu Qingjian's house arrest in the basement, and no one else knows about it. When others discussed it, they focused more on whether it was an action against the Lu family. After all, Lu Dewa was the director of the Lu family here. But Lu Dewa was worried that he was here for Lu Qingjian. He had long heard of Lu Qingxiu's strength in the country, and Lu Qingjian was finally able to strangle her throat. If Lu Qingxiu really takes away Lu Qingjian, then the Lu family will definitely belong to Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu now has absolute power in both the economy and martial arts. If Lu Qingxiu is really in charge, Lu Dewa, one of the culprits who put Lu Qingjian under house arrest, will definitely be liquidated, and he will not even be able to live or die. Thinking about Lu Qingxiu's methods, Lu Dewa shuddered. Even if he had never faced Lu Qingxiu, he had heard about this woman's methods. Have any strangers come to Denmark recently? After checking, there was only a group of tourists. In addition, it seemed that a group of people came here yesterday. They didn't look like locals. The local here refers to the Danes. Are you Chinese? No, there seems to be no news of Chinese people coming in or out recently. That group of people may have come here illegally. Neither Cao Bing nor Yu Ran entered this town through formal channels, so traffic records would naturally not be left, so no information could be found at all. Lu Dewa breathed a sigh of relief. If no new Chinese people joined, it should not be Lu Qingxiu's method. Lu Qingxiu has not expanded his business overseas. What's more, this place is top secret in the Lu family, so Lu Qingxiu shouldn't be able to find it. It seems that he is too worried, maybe he is just some thieves coveting the Lu family. Lu Dewa started his life of 2 o'clock and 1 line again. On his way home from get off work on the 3rd day, an arrow flew straight towards him, and he was so frightened that he hid. But the power of the arrow was not strong, and it seemed that he had no intention of assassinating him. Lu Dewa keenly discovered the note left on it. Beware of outsiders. There are only 5 words. Lu Dewa is not stupid. Thinking about it, he always feels like someone is watching him recently. It was immediately clear that the outsider was probably the helper who broke into his house before. Could Lu Qingxiu really be able to reach out here? He didn't want to know who sent the note, but it was obviously not an enemy. Lu Dewa hurried back to hold a meeting and summoned all members of the Lu family to Su to discuss the matter. Although I don't know whether the opponent is for the Lu family or Lu Qingjian, they are enemies no matter what. Members of the Lu family have unanimously entered a high-level alert state and are ready to provide support at any time. The information is reliable? Are you sure it's at Lu Dewa's home? Lian's deputy looked at this extremely unsatisfactory information, and in just 3 days, he successfully found out where Lu Qingjian was hiding. I'm sure, but Lu Dehua seemed to know about our existence during a meeting today, and called on everyone in the Lu family to be on alert. What? So fast? This Lu Dehua is not simple. Naturally, the deputy also bribed some people within the Lu family and obtained today's intelligence. The previous investigation was not too easy, and he had never encountered such an easy intelligence investigation. When he reported it to Lian, Lian's expression did not change. She just looked at the information and seemed to be thinking about something. Let's do it tonight. Lian's words were concise and to the point. Regardless of whether the other side was on guard or not, they could not drag on. Once Lu Dehua thought of transferring Lu Qingjian, they would be in trouble. Moreover, Lu Dehua is looking for them. Once they are found, their advantage in the dark will disappear. Besides, Lian doesn't think they can defeat the Lu family's troops. In the bedroom, Lu Dehua tossed and turned and couldn't sleep tonight. He always felt that something was about to happen. Could it be that Lu Qingjian had been kidnapped? This is impossible. But his heart is always unable to calm down. After pacing back and forth, he finally looked at the closet and decided to check on Lu Qingjian first. After opening the third drawer of the wardrobe and pressing the switch, the floor of Lu Dehua's bedroom slowly opened, revealing the steps going down. Lu Dehua walked down. The steps were dim and there was no light at all. He finally reached the bottom holding a small oil lamp. There is no electrical system underground, and a few oil lamps can roughly see the situation below. There is only the size of a small room below, and a large number of alloy pillars surround the room, which is no different from a prison. Inside, a girl who looked exactly like Lu Qingxiu was sleeping, but her face was pure white and extremely haggard. She rubbed her groggy eyes when the lights came on. Looking at Lu Dehua in a daze, Lu Qingjian was wearing 2 shackles on her hands and neck, and they were not ordinary shackles, they were items that could imprison warriors. Lu Qingjian turned out to be a warrior. In this extremely harsh environment of being imprisoned, she actually became a warrior and has reached the peak of dark strength. Lu Qingjian saw Lu Dehua shrinking inside, her only bright big eyes filled with fear. She didn't know what this man was going to do when he came down at night. Do we need to inject her with that painful medicine again? She misses her sister so much. Except for her sister, no one in the world would pay attention to her. When she occasionally heard Lu Dehua complaining about Lu Qingxiu, she would always stand up and be proud of her sister. Lu Dehua was relieved to see Lu Qingjian still there. When he was about to go up, his hair suddenly stood on end, and a sense of crisis from a warrior enveloped his whole body. Lu Dehua was about to make a defensive posture in an instant, but before he even raised his hands, a line of blood appeared on his neck, killing him instantly. Lu Dehua fell there softly, and the smell of blood became even more fishy in the already small space. Lu Qingjian also saw this, but she didn't see clearly who did it, but she was still very happy that the devil who tortured her was finally dead. Click, click, click. The cage that locked Lu Qingjian was cut off, leaving a space the size of one person, and Yu Ran stretched out his hand to her. Naturally, something of this level couldn't stop Hong Yaojian's sharp edge, and it cut them all off easily. Lu Qingjian looked at the hand stretched out to her and held it timidly. Well, it felt a little warm. It seemed that she hadn't felt it in many years. Suddenly a sword shadow flashed across her eyes, and Lu Qingjian suddenly felt very sad. Was she going to die? She really wanted to see her sister again. But the death he imagined did not appear, and his 2 shackles fell to the ground. She is free. Come on, let's get out of here. Yu Ran's voice obviously didn't have much warmth, but Lu Qingjian felt her heart warm, and a dark road seemed extremely bright. Chapter 142 Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With the help of Shadow, Yu Ran sneaked into Lu Dehua's house like a kid, and Huajin's strength made Lu Dehua's traps useless. Lu Dua didn't expect that there would be a Huajin master appearing. Huajin masters rarely appeared in the city, and he never thought that he would offend a Huajin master. Well, who are you? Why did you save me? My name is Yu Ran, and I am your sister's good friend. I will take you back to the country to meet her. Yu Ran's word ex-boyfriend finally got stuck, and he awkwardly said the word good friend. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingjian smiled. She is really my sister. Can I finally see my sister? Brother Yu Ran, thank you. Yu Ran sighed. Lu Qingjian still had a childlike personality after being imprisoned for 10 years. When he read about the Lu family's experiments and abuse of Lu Qingjian in the book, Yu Ran felt an instinctive anger. He is a villain, but he is just a villain with a different stance. Someone like Lu Dua cannot be called a villain at all, he is just a beast. Lu Qingjian's strength was built entirely on the absorption of drugs. The Lu family wanted to rely on drugs to become a warrior, but in the end, of all the experimenters, only Lu Qingjian survived. The bag directly became the medicine jar for Lu Dua's experiment. Her dark energy was accumulated in this way, and he even put Lu Qingjian in shackles to worry about her rebellion. But Lu Qingjian didn't know how to use her abilities at all. She was tortured by Lu Dua every day. The video with Lu Qingxiu every year was the only thing she looked forward to. But she never talked about her situation, fearing to bring unnecessary trouble to her sister. Even so, this poor girl still maintained her kindness and innocence towards the world. Just like this moment, Lu Qingjian gently held Yu Ran's hand. She was afraid that she would be too strong and cause Yu Ran pain and abandon her. She didn't know how powerful Yu Ran could kill Lu Dua. She knew that she was very strong and was afraid of hurting Yu Ran. Hold my hand, we are going to fly. Yu Ran also showed a relatively gentle smile to Lu Qingjian. This girl's life was too miserable. Lu Qingjian nodded nervously and expectantly. Yu Ran picked up Lu Qingjian without any hesitation, and the energy package allowed him to quickly escape from the battlefield and left directly from the other direction. And all that was left was the blazing flames. What's going on? Why was there a fire when we just came in? It's impossible to kill people and silence them. Go in quickly. The people from the Dragon King Palace were dumbfounded as soon as they arrived. Unexpectedly, Lu Dua's house suddenly burst into flames. The first thing they thought of was that Lu Dua was going to kill someone and silence him. After all, according to the information, Lu Qingjian is an ordinary person, and it is impossible for Lu Dua to tell Lu Qingxiu about the torture of Lu Qingjian. The raging fire lit up the night sky of the Danish town, and people nearby became anxious. The firefighters here are not like Daxia, and they will definitely not be able to catch up in a short while. The first to arrive are the Lu family members. The Lu family did not expect that Lu Dua had just held a meeting today and said they should pay attention to the situation, and something happened in the evening. As soon as they came over, they found that the outsiders Lu Dua said were in front of the door and seemed to be greeting the people inside. The Dragon King Palace was naturally not stupid. They left some people outside to provide support, and the rest quickly entered to find Lu Qingjian. This was their goal. When they saw Lu Dua dead in the secret room, they were instantly confused. Lu Qingjian was missing. Before they could think more, the sound of artillery fire outside waited for no one, and the rumbling sound soon sounded. Immediately afterwards, the sound of gunfire began to fill the town, and the gunfire was mixed with the sounds of many martial arts, which seemed extremely chaotic. "My lady queen, please ask for help. Someone from the Lu family is here." The people who stayed outside immediately asked Lian for help. Lian entered Lu Dua's house without hesitation. When she heard the cry for help outside, she walked out without hesitation. "Withdraw. Now that Lu Qingjian is no longer here, the battle here has no meaning and will only increase casualties." But the Lu family and the Dragon King Palace were already jealous. Even if they fought and retreated, the losses would be considerable. The tranquility of the Danish town was broken by gunshots. It was unknown how many people could not sleep that night. At the break of dawn, the turmoil finally stopped. The people from the Dragon King Palace walked out of the Danish town, but their number had dropped by more than half, with less than 10 people entering the dense forest. Except for Lien, everyone else had more or less injuries on their bodies. After passing through the quiet dense forest, she will reach the city. She needs to report to Ye Chen about the situation here. Things about the Liu family are a bit too strange. But an invisible thin line suddenly appeared in the middle of the dense forest, and all kinds of hidden weapons and attacks suddenly appeared in an instant. Everyone in the Dragon King Palace who was already injured was beaten to death when they met each other. Even Lien was injured on her arm. Lien's lips moved slightly, and her expression finally changed slightly. Dark Palace. The people from the Dark Palace were ambushing here and killed everyone except Lien in an instant. What Lien had to face next was the siege of 10 Dark Masters. Although these Masters of Anjin only have 1 peak Anjin and 2 late-stage Anjin, these people are obviously the same assassination team. The cooperation was extremely tacit. After hurting Lien, they didn't waste any time and directly started to attack Lien. The group of people in Andian were all assassination masters. The dagger left a lot of injuries on Lien's body, and the blood-red color also stained Lien's arms. Already injured, she was extremely reluctant to parry the 10 masters of the Dark Hall. And the leader of the Dark Palace has begun to smile. He assassinated the Queen of the Dragon King Palace. This achievement is enough for him to level up. Lien looked at her arm that was losing strength due to blood loss, and her eyes gradually became complicated. She knew that she would die if she continued like this. The people in the Dark Palace are complete masters of assassination. They cooperate with each other to attack quickly and violently. She will definitely die in 10 minutes at most. She sighed, she really didn't want to do this. But the situation no longer allows it, otherwise she will die. When Andian was feeling proud, he suddenly discovered that Lien's body began to swell, her arms became extremely thick, wings grew out of her back, and horns appeared on her head. If it weren't for that beautiful and delicate face, they would really suspect that it was someone else pretending to be it. Even the well-trained members of the Dark Hall couldn't help but sigh. What kind of monster is this? The word monster obviously made Lien's eyes dim, but then he became serious. These people must die. Ah! A member of the Dark Hall was accidentally slapped on the head by Lien, and red and white things were sprinkled directly on Lien's body, which looked extremely terrifying. The leader of the Dark Palace obviously didn't expect Fa Lien to have such a transformation. No wonder the queen is said to be the most mysterious among the 4 kings. What kind of monster is this? Screams began to occur one after another. After the transformation, the queen was not only extremely fast, her strength was increased countless times, and she could even volley briefly. The eyes of these members of the Dark Hall began to become frightened, and they who were originally well-trained actually began to flee in all directions. And since they were seen in this form, how could the queen let them live? Just as he was preparing to pursue, the afterimage of the sword light instantly spread throughout the dense forest, and all the escaping Andian died instantly. Lien looked at the people in the dense forest and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 143 You ran vs Lien. Miss Lien, is that you? I thought some bad guy was blocking my way. Yu Ran smiled heartily and seemed not surprised by Lien's current appearance. In fact, Yu Ran was shocked in his heart. What kind of image is this? Half human, half dragon? Dragon girl? Although he already knew the description in the book, seeing it is better than hearing it 100 times. This reality looks completely different, subverting Yu Ran's perception. What does this super muscular body look like with a devilish face? The pair of wings on the back seemed to add a bit of strange beauty. Yu Ran racked his brains and found that it was very similar to the Dragon Queen in the movies and TV series he had watched before. I really don't understand why Lien is distressed and even a little sad because of this image. This is so handsome. Lien's eyes gradually changed color when she saw Yu Ran. She didn't allow anyone to see this image of her. Lian didn't even say a word. With a flick of her wings, she accelerated towards Yu Ran. She never thought, someone will not die after seeing this image of her. Even Ye Chen only saw her special appearance after her animal transformation subsided. She had never shown her complete animal transformation. Seeing Lian bursting forward, Yu Ran also nodded. This burst of speed is indeed difficult to rival in engine. No wonder Ye Chen in the book only said that he and Lian were equally matched before entering Huajin. But it's not fast in front of Yu Ran. Yu Ran only uses engine strength now. Before, he might have been a little worried about Xia Lian's speed. But with Lingzi Bulletin, he has already lost his shortcoming of speed. Lingzi Bulletin flashed slightly, and Yu Ran put away the Hong Yao sword, otherwise he was afraid that Lian would be killed directly with one sword strike. Yu Ran is not willing to kill such a beautiful dragon girl for the time being. Yu Ran's Lingzi step flickered and moved in the air like a phantom. Even with the dark strength, Yu Ran's Lingzi step could stay in the air for a short time. Then a very outrageous situation happened, Tu and Jin actually started fighting in the air. Yu Ran actually has another idea, which is to see how he compares with Jin's protagonist, and Lian is also the best test stone. There is not much difference between Yu Ran and the real Jin under the system seal, but his vitality is stronger. Yu Ran directly touched Lian's fist with Iron Mountain Fist, but what Yu Ran didn't expect was that a flying knife suddenly flew out of Lian's fist and was about to sneak attack Yu Ran. Lian doesn't have any bells and whistles. What she hone is her killing skills. There is no such thing as a bright sneak attack. Death is a good skill. This is what she learned. Yu Ran did not hold back her fist, otherwise she would suffer a loss in the next confrontation. Sora's left hand directly made a magic move, and hit the flying knife with a yang finger at the speed of light, successfully resolving the crisis. Yu Ran's and Lian's fists also collided as he expected. Such a violent collision made Lian's body tremble, and the second flying knife hidden in his body failed to be used. It can be seen that the force of the collision was so strong that Yu Ran was severely shaken. Fortunately, his physical fitness was excellent and the system did not restrict him. His upgrade has basically been done to the extreme at every stage, and all he lacks is some skills and knowledge. Lian was knocked down from the air by Yu Ran. She rotated 360 degrees in the air and lost most of her strength. She stepped on the dense forest with the remaining strength. The cracks in the soil caused 2 trees to explode directly. Lian looked at Yu Ran in the sky with a serious expression. This young man is very strong. Ba fist. Lian used her strength to get up from the ground and continued to attack in the direction of Yu Ran. The domineering fist highlights a domineering force, which can be said to kill 10,000 enemies and damage 8,000 self-damage. If Lian hadn't transformed into a beast, she would never have been able to use this move. Even after transforming into a beast, her meridians are at risk of tearing, and she will definitely need more nursing care to recover after the war. It was a unique move as soon as it was launched. Lian did not think too much about entanglement in order to avoid attracting more people. Yu Ran was secretly surprised in the air. The power of this dominating fist move even surpassed all of Yu Ran's skills except the Qing Lian sword technique. He is indeed a ruthless person who can equal the protagonist, which makes Yu Ran even more interested. He slowly gathered his hands in front of him, and actually formed a physical sword of vitality. This move also confused Lian. This is such a huge amount of vitality and ability. I have never heard of anyone being able to express this vitality without relying on martial arts. But there is no fear in Lian's heart. The Quan is all about moving forward indomitably. Being fearless means being invincible. And the worst case scenario is death. After Yu Ran broke into her beast-turned reality, she understood that it was either you or me who would die. Although it was only a few seconds away, Yu Ran's energy-gathering sword directly became normal size, and the world was dimmed by the gathering of this majestic energy. Go! A sword of vitality, without any martial arts, just met an invincible powerful fist head-on. The shocking collision of the two moves directly turned all the trees within 10 meters around Lien into nothing. The aftermath of this power was so terrifying that a ferocious look appeared on Lien's face. She can't lose. Sometimes will is the strongest weapon, but sometimes will is the most useless quality. Under the pressure of absolute strength, Lien was pressed directly into the ground. He crashed into the big pit again intact. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the dense forest. The CAO soldiers waiting on the other side could no longer hold back their weapons. If not for Yu Ran's order, he would have gone over to help. Now that the fight was in full swing, he was a little worried, but thinking of Yu Ran's strength, he finally made no move. In a large pit with one person on the ground, Lien has returned to human form, but the horn on her head still exists. This is a sequelae of beast transformation. 100 meters around, all the trees turned into powder and floated in the wind, like a sad and beautiful picture, beginning the final burial of her life. Lien gently tried to catch a leaf, but she didn't even have the last bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for the beastly form and the dominating fist, she would have died 10 times with that move just now. Yu Ran's strength is so terrifying. Yu Ran fell from the sky and slowly walked towards Lien. This was the first actual use of Yuan Jutsu. He had always thought that the stepless skill would not be that simple. As expected later, it was discovered that the Zhuyuan technique can actually cause the vitality of heaven and earth to resonate with the vitality in one's own body during battle to form a concrete manifestation of the vitality. And he clearly knew that resonance with heaven and earth was the sign of a master. Sure enough, stepless skills are not that simple. Lien has gently closed her eyes, waiting for her death. Miss Lien, I still say the same thing now, can you join my team? Lien opened her eyes when she heard Yu Ran's words. She didn't expect that Yu Ran didn't kill her. She didn't speak, just shook her head. She was loyal to Ye Chen and would not betray him. Yu Ran could only shrug. It seems we have to wait for a while, but my place is open to Miss Lien at any time. Yu Ran walked over with a smile, and then looked at the horns on the lotus head curiously. Can I touch this corner? Chapter 144 Lien's psychological change. Lien was stunned by Yu Ran's sudden request, but when she saw the excited and even joyful expression in front of Yu Ran's eyes, she just nodded unconsciously. Yu Ran is really curious, what is the texture of this kind of horn? And it's a dragon horn. The dragon has always been the totem of Daxia. Although the dragon Lien seems more like a Western dragon, it still interests Yu Ran. Lien didn't make any movements, or she didn't have much strength. She could only watch Yu Ran squatting there and touch her horn. That strange feeling filled her whole body. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran thought it was fun and poked it a few more times. In an instant, Lien felt something strange in her body. Yu Ran didn't notice that Lien was suppressing her body's sensitivity, but kept touching her like a curious baby. Until Lien's voice sounded softly. It's almost done, Mr. Yu. This was the first time that Yu Ran heard Lien say so many words in one breath, and he stopped nonchalantly, as if he was having a little fun. Sorry, I felt a little cute and I touched it a few times. Lien's expression is a bit subtle, cute? This word seems to be a bit incompatible with her. Yu Ran took out a healing medicine and handed it to Lien. Now with Lu Zitong, there are more healing medicines. Although the effect is not as good as the one produced by the system, it is enough to treat ordinary injuries. Lien took the elixir and looked at it again and again, and finally swallowed it. Yu Ran wanted to kill her, so there was no need to go to such trouble. While Lien was recovering from his injuries, Yu Ran took out his satellite phone and contacted Cao Bing and asked him to wait a moment. While making the phone call, Yu Ran also walked a little further away, and Lien's grip on the second flying knife relaxed. The sweat on the handle of the flying knife showed the extreme unrest she felt just now. When Yu Ran approached, Lien was very confused about whether to make a sudden attack, especially when she saw him touching her horns. At that time, Lian was actually very sure of killing Yu Ran instantly, but in the end she didn't. Yu Ran's words still touched her heart. She had never met anyone like Yu Ran. Even if he had murderous intentions, he did not kill himself, and was still willing to recruit him after seeing his animal form. The most important thing is that Yu Ran actually said that her horns are cute, and the monster that everyone avoids is suddenly praised. This is a unique situation in her life. She held the flying knife behind because she was worried that Yu Ran would do something bad to her. After all, she also knew that her appearance was indeed a disaster. At first, I got into a lot of trouble because of my appearance. Yu Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. If Lian continued to attack him secretly, he would kill her without hesitation. At least he let her go. If she still takes action, it means that she doesn't even know how to repay kindness. He will not stay with such a person. After Lian finished conditioning, Yu Ran also ended the call. Lian, do you want to come with me? I'm also going back to China. Yu Ran's invitation was not unexpected, it was just passing by. And it was also accidental that I passed by here. A carefully calculated accident. When Yu Ran said killing two birds with one stone, he didn't mean killing Ye Chen's men. The people in the Dragon King Palace were completely meaningless in Yu Ran's eyes. His targets were Lu Qingjian and Lian from the beginning to the end. He knew about the assassination of Lian in the plot, so he passed by at the perfect time. A little chance encounter, this is very reasonable. Although those people would also die if Yu Ran didn't come, but Yu Ran didn't come to be a hero to save the beauty, he came to make friends with Lian. It's reasonable to win first and then make friends. Host, you are becoming more and more shameless. What are you talking about? System, please tell me. Yu Ran picked up the 40-meter sword and allowed the system to run 39 meters. As expected, the system gave in. Host, you are becoming more and more like a villain. Yu Ran didn't know for a moment whether the system was praising him or scolding him. Just when Yu Ran was about to have a life-or-death showdown with the system, Lian spoke to break their atmosphere. I can't. Mr. Yu, can I keep my affairs a secret today? Lian thought of something and finally refused. She didn't want to see anyone like this. Yu Ran looked at Lian and suddenly realized it. He took out a hat like magic and put it directly on Lian's head, just covering the abrupt dragon horns. What about this? We all need to go back to China together. Lian looked at the hat on her head and was a little distracted for a moment. Yu Ran seemed to be too kind to her and thought of everything for her. Her inner feelings towards Yu Ran had undergone drastic changes. Good. Lian no longer rejected Yu Ran's kindness. She suddenly felt that it was good to be cared for and understood. This is an experience she has never had in more than 20 years. Let's go. The place where they had fought turned into an open space, and the sun shone on her body. Lian was a little dazed for a moment, vaguely remembering that it was like this sunshine when she escaped from the island of death, and that person's words at that time, "Do you want to come with me?" made her work for him to this day. She was like this just because she didn't dislike her dragon horns, but now there is someone who knows that she has fully transformed into a beast and can still treat her like this. She felt a strong sense of unreality, and she continued walking facing the sunshine, as if her bright road was ahead of her. Brother, you are back. When Lu Qingjian saw Yu Ran coming back, she hurriedly came up to greet him. Yu Ran said that she was most afraid when there was a problem ahead and she wanted to check it out. She was afraid that Yu Ran would leave her alone again. She was really too lonely. I'm back. This is Lian, a friend. Lian was stunned. Friend? She didn't expect that Yu Ran would introduce her like this. Friend? Did she have one? It seems not. The Dragon King Palace is just an organization, and she and Ye Chen are just superiors and subordinates. Let alone other people, there is no communication at all. Yu Ran is her first friend. But when she saw Lu Qingjian, she was stunned. Isn't this the target that Ye Chen asked her to save? How come they were rescued by Yu Ran? In other words, they failed because Yu Ran rescued Lu Qingjian? This is the sister of a friend of mine, Lu Qingjian. She asked me to check her a few years ago, but I didn't find her until today. Yu Ranian briefly and comprehensively introduced Lu Qingjian, and there was nothing wrong with her. Lu Qingxiu wanted to use the power of the Yu family to investigate Lu Qingjian in the early days. He did promise to find Lu Qingjian when he was in love. It was a rare tender period for Lu Qingxiu towards him. So his words were completely impeccable. Lian's eyes were very complicated. He didn't expect that his mission was completed by Yu Ran. But if she asked her to give Lu Qingjian to her, she would definitely not be able to do it. Just go back and tell Ye Chen the truth. Lu Qingjian followed Yu Ran. She didn't trust anyone except Yu Ran because Yu Ran said Lu Qingxiu was his friend. The dual factors of her sister's friend and Yu Ran's rescue of her made her trust Yu Ran very much. She followed Yu Ran all the way and didn't go anywhere. As the plane flew over Denmark, Yu Ran was already imagining Ye Chen's reaction when he learned about the incident. Chapter 145 Lian's past. Lu Qingjian, who was standing next to him, was sipping the food on the plane. This plane was the Yu family's private plane, and it was so luxurious that it didn't feel like a plane. Not only are there leather sofas, entertainment areas, and rooms, but there is also a wide variety of delicious food. Sitting inside is a complete enjoyment. Cao Bing and a few others went to the side to play landlord. Lu Qingjian sat obediently next to Yu Ran, and Lian sat opposite Yu Ran thinking about something. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission and receiving 2000 points reward. Since Ye Chen's hatred value has increased to 35, he will receive double the reward this time and will be given a free 10 draw streak. System, have you been possessed by another spirit? If so, just make a noise. Yu Ran was shocked to see the reward this time. It was so generous. Did the sun rise from the west? Host, I suspect you are insulting my integrity. Don't doubt it, I am Yu, Tongzi. From now on, rewards will be based on this, okay? Host. According to the usual script, I gave you so many rewards, shouldn't you call me Brother Tong? It is really difficult for the system to understand human thinking. It almost crashed when it tried to understand it. Yu Ran couldn't help but laugh. If humans' thoughts could be guessed, they would have been replaced by artificial intelligence long ago. Brother, what are you laughing about so happily? Lu Qingjian looked at Yu Ran's smile with great curiosity, blinking her big eyes. Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Is the food here good? Lu Qingjian nodded. She had never eaten such delicious food before. The food Lu Dehua gave her was just edible. She ate a lot in one breath, but was afraid of annoying Yu Ran, so she only dared to eat in small bites. She also looked at Yu Ran's expression from time to time, and apologized quickly if she found something wrong. But Yu Ran didn't care, and he touched her head with great joy. He said that he could get so many points thanks to Lu Qingjian, the lucky little star. However, Yu Ran did feel sorry for the girl. After 10 years of house arrest, she was still a young girl when she returned. How could others understand the sadness in her heart? Lian watched the interaction between Yu Ran and Lu Qingjian, and for a moment her thoughts drifted away. The island of the dead, this is where she has been since she can remember. She has never seen or had any parents or brothers. All I know is that every time some experimenters regularly injected them with some strange drugs. The dark drugs mixed with the smell of blood made the little girl vomit frequently. Some of the people who experimented with her had severe rejection reactions and died on the spot, while others immediately turned into beasts and lost their minds. Specimen number 222 is normal. It has some signs of animal transformation, but it is still rational. This is Lian's code name. Lian couldn't help but take a few steps back when she saw her terrifying self reflected in the water. Is this monster really herself? She is not the only one who remains sane after transforming into a beast. Every month, they are thrown into battle with real beasts. How can a young child fight against a ferocious beast? Even the power after transformation into beasts was not something they could control. Many people died, and Lian didn't know how many people died. She only knew that her companions changed one after another, and the eyes of those people looking at her became brighter and brighter. No 222 strength has reached the level of dark power. If we continue like this, maybe we can really rely on our genes to reach the level of transformation power and become a Grandmaster warrior. Those researchers cheered. If they could find a way to mass-produce warriors, they could make up for the lack of the United States' cultural resources. The United States has a strong economy, but its historical heritage is far behind that of old countries such as Daxia and the United Kingdom. Many warriors, especially those with Huajin, have inherited their power from family or religion. The United States doesn't have such a thing at all, so they want to take a shortcut, and genetic mutation is their research route. Only one of you standing here today will survive. The researchers are very excited. They have cultivated many Anjin lycanthropes, and they want to know which one is stronger. The eyes of everyone on the field were numb. After they transformed into beasts, they kept fighting with beasts. Although they did not fight with people, it didn't matter to them. There was only one girl whose eyes were still a little angry. Lian stood there numbly and did not take the initiative to attack. However, if someone attacked her, she would take the initiative to kill. Lian's attack power and speed were very strong, and soon no one was standing around her. All kinds of internal organs were spilled on the floor. The scene was so bloody that even the researchers couldn't help but vomit. "Hey, do you want to join forces with me to kill those people?" The girl came to Lian's side and spoke hesitantly, glancing at the group of researchers from time to time. Lian Nu's eyes moved slightly, and she nodded without knowing why. Anyway, for her, life and death are just like that. Soon there were only 5 beast kings left on the scene. The 5 of them stood in a pentagon, but no one continued to act rashly. The researcher looked a little angry and immediately roared. "Hit me! What are you doing whining?" They were about to separate out the strongest genes, but these people suddenly stopped. The girl blinked. Roar! In an instant, she and the other 4 people rushed towards the researchers angrily, but Lian's reaction was a little slower. The researcher was caught off guard and his head was smashed by a bear-shaped orc. Diddy! Diddy! The alarm sounded quickly, and a group of security personnel took guns and started shooting at the 5 beast kings. Soon the bear beast king at the front was shot to death in an instant. These bullets were specially made to deal with these orcs. When they rebelled, all the beast kings were prepared to die. They did not retreat because they had no way out, and they angrily pounced on the security personnel. The speed after animal transformation was not something that the security personnel could keep up with, and the security personnel were quickly slaughtered one-sidedly at close range. At this moment, a sniper gun sounded, and a beast king died on the spot. There were some special forces on the edge of the island, and they had already rushed back after hearing the alarm. But the special forces are also ordinary people. If the Beast King dodges the bullet and gets close to him, he will die. After the Beast King reaches Anjin, it will be difficult to catch them unless they shoot on a large scale. This team of special forces was fearless, and in the end, another Beast King was killed. Only Lian and the girl were still alive. "I'll go and get those people out too," the girl said. Lian knew that she wanted to release the children of the experimental subjects, many of whom had not been injected yet. Lian also came to help, but what they didn't expect was that there was an enemy among these children. The moment the bullet hit Lian, Lian knew she couldn't escape, but she had no fear. Death might be a relief for her. But what she didn't expect was that a strong arm pushed her away, and the person in the pool of blood turned into that girl. Lian was extremely angry and tore the last enemy to pieces, but that girl was already dead. Even though she was dying, she could still smile. Stay alive, by the way, my name is Lian. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 146 Returning to China. This is the origin of Lian's name. She inherited the girl's name, or in other words, she and the girl walked out of the island of death and lived together in this world. Monster, you are a monster. Lian heard the screams of collapse from some children. When they saw Lian transforming into a beast and tearing apart the researchers, they broke down and cried. They don't know who the good guys and bad guys are, but Lian looks very scary like this. Lian did not kill these children. They were all innocent experimental subjects like herself. She just held the girl's body and buried her at the highest point of the hillside. Maybe this way she could always be favored by the sun. When she walked out of the island of death that day, it was a sunny day. Lian was also at a loss after leaving the island of death. She had been away from normal society for so long that she didn't even know how to live, and her horns did not fade after transforming into a beast. She came to the nearest city, and the only things that greeted her were the shouts of monsters and the pursuit of guards. Lian had a narrow escape from being hunted. When she was on the verge of death, she felt that maybe she really shouldn't live in this world and that she was a monster. But Lian asked her to live well, how could she die? Holding on to her strength, she walked into the jungle to hunt, and it was at this time that she met Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced at her. The horns on his head were very abrupt, but at that time Ye Chen was not the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, and he needed strength. If you have nowhere to go, come with me. Just such a sentence locked Lian for 3 years, and Ye Chen was the only one who didn't call her a monster when he saw her horns. She felt that Ye Chen was so good, she worked hard to help Ye Chen conquer the world, and became the queen of the Dragon King Palace that everyone feared, but she still didn't have any social interaction. Even though her appearance attracted countless men to her, she knew that if they discovered her true appearance, that monster would be abandoned again. Therefore, no one has ever entered Lian's heart. She is only willing to communicate with Ye Chen, because Ye Chen is the first person who has not called her a monster. But what about Yu Ran? Lian's thoughts returned to the present moment. She saw Yu Ran and Lu Qingjian talking and laughing, and thought of Yu Ran's words about friends. Her heart was pounding. This was a completely different feeling from Ye Chen. She didn't know what kind of emotion it was. She had never learned anything about it. Yu Ran saw her fully transformed into a beast, but he was still willing to be friends with her, and he was the first person to praise his beautiful horns. In fact, Yu Ran doesn't understand why he rejects Lian. Come on, it's so cool to have a dragon friend. Thinking of this, Lian blushed on her face and glanced at Yu Ran unconsciously. What's wrong, do you want to eat too? Come and try this pudding. It's delicious. Yu Ran watched Lian's eyes fixed on him and handed her the pudding he had tasted. In fact, you can get a new one, but it's not necessary. Of course, if Lian has the slightest dislike, Yu Ran will definitely have to get a new one. After taking it, Lian didn't mean to dislike it at all and started eating it directly. She even started eating directly from the part Yu Ran ate. Lu Qingjian next to her was stunned. This beautiful and cold elder sister just finished the pudding that Yu Ran took a bite of? Then she seemed to have thought of something, and scooped up the double-skin milk she had eaten with a spoon and handed it to Yu Ran. Brother, you should eat too. My sister said you should learn to share good things. Yu Ran was not polite and even praised Lu Qingjian. Looking at the two innocent girls in front of him, Yu Ran felt a little guilty. Host, this is the sign of your villain. Nonsense. If I don't save Lu Qingjian, she will still suffer. If I don't help Lian, she might die. I am obviously doing a good deed. The trace of guilt just now has long since disappeared, and instead, Yu Ran happily took out the baking pan and started grilling meat. Today I will show you my barbecue skills. Host, you are so shameless. Does this automatic barbecue machine also use your level? Stop yelling at the system. Doesn't sprinkling cumin powder count as a standard? Yu Ran fiercely despised the system that always destroyed his image, and began to sprinkle cumin powder seriously. Then he handed it to Lien and Lu Qingjian, both of whom looked satisfied. It basically took most of the day after we returned from Denmark. Ever since the barbecue party started, the three of us couldn't stop talking. Yu Ran was telling Lu Qingjian about the situation in the city, and also chatting with Lien. Lien listened most of the time, and occasionally said a few words. But Lien thinks this is good, and she likes this way of getting along. Lu Qingjian is also very happy. Yu Ran is the best person to her besides Lu Qingxiu. She knew that when Lu Qingxiu was suppressed by the Lu family everywhere because of her, she felt a little depressed. But when she heard Yu Ran talking about how Lu Qingxiu took down the Lu family, she cheered again, and the plane was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. The end of the journey is finally reached, but the two people will never forget the meaning of this journey. Lien, I'll be my guest when you have time. I'll take you to eat something delicious and do something interesting next time. Lien also smiled and nodded. This was the first time Yu Ran saw her smile. She felt like a spring breeze, not like a cold-blooded killer at all. Goodbye. Lien bid farewell to Yu Ran. She thought she would always remember this journey in her heart no matter when. Lien quickly returned to Ye Chen and reported the situation to him. What? Failed? Lu Qingjian was rescued by Yu Ran? How did you? The word worker stuck in Ye Chen's mouth. He wanted to question Lien, but in the end he didn't say it. Did you also meet people from the Dark Palace? Sure enough, it was them who did it. Ye Chen slapped the table. He felt that it was a certainty that the Blood King's matter was related to the Dark Palace. As for Lien, he didn't care much. Lien's return didn't mean nothing happened. What he was angry about now was the fact that Lu Qingjian was snatched away by Yu Ran. Lien also had no expression. Her thoughts drifted to the time when Yu Ran cared about her. When chatting alone, Yu Ran would ask her if she was okay after transforming into a beast, and if she would be injured. Although she felt it was meaningless, it was very warm. Didn't you try to snatch Lu Qingjian back? Ye Chen was very dissatisfied. This matter would determine whether he could gain a foothold in Jinling. He didn't expect it to fail like this. I'm no match for Yu Ran. Lien's words were concise, but Ye Chen seemed to have heard something incredible. You are not Yu Ran's opponent? Are you making me laugh? He is just a playboy, how can you beat him? Lien's strength is definitely not inferior to him. Ye Chen is sure of this. Before, Lien was able to kill them all when they were attacked by 5 dark power peaks, but now he said he couldn't kill Yu Ran. Could it be that Yu Ran couldn't transform his power? Lien didn't mean to explain at all, she always did. You seem to have come back quickly this time. Ye Chen was a little confused. According to Lien, she was attacked yesterday and could land today. This speed was not normal. I came back with Yu Ran. What did you say? Chapter 147, Naturally Evil. Lien did not bother to lie, and told Ye Chen the truth about her situation, but the disbelieving expression on Ye Chen's face made her feel a little uncomfortable. How could you get together with Yu Ran? Ye Chen was angry. Lien had always been devoted to him, but after meeting Yu Ran, everything changed and became so strange to him. Ye Chen's words made Lien look unhappy. Originally, she wanted to explain her relationship with Yu Ran. Hearing Ye Chen's words, she didn't even bother to explain and walked straight outside. Ye Chen suddenly came to his senses and realized that his wording was inappropriate. He hurriedly wanted to catch up and apologize, but Lien was already gone. Ye Chen was a little annoyed. Lien was one of the 4 kings of the Dragon King Palace. Although he had not expressed his feelings to Lien before, in his eyes, Lien was already his woman. Yu Ran, what a coincidence, brother, I think so too. I have long regarded Lien as my woman. So Yu Ran's desire to snatch Lien, the woman who belonged to him, made Ye Chen's anger reach a certain level, making him want to tear Yu Ran into pieces. However, his mood quickly calmed down. Lien did not betray the Dragon King Palace, which meant that Yu Ran had not succeeded. Although he had gone too far just now, it shouldn't be a big problem if he told Lien later. Ye Chen sat on the chair, a little irritated, and his hatred for Yu Ran began to grow again. He put all the reasons for his unhappiness on Yu Ran and Diane. Lien was sitting alone in the room, looking a little lonely. Ye Chen's words obviously hurt her. What does it mean to get together? It was not easy for me to have a friend, but Ye Chen spoke so unpleasantly. Compared with Yu Ran, Ye Chen was really far behind. Yu Ran invited her so many times, but Lien didn't agree, but Yu Ran was still willing to be friends with her and didn't force her. As for Ye Chen, Lien shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but the balance in his heart had begun to tip. She looked at Yu Ran's call on her phone, but she didn't dial it in the end. He must be very busy now. As Lien thought, Yu Ran was really busy now. He was planning to return Lu Qingjian to Lu Qingxiu, but he hadn't seen Lu Qingxiu yet. The moth has already started. Lu Qingjian was afraid of strangers, so she kept holding Yu Ran's clothes. Just as Yu Ran entered the room, Li Shui, an internet addict girl, threw her phone away with anger on her face. My teammates are too bad and I won't play anymore. The phone flew to Yu Ran's side with a whoosh, and Yu Ran quickly grabbed it with quick eyes and hands. Li Shui, what are you doing? How can you throw things away? It's not good to hit flowers and plants. Li Shui glanced at Yu Ran and Lu Qingjian behind her, and the corners of her mouth twitched again. She was such a playboy, changing women every day, and openly bringing her to the family. I'm so angry. I can't use this pesticide when I meet teammates who are more cheating than you. I'm warning you not to spread rumors. You actually say that my skills are not good? I often fly with 5 people. TCH. Li Shui made a face. She didn't know Yu Ran's level yet, but looking at Lu Qingjian's timid appearance, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Where did this sister come from? Yu Ran, you have gone too far. Do you still care about me as your fiancé? No, sister, the eldest brother is a good person. He is my benefactor. We don't have that kind of relationship. Lu Qingjian hurriedly explained and started gesticulating hurriedly. What did you call him? Li Shui suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Stop jumping around, you almost hit my knee. Yu Ran hit Li Shui on the head, and the scumbag started talking nonsense again. Ah! No, 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 I can only call you Big Pot, Wivu, you have so many women, and you still want to take my exclusive title, I don't accept it. Li Shui suddenly rolled around on the sofa. She didn't know whether it was true or false, but Lu Qingjian was a little at a loss. That. Lu Qingjian was also anxious, and she didn't know how to deal with this situation as she was left with a blank sheet of paper. Okay, you call me Deguakuo and she calls me Big Brother. You two are different. Qingjian has a hard time. Don't make trouble with her. During this time together, Yu Ran has long recognized Li Shui's true face, it's just a title, so she won't let her act like this. After Li Shui heard what Yu Ran said, she gave up and patted Lu Qingjian on the shoulder in an old-fashioned way. Okay, sister will cover you from now on. Lu Qingjian was startled by her actions, and got behind Yu Ran again, revealing a pair of big eyes and glancing at Li Shui from time to time. I have Big Brother to protect me, thank you sister Li Shui. Phew, seeing the change in Li Shui's expression, Yu Ran burst out laughing. She was indeed a naturally evil person. Li Shui, who rarely pretended to be mature for once, was rejected by others. Li Shui seems to have just turned 18, a little younger than Lu Qingjian. This sister is not quite accurate. Secretary Lu Zitong had already arranged the room where Lu Qingjian would stay temporarily, which was cleaned by Bai Yuan. What happened to Lu Qingjian at the dinner table in the evening made Li Shui burst into tears. This ever-changing Lolita is indeed full of emotions. After dinner, Yu Ran looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar number and finally dialed it. Hello. A cold voice came from the memory. It was Lu Qingxiu who still had no warmth. Qingxiu, I helped you find Qingjian. Make an appointment tomorrow and I will hand Qingjian over to you. Yu Ran didn't elaborate too much and went straight to the topic, but there was no sound on the phone, so he couldn't help but mutter. Bad signal. No, it's not. The signal is very good. I heard it. We will meet at UST Pavilion at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you have any trouble, you can decide the time. I will be free all day tomorrow. Lu Qingxiu's somewhat urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. She said a lot in one breath, for fear that Yu Ran would hang up the phone. Okay, let's do it at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yu Ran made an appointment with Lu Qingxiu, but Yu Ran didn't see Lu Qingxiu's expression on the other end of the phone. It was an expression of surprise, joy, excitement, and suspicion. It was difficult to see such a rich expression on Lu Qingxiu's face. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath. She believed that Yu Ran would not lie to her, let alone there was no need to lie to her. Notice further, all trips will be cancelled tomorrow. Director Lu will have a meeting with the government tomorrow and he won't go too. If you don't want to go, I'll push it all away. In Lu Qingxiu's heart, nothing was as important as Lu Qingjian. She wanted to see Lu Qingjian in her best condition. After the flight, I felt a little tired at night, so I fell on the bed and fell asleep quickly. Click, the sound of even breathing was gently interrupted for a second by the sound of pushing the door. The footsteps seemed a bit abrupt in the silent night, heading towards Yu Ran's bed. There was a rustling sound, and a warm body appeared next to Yu Ran. Yu Ran opened his eyes and was surprised to see Lu Qingjian sleeping soundly leaning on him. Sure enough, my Lao Yu's charm is so powerful. Chapter 148 Sisters Meet. I'm sorry, brother, I was a little scared, so I came to your room at night. Lu Qingjian twirled her fingers in the early morning with a hint of regret in her voice. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Yu Ran looking at her in a daze. Yu Ran was also brought back to reality by Lu Qingjian's voice. He was communicating with the system just now, but Lu Qingjian seemed to be staring at her motionless. It's okay, I didn't think about it. The long period of confinement made Lu Qingjian suffer from mild claustrophobia and fear of the dark. Lu Zitong didn't know this when he prepared the room, so he chose a relatively quiet room. Yu Ran got up to get his clothes, and then he saw clothes scattered on the ground, including all underwear. Lu Qingjian also suddenly thought of something and shrank into the quilt. My clothes are a little dirty, so I'm afraid I'll stain my brother's bed. Lu Qingjian murmured in a low voice and wrapped the quilt more tightly. No wonder I felt the warmth of Lu Qingjian's body last night. It turns out that this girl actually slept last night. Thinking of this, the second male lead started to prepare to take off. Fortunately, Yu Ran had decades of experience in suppressing guns and suppressed him. Didn't I bring you a change of clothes last night? The size is wrong and I can't wear it. Lu Qingjian murmured quietly, fearing that Yu Ran would be bored. The size is wrong? It shouldn't be, but Yu Ran didn't think too much and asked Bai Yuan to prepare a new set of clothes for Lu Qingjian. When I go to see Lu Qingxiu today, I must wear something nicer. Guo, why were my clothes so big and baggy yesterday? Li Shui rubbed her groggy eyes and was obviously wearing a set of clothes that were much bigger than her own. Yu Ran was speechless for a while, and he finally understood why Lu Qingjian couldn't put on her clothes. It's strange that Lu Qingjian can wear Li Shui's childlike figure. Li Shui felt that Yu Ran's gaze was unusual and looked at her clothes. Guo, are you thinking of something bad? Oh, it's nothing, I'm just wondering why Qingjian can't wear your clothes. Li Shui saw Yu Ran's evil smile and immediately understood something. Ah! He rushed over with teeth and claws, trying to fight Yu Ran, but Yu Ran directly pressed him on the head, and his two little hands kept fluttering in the air. It's only 2 inches away. If you can't hit it, you can't hit it. Yu Ran laughed, teasing little Loli that this beautiful day was about to begin again. After breakfast, Bai Yuan prepared a set of clothes for Lu Qingjian, a light blue fairy skirt with wide sleeves paired with hanfu shoes, and a beaded hairpin embellished in the ponytail, which enhanced her temperament a bit like the icing on the cake. Lu Qingjian is also extremely beautiful. As Lu Qingxiu is the ceiling of beauty, her sister is naturally as beautiful as her, but Lu Qingjian still looks a little haggard. Fortunately, Bai Yuan's light makeup made her look much more energetic and a proper lady. You came so early. As soon as Yu Ran opened the door, he found Lu Qingxiu pacing inside. If he looked carefully, there were less obvious dark circles on Lu Qingxiu's eyes. It seemed that she didn't have a good rest last night. Lu Qingxiu's dress today surprised Yu Ran. It turned out to be an extremely youthful little skirt paired with white shoes. It lost some of its maturity and gained a touch of youthfulness. Elder sister. Lu Qingjian, who was following Yu Ho, couldn't help but rushed into Lu Qingxiu's arms and started sobbing. Lu Qingxiu has always been her motivation to live. For Lu Qingxiu, why not Lu Qingjian? Although they have been separated for 10 years, the relationship between the two people has become stronger and deeper. Perhaps in the huge Lu family, only Lu Qingjian can be considered her relative. For the first time, Lu Qingxiu, who was ruthless and iron-blooded, looked like a child who had just grown up. In fact, Lu Qingxiu was only 3 years older than Lu Qingjian. Yu Ran did not disturb the good atmosphere between the two of them, and made a pot of good tea. The three of them sat down, and Lu Qingjian told her experiences like a coquettish Lu Qingxiu. When she was sad, Lu Qingxiu softly comforted Lu Qingjian, but her trembling hands under the table didn't look so calm. Yu Ran knew that the Lu family was going to bleed, and that Lu Qingxiu, who was not bound by Lu Qingjian, was the real devil. Lu Qingjian didn't say much about the previous sadness, but just a few words made Lu Qingxiu know how difficult it was for her over the years. Lu Qingjian prefers to tell the story of the 2 days when she met Yu Ran. This was the happiest time for her in 10 years. Thank you, Yu Ran. Lu Qingxiu's gratitude was very sincere, without any trace of fraud. It's a small matter, this is what I promised you back then. Yu Ran's understatement made Lu Qingxiu's emotions even more complicated. If it was Ye Chen who brought him back, the two of them would have exchanged conditions. She would also be grateful, but only at this level. But unlike Yu Ran had no interest in entanglement with her, and even though he had been using him, Yu Ran still did not take any revenge on her, and even stopped Zhang Mei's revenge. She didn't know what to say. Lu Qingjian was the goal she had been working hard for. Yu Ran knew it at the beginning, but she didn't expect that Yu Ran would still be willing to help her after their engagement was terminated. Lu Qingxiu felt that something suppressed in her heart was about to be released. She had suppressed too much for Lu Qingjian, and Lu Qingjian's return made her feel that something deep in her heart was about to erupt. But she pushed back forcefully, the time was wrong, she still had things to do, those who hurt Lu Qingjian were not dead yet, she must remain calm forever. Lu Qingxiu's mood swings gradually returned to normal. Yu Ran, can Qingjian stay at your place for now? I still have things to deal with here. There are some things that Lu Qingxiu doesn't want Lu Qingjian to know. Let her do the bloody and dark things. It's time for the Lu family to undergo a major purge. Yu Ran didn't have any objections, but if he stayed with him, maybe he wouldn't be alone next time if he returned. Lu Qingjian also nodded very sensibly. She believed that Lu Qingxiu must be doing it for her own good, and the main thing was that she would not exclude Yu Ran. She likes the feeling of being around Yu Ran, feeling free, relaxed, safe and comfortable. Lu Qingjian and Lu Qingxiu left. Lu Qingxiu said that she would send Lu Qingjian there in the evening. Today was a rare opportunity and she wanted to be with Lu Qingjian forever. After Lu Qingxiu left, Yu Ran also sighed secretly. It was really hard to improve his fiancé's favorability. Even after Lu Qingjian was rescued, Lu Qingxiu's favorability level only increased from 40 to 50. No wonder Ye Chen and Lin Fan couldn't defeat her in the book. There is still a long way to go. What Yu Ran doesn't know is that a favorability score of 50 is already Lu Qingxiu's current limit. Just as Yu Ran was sighing with emotion, his phone rang again. Huang Lingmen's phone number is a rare visitor. But Yu Ran suddenly remembered, could it be that an important plot in the military region was about to begin? Chapter 149 Eating Hot Pot. Hey, is there something wrong with Riemu? Hey, it's Yu Ran. There is a conference in our military region this Sunday. On behalf of the military region, I invite you to attend. As Yu Ran expected, an important plot in the military region will unfold this Sunday. Ye Chen also stole the show at this conference. The most important thing is that he got the ticket to Huajin, which shortened the time to enter Huajin. Okay, I will definitely be there. Okay, I'll wait for you at the military area. Huang Lingmeng smiled cheerfully and hung up the phone. Military Region Conference, a head-to-head confrontation with Ye Chen? It was so interesting, Yu Ran grinned. Now that he has so many upgrade points, he really needs Ye Chen's support. There are still 3 days left before the military region meeting, so Yu Ran is not in a hurry and will finish the last 10 draws first. Congratulations to the host for getting Gan Yu's black silk stockings. Congratulations to the host for getting Yunjin's black silk stockings. Congratulations to the host for getting General Thunder's black silk stockings. Congratulations to the host for receiving the powerful elixir recipe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mr. Ray. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level intermediate spiritual weapon Charming Jade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the detoxification pill ×2. Congratulations to the host for getting 5 disguised pistol bullets. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth level mid-level skill Crazy Thunder Fist. Hey! This unexpected shipment included not only an Earth level technique but also a mysterious level spiritual weapon and array disc. There was even a prescription for elixir. Yu Ran checked the recipe for Dolly Dan, and his face darkened in an instant. Dolly Dan, after taking it, your whole body will feel hot and powerful. Formula, Huang Lian, Feng Xian. He thought he was talking about an excellent elixir, but you told me that it was an elixir for men and women. He was not even embarrassed to give it to Lu Zitong to refine the elixir, and just threw it into the warehouse to eat ashes. The enchanting jade is a crescent-shaped jade that looks small, exquisite, and very beautiful, but its function is extraordinary. As its name suggests, it can seduce souls, especially those with low strength. It can forcefully seduce souls and ask questions to get the truest answers. It is a perfect torture prop. Even if you are powerful, you will be helpless when facing attacks against the soul, which is extremely troublesome. Yes, it can be regarded as the best among Xian-level spiritual weapons, but Yu Ran estimates that the strength of the warrior it works on should have an upper limit, otherwise the level should not be so low. His strength has been improved again, and his current points have reached 7,400 points again. Yu Ran did not hesitate to start improving. Congratulations to the host for becoming the second level of Huajin, with 5,400 remaining points. Congratulations to the host for becoming the third level of energy transformation, with 3,400 remaining points. Congratulations to the host for becoming the fourth level of energy transformation, with 900 remaining points. Well, after working hard for several months, once I returned to the pre-liberation period and reached the middle stage of transformation, I instantly became impoverished. It costs 2,500 points to advance to the next level in the middle stage of Huajin. Yu Ran suspected that the system was robbing him. Yu Ran. Martial arts level, 4th level of Huajin. Physique, Great Sun Yang body. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor comes down the mountain and Urban Crazy Soldiers. System points, 900. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. Opening the panel, he saw his martial arts level. From the low level with no martial arts skills before, he has grown up now. It has to be said that now he is considered a little master in this world. He can live a stable life without the master. In the evening, Lu Qingjian came back filled with large and small bags, and there was a truckload of items outside. It seemed that Lu Qingxiu had bought back all the gifts that Lu Qingjian had been missing over the years. Brother Yu Ran, sister insists on buying it, I can't stop it. Lu Qingjian rubbed her hands in embarrassment, and Lu Zitong quickly directed several people to move all the things in. The variety of items is extremely rich, ranging from clothes and shoes to snacks and daily necessities, from cosmetics to mobile phones and tablets, and there are also some things that Yu Ran is not sure about. It seems that all the things that are exclusive to girls have been moved back. Lu Qingjian has officially settled in Yu Ran's family, becoming the third female member after Bai Yuan and Li Shui. Lu Zitong is also very sensible. When Li Shui came, he had already moved to the house next door. It was always inconvenient to live in the same house as the hostess. Lu Zitong naturally did not want to affect Yu Ran's happiness. Brother Yu Ran, shall we have hot pot tonight? Lu Qingjian blinked her big eyes and shook Yu Ran's arm in request. She had been looking forward to this hot pot meal for 10 years. Originally Lu Qingxiu wanted to take her to eat, but Lu Qingjian wanted to eat with Yu Ran. Okay, let's go buy some vegetables. Yu Ran saw with sharp eyes that Lu Qingxiu bought a lot of meat, but how could hot pot be without vegetables? Lu Qingjian happily went out to buy groceries with Yu Ran, and Yu Ran also took Li Shui with her. Until the supermarket, Li Shui was still brooding over the game she had hung up just now, and her little mouth was pursed, not very happy. However, emotions come and go quickly. In the supermarket, Li Shui was like a bird out of its cage, quickly choosing various foods. Just now she saw so many snacks from Lu Qingjian, so she would be lying if she said she wasn't greedy. Yu Ran and Li Shui mainly picked some vegetables. Kelp, tofu, cabbage, and crispy rice dumplings are all indispensable. Buy. Yu Ran hadn't had hot pot for a long time, and suddenly she was looking forward to it. By the way, big brother, do you want to ask Sister Lian to come and eat with us? Sister Lian seems to like Daxia cuisine very much too. Okay, I'll give her a call. Lu Qingjian reminded Yu Ran that she could ask Lian to eat together, and if Yu Ran guessed correctly, Ye Chen must be in conflict with Lian now. If this hoe is not digging at this time, when will it be dug? Lian closed her eyes and stirred up the vitality in her body. She was actually not far away from Huajin, but Huajin was like a chasm that blocked countless talented boys and girls. Jingle bell, the phone is ringing. There was a hint of joy in Lian's eyes when she opened them. There was only one contact on her phone, Yu Ran. This was her personal mobile phone. She had no friends or family before, so she couldn't use it before. When she was on the plane, she solemnly added Yu Ran to her contacts. Hello. Lian cleared her throat, hoping her voice would be gentler and not too cold. Lian, we are having hot pot tonight, come over and eat together, I will send you the location. Yu Ran directly told Lian about eating hot pot without using words of request, because in Lian's concept, this is what friends should be like, and it would be difficult to become friends if they were too cautious in chatting. Okay. Lian hesitated for a while and finally agreed. She was thinking about Ye Chen's words at first, but then she thought about what having friends with him had to do with him. So she agreed to Yu Ran's invitation. Just as she was leaving, Ye Chen happened to pass by in a hurry. Ye Chen looked at Lian, who was about to go out, and was puzzled. Lian almost never went out without a mission, so he asked. Lian, where are you going? Eat hot pot. Then let's go together. Ye Chen thought of the conflict between Tian Tian and Lian and wanted to resolve it. No, I'm going with you, Ran. Lian's words were as plain as water, but they once again stirred up thousands of ripples in Ye Chen's calm heart. I don't allow it. Chapter 150 Ye Chen's Dilemma. Ye Chen shouted angrily and did not allow Lian to eat hot pot with Yu Ran. But what he got was a cold look from Lian, who ignored him and went straight out. Ye Chen flew and stopped directly in front of her, with an angry expression that made his whole body seem to be on fire. Get out of the way! Lian looked at Ye Chen, who was standing in front of him, with a somewhat unkind look on his face. Although Lian's voice had always been cold, these words chilled Ye Chen to his core. He noticed that Lian was in a very bad mood, but he couldn't let it go. He always felt that Yu Ran had bad intentions. Do you still remember that you are from the Dragon King Palace? I am the Dragon King. Why do you go to eat hot pot with Yu Ran instead of me? Ye Chen's thoughts were a little confused at this time and he questioned Lian. I am myself. For the first time, Lian looked at Ye Chen with a little disgust in her eyes, as if Ye Chen regarded herself as his property. Ye Chen also found that he was speechless. In fact, Lian didn't have much to do with the Dragon King Palace. He only entered the Dragon King Palace for help. It was very strange that he used the Dragon King Palace to restrain her today, but the words had already been spoken, and Ye Chen could not admit his mistake on the spot, so he could only continue to speak harshly. There is a mission coming soon in the Dragon King Palace, you can't go out now. The look of disgust on Lian's face became more and more obvious. Just now, she and Ye Chen were asked to eat hot pot. Now Ye Chen said that he had a mission, which was enough. Lian stopped talking nonsense with him and walked directly around him to go out. Ye Chen either stopped him or not. He had already seen that Lian's patience had reached its limit, and he might really take action if he wanted to stop Lian again. At that time, there was no room for relaxation. The angry Ye Chen punched the wall, and one of the outer walls of the Chu family collapsed. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Chu Qingkai happened to come out and saw this scene and was a little speechless. Deducted from my salary. Ye Chen felt very uncomfortable and waved his hands casually. His attitude made Chu Qingkai a little unhappy. He was just a bodyguard, so he was so arrogant, but when he thought about his next actions, Chu Qingkai didn't want to argue with him. Seeing Chu Qingkai going out, Ye Chen followed behind him, but was stopped by Chu Qingkai. No need to follow me today, I'm going to eat hot pot. When Chu Qingkai said this, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. When Ye Chen heard the word hot pot, he instantly became sensitive. Miss Chu, who are you going to eat with? Yu Ran, it's rare that he calls me and invites me to have hot pot, so you don't have to go. I guess there's no room for you there. Chu Qingkai signaled Ye Chen to step back, but Ye Chen seemed to have not heard him at all and followed Chu Qingkai dully. Didn't I say you don't have to follow me? Chu Qingkai was a little unhappy. Ye Chen's unruly attitude made Yu Ran unhappy last time, so she didn't really want to take him with her, but she didn't expect Ye Chen to follow her as usual. Ye Chen didn't reply. It was the same before anyway. The reason he gave was that she wanted to protect Chu Qingkai, which he also did in the book. He would follow Chu Qingkai wherever he went, whether Chu Qingkai wanted to or not, but Chu Qingkai was different now, and she was not idle during this period. Because of Yu Ran's incident, Chu Qingkai began to rectify her own power, and the help Yu Ran gave her made it smoother. It can be said that she now has a great say in the Chu family. So she could completely guarantee her own safety now, and she didn't say much because Ye Chen was her savior. Including the matter of Lian and James, Chu Qingkai has always turned a blind eye. But Ye Chen now seems to her to be trying to repay a favor. I told you to stand down. Chu Qingkai's voice had a hint of sternness. During this period of time, rectifying the Chu family gave her a hint of the dignity of a superior. Ye Chen was still thinking about how to destroy and slap Yu Ran in the face, but now he was yelled at by Chu Qingkai, and he felt a little bad. I am your bodyguard. I will go wherever you go. Ye Chen still used the same rhetoric, but his words were also mixed with a little anger, first Lien and then Chu Qingkai. What kind of ecstasy did Yu Ran give them to confuse them like this? Ye Chen, I don't need protection now. If you follow me again, I will officially announce your dismissal. Chu Qingkai's voice suddenly became formal, and she felt that her patience with Ye Chen had really reached its limit. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Chu Qingkai would actually propose to fire him. This is something he will never allow to happen. First of all, it is related to his face. The dignified Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace was actually fired? Ye Chen could only leave Chu Qingkai on his own initiative, there was no way he would be fired. Chu Qingkai now has more and more say in the Chu family. Ye Chen will draw more and more power from the Chu family, and his layout in Jinling will be smoother. It was not a sign of falling out with Chu Qingkai yet, so he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. When Chu Qingkai got into the car, a loud noise sounded in the direction Ye Chen left. Chu Qingkai knew that it was Ye Chen venting his anger, but what did this have to do with her? She adjusted her mood in the car and decided to use her best attitude to see Yu Ran. I said, why are you like a lost dog? After Ye Chen vented his anger, just as his burning eyes calmed down, he heard another taunt. Chu Yu leaned on the door frame, smiling. Ye Chen just glanced at Chu Yu coldly and walked past her. How come the savior has been abandoned and is angry at the little girl? Chu Yuan smiled, her eyes still following Ye Chen's direction. Suddenly Ye Chen came directly in front of Chu Yu with a vigorous step, and Chu Yu's oppressed back hit the door panel. Why do you hit someone when it hurts? Chu Yu hid her painful expression for a moment and continued to smile. Ye Chen's heavy breathing was less than a foot away from Chu Yu. He clenched his fist tightly. In just a moment, he could turn this mocking woman into a corpse. As the Dragon King, he has never endured such humiliation. But Daxia was not outside the country, so he could only snort and turn around to leave, leaving behind Chu Yu's silvery laughter. But as soon as Ye Chen left, Chu Yu's expression fell. What a beast! Chu Yu felt the pain coming from her beautiful back and cursed secretly. Compared to Ye Chen's embarrassment and loneliness, Yu Ran was in a happy mood and was making arrangements before eating hot pot. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Qingxiu and Chu Qingkai arrived at the door at the same time. The two women's eyes intertwined, and a big drama was about to begin. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.